If I can have members of council come up to the council chambers, please. We do need quorum. It's not loud enough? You can't hear me? Can everyone hear me? Okay, we'll have them adjust the volume. If I can have members of council to please take your seats. Councillor Pasternak, please take your seat.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda.
Please remain standing as we reflect on the announcement of the discovery of 93 additional unmarked graves believed to be at the former site of the Bobel Indian Residential School on the territory of the English River First Nation in Saskatchewan. Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the Honorable James K. Bartleman, Michael Freeman, Raymond Moriyama, and Robbie Robertson. Thank you. I would now like to call upon Mayor Chow to make a few remarks about the late Raymond Moriyama on behalf of City Council.
Madam Speaker, I'm saddened to rise to mark the passing of iconic Toronto architect Moriyama. There are few people whose imagination and creativity have had a deeper impact on our city's landscape than him. His inspiring journey began in a POW camp in Ontario, where as a young boy he built an observation platform to see who might be coming. That platform turned into a treehouse that he built out of the view of the RCMP. Using an axe and a hammer, a borrowed saw, some nails and scraps from the lumber yard, Moriyama called that treehouse his university, a place of solace, a place to think and learn. By building that treehouse, his sadness started to fade, and he soon turned his attention to what he could do as an architect to help his community and Canada. So the treehouse was his foundation for so much magic across our city. His life and work remind us of the vital importance of public space. These aren't just buildings, a place to read a book or take a field trip. They are transformative spaces. The Toronto Reference Library was built to be an inclusive space. Its high ceiling and layers upon layers of public space made it a gathering place. And I certainly spent many hundreds, thousands of hours in the Reference Library. It's a tranquil place in our busy city where people can come together, where the promise of Toronto and its diversity can be made real under its roof. Now, the Scarborough Town Centre was built by Mr. Moriyama to be a truly democratic space. The design gave secretaries better views than their bosses, symbolically evaluating the value of clerical work over managers. And he reimagined the museum, building the Ontario Science Centre to be a place where hands-on learning makes knowledge a part of you. It's a place meant to be inseparable from the environment, a place that must be protected. And I want to thank Mr. Moriyama for everything he has contributed to our city. His legacy is all around us, and his deep commitment to democracy, equality, and inclusion of all people should be a guide to us all in the years to come. On behalf of the City of Toronto, I want to extend our condolences to his family and his loved ones, and thank them for allowing us to share in Raymond's genius for so many years.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council. Councillor Holiday. You have to use your own mic.
Thank you. We're getting used to the new system here.
I know.
If I may just add a few words to Mayor Chow, and thank Mayor Chow for allowing me the privilege to second the condolence motion for Raymond Moriyama. Some of my colleagues may know that many years ago in school I studied architecture, and I graduated that program. I specialized in design, and the work of Raymond Moriyama was very special to me. It was something that inspired me as I went through school and discovered the master art that architecture is. Architects are both master builders and master artists, and how the architects shape, whether it's a building or the landforms, really delight people. And someone like Raymond Moriyama has large signature buildings, but also would have done small things in and around the city that truly delight people. one of the things that I spent quite a bit of time looking at and understanding was Centennial Park in Etobicoke. A really big park, and some of you may have caught it in the news recently. There's been some discussion about that and about the master plan that we approved a few years ago. But if you go way back to the original master plans of the 1960s, that park was just sort of a thought. It was a garbage dump, actually. You'll find Raymond Moriyama's name on those documents. And they're buried in some of those master plan documents, some of the images. But as far as I understand, and I didn't find a plaque to tie this all together, and I don't have all those records, but there's a nice little wading pool in the park that have delighted children, including myself, for many decades, many decades. And I think that has some of Mr. Moriyama's hand in it. And it's these little things in and around the city that are truly a delight. We find them subconsciously. So I just wanted to rise for just a moment. I don't do this often in council, but the passing of the architect was something that I noticed in the news, and I regret that, but I'm also thankful for a life's amount of work found all over the country and in our city. And I just invite people to explore the records and find these little hidden gems all over the place. Thank you.
Madam Speaker?
Councillor Carroll?
I wonder if I might, there's a bit of an echo there. I think it's possible Councillor Holliday's mic was still on.
Control.
My microphone looks like it's on.
Yes, yours
It's
is
an
on.
interesting new system. If I might rise on a point of personal privilege, it's not my usual event to rise for a sports event, but I think it bears rising today. Right now, we're at the end of the third quarter in Canada's World Cup basketball game against Slovenia, and it bears mentioning today because I think it's very exciting that 3 of the highest scoring members on that team were born in Toronto. Shay calls himself a Hamilton boy, but in fact his cousin is from Scarborough. Dylan Brooks is from Etobicoke, an alumni of Father Henry Carr. These guys are the highest scorers in a team that's now in the quarterfinals. On Saturday, as a result of getting to the quarterfinals, they secured a spot in the Olympics in Paris next year. And that achievement, I think, comes from the sports and recreation that exists in this city. For parents who don't necessarily have a lot of money to spend, we always find a way to get those kids to the recreation that they need to get to. And those are some of the most important things we do in this city. And so the fact that they are right now on the international stage and coming from Ontario, coming from Toronto, I think needs to be mentioned because we forget that every little 3-on-3 basketball court we might put in any little park could lead to what's happening right now. And so with apologies to my Slovenian former colleague, Councillor Mihevik, the score at the end of the third quarter was 77 Canada, 61 Slovenia.
Can you shut your mic? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I know. Okay. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are here with us today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we are meeting in the council chamber today following work that was undertaken this summer to update and modernize the audio-visual systems. The monitors at your desk and the screen behind me have been replaced with higher resolution screens, and there are new microphones and speakers. AB programming is continuing for the new microphones in the chamber. For this meeting, I do not have the ability to control individual microphones, so please unmute your microphone once I call on you to speak. Although I can mute all microphones, please remember to turn off your mic once you have finished speaking to avoid audio feedback. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Josie Scully, Deputy City Manager of Corporate Services, on her retirement from the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. First order of business. Where are you? It's to recognize and congratulate Josie Scully, the Deputy City Manager, Corporate Service, on her well-deserved retirement. We're going to miss you. Josie is present with us today with her family. Welcome to all of you, right there. And you have a lot to be proud of, huh? I'm sure my fellow councillors are well acquainted with Josie and know her incredible work and achievement as a member of the Toronto Public Service. As someone who is a more recent addition to this group, I was so pleased and amazed to learn about the long list of accomplishments Josie has under her belt, achieved in just 11 years. Now, so how does one leave a lasting legacy in just 11 years? Josie moved to the city from the complex world of Toronto community housing. Within 5 years, she assumed the role of Deputy City Manager. A champion of modernization, transformation, and sustainability, Josie's main focus was to improve public trust and confidence. And she ensured her team was equipped to support a better and more connected community. As a result, we saw a full transformation of the citywide real estate service delivery model for one of the country's most valuable and complex real estate portfolio. It's worth $27 billion and spanning 106 million square feet. Whoa. This centralized approach continues to help the city support overall city building outcomes, especially creating affordable housing. Josie was also instrumental in setting up the city's first customer experience division. She helped close the digital divide between Connect TO, and she supported the development of Transform TO Net Zero strategy to help the city achieve its climate actions goals. What makes Josie's contribution to the city even more extraordinary is her leadership as the co-patron of the city's United Way employee campaign, supporting United Way events for the past decade. Josie has also been a proud executive sponsor of the city's Network of Women, or TO Now, since 2014. So it comes as no surprise that she won the Canada's Most Powerful Woman Top 100 Award in 2021 and received the CIBC Executive Leaders Award that same year. From what I've heard from Josie's peers and team, her leadership style is authentic and people-centered. She cares not only about what is done, but about how it is done. An empathetic strategist Josie has built strong relationships across all levels of her team, throughout the city and with our partners. Josie, you are truly exceptional. On behalf of City Council, I would like to congratulate you and thank you for bringing excellence to everything you have done for the city. Thank you, and we wish you a very happy, fulfilling retirement. Let's put our hands together for Josie Sigoli. Woo!
Thank you so much, Mayor Chow, and thank you to everyone. So I promise I will not tear, I think. Tracy's here, so I'm not sure if that's going to happen. So good morning, Mayor Chow, council members, colleagues, friends, and family. At this moment, I can say that my journey has been filled with wonderful memories, opportunities, and growth. As I reflect on the experiences that brought me to this point, I know that I've been privileged to work with the most incredible, talented, and caring people who have not only been colleagues but have become very dear, dear friends. And I am so honored to have worked in and for a city that means so much to me and my family. My parents, sister, and I came to Canada from the Azores in Portugal when I was 9 months old. Like many immigrants, my parents came to a land of hope and dreams in search of a better life for all of us. I grew up at Ossington and Dundas, and I can say it's a pretty cool place if you've been there. It is, even more cooler than ever, okay? My dad worked at the factory and at the docks. He loved the docks. And my mom, who's here with me today, cleaned houses. I am so grateful that they believed in the Canadian dream, and Toronto gave our family the opportunity to succeed. As many of you know, my career has taken me both to the private and public sector. I love both, but I have a soft spot for this sector and for this city. The work we do here through council and staff is second to none. We try to improve the lives of Torontonians every day. I know that my parents felt very supported as they were building their lives here. To council and council staff, because your staff is really important too here, because the work that they do with me and the team. I have worked with many of you for several of years, and I know your role can be very demanding and rewarding. Thank you for your support over the 14 years, my 3 years at TCHC, and my 11 years at City Hall. They have gone by very, very fast, leaving a profound impact on my life. I was a newbie in this environment, and many of you took me under your wing, including the late Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell, who definitely took me under her wing. And boy, did I learn a lot, and I have a few scars to prove it, just so you know. I want to thank the chairs and members of council also in the committees. Councillor Ainsley's here, and he was my first chair of my committee, and he actually hired me into this role, so thank you, Councillor, for their support and guidance throughout these years. They have been incredible years for me. I know that Mayor Chow and council will persist in advancing the priorities that are incredibly important for Torontonians solidifying its iconic status. To the public service, the challenges we have overcome and the accomplishments achieved are a testament to your exceptional talent, your unwavering commitment. Thank you for always stepping up. To my SLT and CLT colleagues, I know there are quite a few are here, thank you for your wisdom and support. Your leadership commitment to our common goals has been inspirational to me, and your guidance invaluable. The collaborations and friendships that we have built will always hold a special place in my heart. To the corporate services team, which I know there's some of them are here and watching, you are truly remarkable in the dedication and support you bring every day, day in and day out. Working alongside such an amazing team has been one of the highlights of my career. I am so proud of all of you. To my direct reports, and they're over there, I will try to keep it cool here, and to my office. Your willingness to embrace challenges, celebrate achievements, and learn from setbacks has been critical in supporting our culture that is founded that believing that anything is possible. And the mayor said this, that the how is equally significant as the outcome. I have had the privilege of witnessing your growth, both as professionals and individuals. You have been my partners, my collaborators, my friends. I will cherish forever. Thank you for being you. A huge shout out to the Toronto Women's Network and the United Way campaign teams. I have been honored to be sponsor and co-patron. The work you do in moving the dial and supporting our community is extraordinary. You make a difference in so many lives. To my family who are here, and my daughter could not be here today, and there's many other family members, your love, support, and understanding have been ingredients in my professional journey. My daughter Cassandra and my son Marcus here have been my bright stars, a constant source of joy and motivation for me. Everyone always asks me, how do you balance it all? My husband Lou has been my continuous encouragement, believing in me, putting up with me. He has been and is my rock. In closing, I know there's a lot that must be done, and I realize there's ways to overcome. But with unique talents and skills and perspectives we have across this organization, you can accomplish wonderful things as you unite your strengths and become an unstoppable force together. I'm almost done, I promise. My parting advice, and I absolutely live by this, is always to remember that kindness and respect may seem like small things, but they make a world of difference in someone's day and their journey. Thank you for being part of my story. With a heart full of gratitude, a million thanks.
Now, Josie, you were always bringing the council members chocolates. And I'm just wondering, who have you assigned that duty to? Which deputy city manager?
One of them.
One of them will bring the chocolates in. Okay. Thank you. Today's special meeting of council is for the following purposes: to consider a report from the Executive Committee from its meeting of August 24th, 2023, to consider urgent heritage matters, and to consider a new business item from the city manager relating to refugees, and to consider matters deemed urgent by the mayor and the clerk, and to introduce urgent bills and a confirming bill for the special meeting. Members of council, this is a special meeting. Under council's procedures, no new business items such as motions without notice may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. I will now call upon Mayor Chow to introduce the executive committee report.
So move, Madam Mayor. Madam Speaker.
Can you just please read the motion?
Sure,
Yeah.
that the report from meeting 7 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of council will be presented for consideration.
Okay. Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Are there any declarations at this time? No? I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Perruzza. Thank you. You have to turn on your own mic. Press the button. There you go.
Oh, we got a new fancy system.
Yeah, but I can shut you off anytime.
This is good. Just learned how to use it, Speaker, okay? Speaker, I do have a petition signed by 1,355 people to protect the Marian Shrine of Gratitude located at 3100 Weston Road. Speaker, community members have been very active in organizing to protect this site. A number of them are here today, and I want to thank them for coming down. They're here. As you can see, on a busy workday, lots of folks have taken the time to come down here just to demonstrate how important this issue is to them. There's also a further petition, Speaker, signed by well over 17,000 people, created by Helena Danko on change.org to do exactly the same thing, to try to save this shrine. This location is registered as a heritage site, and we will be dealing with a motion later today. I believe it's petition, it's 5 on the agenda, listed as 5 on the agenda, 10.5 on the agenda, to basically declare the site, the site has been registered as a heritage site, but the motion seeks staff to get on with it and do the review required to designate it as a heritage site, Speaker. Very, very important. I know that many of the folks won't be here for that, but I know we will get council support in protecting this shrine. Speaker, I just want to read out the petition that folks have signed, the Save the Marian Shrine petition. This shrine is registered as a heritage site located at 3100 Western Road and is a very special place for prayer, reflection, and healing. It has touched the lives of thousands of Torontonians for nearly 2 decades. Visitors turn to the Marian Shrine of Gratitude at some of the most difficult times in their lives. Many share beautiful stories of how the shrine helped them through tragedies and heartbreak, gave them hope and strength, and turned their tales into beautiful endings. This shrine is not only significant to the devoted, Speaker, it is important to all of us. At a time when the world seems particularly cruel and dark, our lives need more meaning, not less. We need more places that bring us together where we feel alone. Meaningful places should be protected, not shut down. Folks who have signed this petition are standing up to keep this shrine open. And Speaker, there are 1,355 signatures on this. I'm going to make it 1,356 and add my name to the petition as well, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. All in favor.
Speaker, can we get that recorded, please?
Okay, recorded vote. Recorded vote on receiving the petitions. Okay.
Just stand by, members, while we prepare the motion. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Speaker, the motion to receive the petition carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Thank you. Members, I will now review the order paper. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda items RM 8.7 review of the order paper. We have one deferred item today, DM 10.1, deferred from the July 19th and 20 meeting of City Council. We have four items before us today, EX 7.1, 7.2, CC 10.1, and CC 10.2. We also have five-member motions to consider. Mayor Chow has designated item CC 10.2 on immediate federal government support required for refugee claimants in Toronto as their first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item EX 7.2 urgently building more affordable houses as their second key matter and the second item of business. Members, I propose to do a run-through of all other items, including the member motions this morning. Any items not adopted during the run-through will be considered in agenda order once the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, we will now do the member motion run-through. Okay, just one sec. The city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheet for members' motion MM 10.1 and MM 10.5 has been posted with agenda item RM 8.7. So, members, are there any holds before we get to the motions, member motions? Councillor Holyday.
Just a point of order, Madam Speaker, it's hard to hear. I'm just getting used to this. The sheet that you mentioned was posted with number RM which? You just mentioned the summary sheet is posted with an RM item. Could you just repeat the number so we can hear it?
8.7.
So it's RM 8.7?
8.7, yes.
Thank you. 8.7.
Yes. So the financial impact summary sheet for members' motion MM 10.1, MM 10.5 has been posted with agenda item RM 8.7 review of the order paper.
Madam Speaker, the item is RM 10.6.
Sorry. I think it's a typo. It's number 6.
10.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have 10.5. Okay, 10.6. Okay, just one sec, please. Okay, we'll go to the members. Councillor Perruzza?
Speaker, I would like to hold DM 10.1, and I assume that also holds DM 10.6, correct? I don't know. I don't see a 10.6, but somebody said that there's a 10. I just want an opportunity to review the confidential documentation, Speaker. Didn't have a chance to do that. There are a number of reports. There's an addendum. There's a new one as well, and I just wanted some time to do that. That's why I'm holding it. What's 10.6?
Okay, it's just 10.1, Councillor Perruzza.
There is no DM 10.6. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so just 10.1.
Yeah. So you're holding 10.1.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Good.
Thank you. Are there any other items that want to be held? Just that one? Okay. Councillor Pasternak? Oh. It's an unusual agenda today. Okay, we're going through the members' motions now. MM 10.1. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2023 CC 8.23. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair, by the mayor and the clerk. All in favor to reopen? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 10.2, reopening and amending item PH 5.3, our planned Toronto recommendations on employment area conversion request, Chapter 7, site and area specific policy review. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2023, page 5.3, a two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. This motion has been deemed urgent by the mayor and the clerk. Revised motion was posted on August 31st. On favor of reopening, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 10.3. Amending item T 31.11, 8397 River Street and 2 and 4 Labette Avenue. Rental housing demolition application. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the mayor and the clerk. All in favor of the item? Opposed, if any, carried. All right, okay. Okay, all in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 10.4.
Madam Speaker, this is my item. Can we hold this down and deal with it after lunch?
You want to hold it down?
Yes, please.
Okay, first we have to waive referral.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on MM 10.4, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral.
Actually, I'd rather we just don't do that yet either. Can we do it after lunch, please?
Okay, we have to still vote to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Sachs, you want to hold the item down? Okay, Councillor Sachs. MM 10.5, request to consider heritage designation at 3100 Weston Road. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the mayor and the clerk. Communications have been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried.
Speaker, if I can just...
Do you want to hold the item down?
No, I don't want to hold the item down. I just want a recorded vote on the matter. This is the item to request and consider the heritage designation at 3100 Weston Road. Just a recorded vote, Speaker.
Okay, recorded vote on MM 10.5. You have to be on your seat until the vote is recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? How do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Crescenti, how do you vote, please? Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, the item has been dealt with. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion regarding the lunch recess.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If we could put the motion on the screen. I'm requesting that council support an adjournment for lunch about 10 minutes earlier than normal.
You have to turn your mic on.
It's
the mic
on.
is on. Sorry, I'll lean in. I'd like to ask council to adjourn for lunch 10 minutes earlier. Everyone has been sent an invitation on behalf of Councillor Cole and myself to invite them to a small and short Rosh Hashanah Jewish New Year event in Meeting Room B on the second floor. Because of time constraints, I'm just asking that we break for lunch 10 minutes early.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you're attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. We will now proceed to the consideration of our first item, CC 10.2. I do understand that there is a presentation.
Thank you, Speaker. There will be a brief presentation. We'll call up the slides and get those on the screen in just a second. I want to thank you for the opportunity just to share a brief presentation. The issue that we're going to speak to this morning and the issue that has arisen as an urgent matter for consideration of council today is the increasing pressure that we're seeing, particularly in our shelter system and across our community, due primarily to a huge increase in the number of people seeking refuge in this country and coming to this area of the country into Toronto. I'm presenting this morning because while the lion's share of this pressure is being felt in our shelter services, housing and administration area and the work that they do, and I want to acknowledge the tremendous work and the leadership of Gord Tanner and his team, this is an issue that is now seizing us across the organization. Folks in our social development, finance and administration area, and in particular our newcomer office, are engaged with community organizations. The city manager's office and our partnerships office has helped to facilitate donations and offers of support to come in from the community. And as always, our corporate real estate folks are always looking for areas that we can expand and provide the very necessary shelter, both for those who are refugee claimants and those who are not refugee claimants, but are seeking shelter on a nightly basis. If we go to the next slide to give you the numbers, the story of the shelter system in Toronto is that it is full. It has no additional capacity to support people experiencing homelessness, regardless of their circumstance. And as a result of that pressure, we have had to take extraordinary measures to free up space in other non-traditional settings. What you see on the screen here is information that shows that the shelter system itself is full at about close to 9,000 people. But an additional amount of people are being sheltered in hotels as they wait to enter the shelter system. And that is in the case of families, more than 300 families on our placement list, and that translates to nearly 1,000 people. The Red Cross, as part of our refugee claimant response and our ongoing response to Ukrainian travelers, is continuing to house a number of individuals in hotels within the Toronto area as well. In total, over 10,000 people on a nightly basis are being sheltered in one capacity or another, and this is not a sustainable solution in the long term. As we move forward to show some additional information for you when it comes to refugees, refugee claimants, and in our community, you'll see a tremendous increase over the last 2 years. In essentially exactly 2 years, we have gone from 537 people in our shelter system to over 3,300. Now, much of that was, of course, due to the fact that in September of 2021, the borders were still closed to travelers. As that opened, we expected a natural increase back to more historic levels of newcomers in our shelter system. But what has happened recently is much beyond anything that the City of Toronto has experienced in the past, and it continues unabated. In fact, in July, more than 1,400 people sought shelter in the City of Toronto as refugees, and we were only able to accommodate, as you can see on this slide here, just over 300. What also is occurring is that fewer and fewer people are able to move quickly from our shelter system into housing. However, if there is a bit of good news in this story, we expect that that will start to grow because we have, in a partnership that Council supported at its meeting in July, we have worked with the provincial government to create some new housing benefits under the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit Program. And we continue, as you will see in our report, to encourage Canada and the Government of Canada to come along and increase those housing benefits because they are a useful tool to help people leave the shelter system and find more permanent shelter. As we move to the next slide, what you will see is the corresponding situation in our shelter system, and it being full has led to two things. Those who are unmatched, as we call it on a daily basis, unable to find a shelter space, has grown exponentially from January of 2021. And the families on our placement list has also grown exponentially. Those are folks waiting to get into the shelter system, that 983 that was on a previous slide. If you look at the far left of this slide, you will see our overall shelter system data and our capacity, and you'll say, hey, it's flattened out. But as I say, our shelter system is full. We are having to use non-traditional areas to shelter people. It is expensive. It is not always the best situation for people who require refuge in our community. And so while it appears that our shelter system has plateaued, in fact, if we could access the space, that number would continue to grow. This following slide illustrates what I just described in terms of people leaving the shelter system into more permanent housing. It has dropped dramatically. We hope that number will go up with new housing benefits. And I think it is, again, a clarion call for why supports from other orders of government to help people move into permanent accommodation by making it affordable works. And it's not only for refugees that this works, it works for many people who are in our shelter system today. The funding for our refugee shelter system is one that requires, I think, just a couple of minutes of explanation. Because as you will see in both the information that we have brought forward and you will hear in reports in the community, the number continues to change. In one sense, you say, how can the number continue to change? In short, it changes because more and more people require that shelter, and it's placing more financial pressure on us as a city. At a base level, the City of Toronto has always funded 500 refugee shelter spaces in its system, and that is the green bar that you see. That was there many years ago, and it continues to be there today at an investment of around $34 million. Recently, you heard in July that the federal government committed to $97 million in funding in 2023, which would be the equivalent to about 1,500 shelter spaces dedicated to refugee claimants under their interim housing assistance program. This was welcome news, and you as council, and certainly we as staff, welcomed that investment because that program had been turned off as of March 31st, 2023. However, if you do the math, that gets us to 2,000 spaces. And as you see, we are many, many more above that. In fact, if you look at all the spaces where refugee claimants are being sheltered, it equals about 4,500. So now we begin to get into those additional funding pressures. the base shelter beds that are being accessed by refugee claimants on a night-by-night basis, the 250 additional beds that we made available in this summer at your approval as council because we needed to take action here at the City of Toronto. All totaled, it raises the projection for 2023 to close to $200 million. And in fact, if the current trends continue within our shelter system in 2024, the refugee pressure within our shelter system alone would represent an investment required of $250 million. 2023, 200, 2024, 250. As we move forward, it's important for me to acknowledge the work that we have been doing as the City of Toronto and the actions that we have been taking. They are actions that we have taken as staff in the normal course of providing shelter. They are actions that you have directed us to take in response to information that came forward earlier in the summer. And they are actions that our community is taking in the face of crisis. And on that front, I want to acknowledge and thank members of council who have not only been seized with this issue in a holistic sense, but for you as individual councillors who have been working with churches who have stepped up and are taking some of the responsibility and the pressure around this. I know that you have been working directly with those churches. I know you have been communicating with them and with our staff regularly, and we appreciate your work there as well. We have continued to scale our temporary response since the borders reopened. We have not closed our shelter system. We have expanded it. And if you look at the one slide, back about 2 years ago, we were just over 6,000 spaces. And today we're at about 9,000 spaces and sheltering over 10,000 people. We have not taken a hard response to this. We have tried to do everything we can. I've mentioned the additional beds that we opened recently to expand our system and the contributions to the, what we call affectionately COB, the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, that will help up to 1,350 households. It is today a partnership between the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario. And as you see in our report, we call on the Government of Canada to join that effort so that we can provide more of those housing benefits to more people. We have enhanced our Donate.to website to encourage Torontonians to not only provide goods and resources that can help those who are seeking refuge in our community, but actually offer an opportunity for us to match people with residential opportunities, housing units that are not a bedroom or a space within a house, but an actual rental unit that someone may say, this would be a great opportunity for me to help the situation in Toronto and bring people to a more permanent place to live. We've intensified our intergovernmental advocacy that has happened on the political side, and our thanks to the mayor and to all of you who have been working with elected officials, but it also is happening on the staff side through structured conversations with the most senior officials at the provincial and federal levels. I want to thank local churches who have stepped up. I know it has been a tremendous burden. I know at times it has not been a smooth approach to this, but their exercise and their efforts don't go unnoticed. Hundreds of people every night are being provided access to shelter and to food and to access to representatives from Immigration Canada as well as our own staff resources to help them make the transition quickly to a more permanent situation. And finally, we have been identifying throughout this exercise options that we believe the federal government as the lead on this initiative can be taking to further help the situation. They're summarized within the report and summarized on this next slide in terms of some of those actions that we think can be taken immediately. This includes looking at additional space. We, through our contacts, and again, it's the great work of our shelter folks, it's the great work of our corporate real estate partners, we've identified that within the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, there are about 500 spaces in hotels that are available. We hope that the federal government, as part of a coordinated regional response, would look at those opportunities to work with communities to find extra spaces so that we can provide a little bit of relief here directly in the City of Toronto and make sure that people are sheltered appropriately and not having to make that difficult choice about staying in an inappropriate space or, at worst, staying on the streets. We believe there's an opportunity, as I've mentioned a couple of times in this presentation, to do more on the Canada-Ontario housing benefit. While not an immediate action for those that are arriving in our community today, they are a response that can help free up shelter space as people who have become more stable in the shelters can look to move to permanent housing. We have talked to the federal government about whether it is time to consider the mobile health units which were made available and available during the crisis period of the COVID-19 pandemic to be available for us. We are coming very close to a cold and dangerous time of the year. As winter ramps up, we will need to make sure that those who may be forced to make that choice to stay on the street have access to a healthier place. We believe that one of the real first step responses to better managing this system overall is for a reception center, welcome house, however you want to describe it, to be created within Toronto, close to the airport, that would be federally funded in a partnership with a local community organization. We would suggest the Red Cross, who know how to do this, have done it many, many times, and were instrumental in helping us in the Ukrainian travelers, certainly the early part of that. But to set up this reception center that would provide temporary shelter, that would provide access to the supports that are required for people to get all of the information and the accreditation they need to start that search for work, to continue with their claims process, and to make sure that they are moving through that process as quickly and as swiftly as possible. We have tremendous partners who know what they're doing. We need a federally led response that will bring together the City of Toronto, that will bring together the Province of Ontario, that will bring together local resources in charitable organizations and other humanitarian organizations, and I believe we can make this happen. The final piece is that we believe that there's also an opportunity for organizations and other orders of government to look at the purchase of facilities and retrofitting them so we can further better provide a response to this crisis than moving people into inappropriate spaces or trying to find any space that's available on a night-by-night basis. And as you know from looking at our temporary hotel shelter program that we had to implement during the COVID-19 crisis, it is more expensive to look at those short-term leases than to have a physical location that's going to need to deal with an issue that is not disappearing anytime soon. We believe those types of identified opportunities would be a great place for a federally led response regionally to take place. And you've heard me say regionally a couple of times. When I talk to my colleagues and our staff talk to their colleagues in other municipalities in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, all are experiencing a pressure unlike they have ever seen when it comes to this issue. Now, their numbers are nowhere near the size of Toronto, but that would be expected. But their pressures and acute needs in their communities are just as strong. This cannot take place as a Toronto-only response. It needs to take place in a regional way. So today we brought forward a report to do two things. One is we need your blessing and approval to reimburse the expenses for some of the churches that stepped up in this summer. It is a one-time recognition of the tremendous effort that they've put in and the real cost that they've experienced over this summertime period. But the second is to encourage you as a body to work alongside the community organizations and all of our divisions within the city to call on a much more coordinated strategy to deal with this issue that's confronting us now and will continue to confront us for months to come. Thanks very much, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask, we're moving this today and we're sending these requests, but just so that Council knows how it might be received, your advocacy is weekly, almost daily. Is the federal government reaching out to us to track where refugee claimants end up? They certainly receive them at the borders, but are they reaching out to us and other municipalities to find out where the claimants end up?
So through the Speaker, yes, there's much more data sharing that's happening these days. In the early stages, it was a bit haphazard around how we were sharing that information. They're doing more to try and keep us informed about the volumes we can expect and what they're doing from a a visa perspective, which drives the numbers who come, and we are doing a better job of sharing information with them about what's happening in our community. But it's done community by community. We'd like to see a more coordinated response led by the federal government.
Right, right. So that's quite different compared with as recently as May and June. That's encouraging. So in adopting these recommendations today, this isn't a surprise ask at all then, because they know our struggle, but they also know roughly the numbers week to week to week.
So through the Speaker, not a surprise, and in fact, these have been things that have been discussed. I would say what we're doing today is calling on, there needs to be action, step up, organize this, make it happen.
Yeah.
If Toronto is asked to do these types of things alone, you can see the pressure. We simply cannot absorb any more of this cost without an understanding of how that's going to be reimbursed.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Speaker. Picking up on the role of welcome centers, is it accurate to say that historically in Canada and in this province, the federal government and the provincial government have worked to actually deliver welcome centers in all over in every region because of the movement of refugees? This is a point of landing, but they can be accommodated and be integrated anywhere in Ontario.
Through the Speaker, yes, and you're quite right. The province does play a role through transfer of resources from the federal government around asylum seekers, so there is a role for both orders of government within this as well.
This report indicates that we have a more willing partner, as we've already seen, in the federal government, but I think we have to remember that there is a role for the provincial government to play. In terms of the refugee-serving organizations, can you comment on what kind of relationship or capacity this entire sector has, what expertise it has in a partnership role in actually delivering the work that the city does and would do should this report be adopted?
So I'll start. I'm going to ask Gord to complete the thought with just what the pressures they're feeling, because Gord and his team talked to them. The capacity and the expertise of this sector is unparalleled. I've been around this work in other jurisdictions for a while. In Toronto, it's a step above. These folks know what they're doing and how to do it. I will say, though, they are stretched to their capacity. Everyone is saying this is a crisis, this is a larger than normal response. But Gord and his team is certainly talking to them daily. And Gord, maybe a quick word about what they're experiencing in terms of the pressures these days.
Yes, thanks, Paul, and through you, Speaker, to the councillor. Certainly the sector has been stepping up over the course of the last year and is working daily to try and be creative in terms of how to respond to this, both nonprofit organizations as well as refugee houses and, as was noted, a broad-based Black-led faith community groups across the city.
So the city wouldn't be able to, it's not acting alone. It actually is, we're talking about partnering with a robust sector that has expertise, because the refugees have needs beyond getting inside, being under a roof, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you just comment briefly, I think the public would like to know, how this creates a pathway for refugee claimants currently in Black-led churches to exit and to find themselves not on the street? What's the pathway that we would be building here?
Yes, so through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, the number of options we've listed in the report would create more capacity, likely not just in Toronto, but throughout the region, so that there would be a pathway out of these churches into places that are equipped, built with proper infrastructure and wraparound supports to support them.
And I believe my next question would be to Housing Secretariat, to Ms. Bond.
Okay, I'm going to put your timer on hold just a
Thank
sec.
you. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, on a point of privilege?
Councillor Perks.
Yes, on a point of privilege. I'm sure that the questions that Councillor Bravo is asking are important. Unfortunately, I can't hear them. Could we,
Is that better?
I don't think it's your fault. I'm wondering if the audio-visual staff or whomever is responsible,
I can't hear anything.
What Councillor Bravo is saying is important, I'm sure. I'd like to hear it.
Okay, we'll have staff investigate that, Councillor Perks. I think she has another. So Councillor Bravo, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My question is about, well, I just heard in answers that there is a pathway being created out of the black-led churches for refugee claimants currently there. One question that's been circulating in the community and that's of considerable interest is whether the time spent by refugee claimants in the black-led churches will accrue to the 3-month qualifying period for the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, or COB.
Through the Speaker, Abby Bond, Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, yes, we can confirm.
You can turn up your mic, I think.
Oh.
Volume.
No, the mic is on.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Well, maybe, might help if you sit down. Maybe if you sit down, it might help. Try that.
Okay, how about this?
Okay.
No. Okay, great. So I can confirm, yes, that the time spent in any churches or shelters does contribute to the 3-month period of time where we will intake people for the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit.
And just so I don't lose the spirit of my first questions, is it accurate that in this very robust refugee-serving sector, which meets a number of its needs, they will be part of the administrating partner, the referring partner to this, to be able to access the COB for refugees to continually exit into permanent housing?
Through the Speaker, yes. The partners we're working with, that Gord and his team are working with, are instrumental in that pathway, in enabling that pathway for people to move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti. You have to turn on your own mic.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. And I have to concur with some of the other councillors that have said this audio system is not as good as the one we had before. So I'm hoping you can hear me. I'll speak a little louder. So first of all, I just want to take the opportunity to thank you, Paul, and your team and your staff. I want to thank the Mayor's office for the tremendous work that you did in terms of supporting the very much unprecedented refugee crisis that we had up in Ward 1 on Albion Road. One of our churches, the Pilgrim Feast Church, including the landlord of that plaza, took in upwards of over 300 people at one point. It was, to say that it was overwhelming doesn't begin to describe the problem that we had. These are all people, human beings, people that need attention, people that need to be processed in our country in a respectable way, and that doesn't seem to be happening in that way. So to my question, Mr. Johnson, I gather you are in discussions with the federal government, correct?
Through the Speaker, yes, regularly.
Okay. And are these discussions on a regular basis? Are these discussions, include solutions to the problems that you witnessed up in Etobicoke North and amongst other parts of the city as well?
So through the speakers, yes, there's multiple levels of these conversations. There is operational levels which have helped in some cases make sure that the immigration and refugee staff from the federal government are able to better connect where people are, including the churches that have stepped up. And then there are escalation tables and executive tables where we are having the conversations about the broader strategy. I will say that that table is where things like how we're going to unlock funding, which we did see happen in the summer, occur, right, and where we're talking about this type of a strategy. But we need your continued help politically to ensure that we have your full backing to do that. So they happen at multiple levels. We're trying to make sure that on a day-to-day basis, the operations is smoother for the people affected. And at the more executive levels, trying to make sure that we have a strategy that doesn't have us playing out these quite frankly, unsustainable approaches in the long term.
All right, thank you for that. So let me just go back to the root of what is, I feel is the problem here, because I'm being asked this question on a very regular basis. So these individuals are being received at the border, correct? When they fly into our city at the airport. They're all being received there.
Through the speaker, yes, at some border crossing, yes.
All right. Are there any processes in place at the border to receive these people with a plan that guides them as to their next steps, where to go, and the commitment the federal government has to support them through that process for 6 months, a year, or whatever that time might be?
So through the speaker, there is not a process that is a good process, no. There are all sorts of things in place for people when they arrive. So to the second part of your question, yes, there are all sorts of programs and supports in place, including temporary work permits, the ability to access things like Ontario Works and childcare and education. The challenge is, on arrival, it is not a process and not a solution that works. It is why we saw a huge amount of tents and people sleeping outside at Peter Street, coming to our central intake, our place of accessing shelter, because that was just where you go. Arriving in communities because they heard there was a center in Peel region or York region or Durham or Hamilton that would accept people. So what we need is much more on the front end. There are programs, provincially and federally, that will help people in this transition. What we lack is that immediate first point of contact, which is why we're talking about the reception center model.
So Torontonians are very welcoming people. I've witnessed firsthand, and I've been to the Pilgrim Feast Church several times and seen the generosity of the people in that church and the volunteers and the landlords. And they're desperate. And again, I want to thank you for the immediate support we gave them financially and the motion on the table for additional financial support. So do we have a plan?
That was it, Councillor Crisanti, that
Right.
your time's up.
I'll try it differently later.
Yeah,
Thanks so
that's
much.
why you should ask your question.
Yep,
Yeah,
I get it.
okay. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I need to understand a little bit more about the $750,000. Is that being applied forward for services or backwards for services already provided?
So through the speaker, this is to reimburse costs to date. It is a one-time contribution for this, and we're trying very actively now to work at how we wind down these operations. One church no longer has anybody there, and we'll have to quickly work to make that. This is not an ongoing funding pool, and it is really to look backwards, and we'd be able then to track those costs and have those claims. But it goes beyond what we were able to, on an emergency basis, release last week, which was about $50,000 for a few of the congregations.
So this is very different than what I've seen in the past at council. We normally make agreements proactively with organizations to deliver services. Why are we looking backwards right now? Have we made commitments to these organizations?
So through the speaker, no formal commitments have been made. This is before you today because we feel that without this, we would have been in an even more dire crisis. And as a result, we're looking to reimburse what was being done in ways that the city, A, would not have been able to afford at the same level, and B, probably couldn't mobilize as quickly. We can't have this happen repeatedly. We are not setting this up as an ongoing approach, but this is a unique circumstance we felt and worthy of your consideration.
Okay, so that it's coming to us as a staff rec, that's important, but I really need assurance on the second part that we're not going to get into the habit of relying on charitable services and then coming back and sending money to them afterwards. Even if there is an informal, formal, no commitments, whatever, I don't know how we could sustain that. So am I hearing that this is a one-time only?
Through the speaker, yes, it is, one time only.
So the second question to that is, why on earth aren't we demanding that the federal government pay this money? Because in the very first recommendation, we make the case as to why the federal government needs to provide funding to the City of Toronto and all sorts of places, actually, to handle the influx of refugees. But at the same time, it's like kind of like slipping a $20 bill in someone's, like we're reimbursing the churches. I understand that. But don't the two work against each other? We're taking on the cost in the very same set of recommendations. So why are we doing that?
So through the Speaker, we certainly welcome an addition that say that we seek reimbursement from the federal government. We need to release these funds now, which is why the urgency, and they're not eligible for the programs that the federal government has opened up for us. But to your point about trying to recover it later, if possible, we'd certainly be open to that.
Okay, and so there isn't, and sounding like there isn't a place you can just go to the federal government and say, you know, this is the grant stream, please apply it to these organizations.
No, we cannot, through the Speaker.
Okay, and just again, just because I have a couple of seconds here, can you tell me what's changed? So there's always been refugee programs in Canada. The pandemic certainly changed the numbers, but the numbers were not like this pre-pandemic. What has changed that would cause all of this to happen in Toronto and other municipalities?
So through the Speaker, two things. The more pressing piece is a global dynamic of movement. It is estimated that there is about 1 billion people on the move around the world. And so the movement of people from countries and fleeing situations is more acute than it has been in the past, and it's not from a single source. So we've seen waves before and welcomed and had programs around Syrian refugees or Afghan refugees before. This is a more broad-based approach. The second is a practical application of some new policies or the clearing of a backlog of visas that has led to a higher number of people potentially seeking refuge here as well. So those two combinations factor into the higher than average numbers. You're quite right. We expected the number not to stay at 500, but to go back to traditional levels. It's blown through that by about 2,000 people each night.
Okay, last question is really quick. It's either you or Mr. Tanner. You've got some data in here that I don't think I've seen before, which are the numbers of refugees in the shelter system, like a proportion. Can you continue to get me that information?
So through the Speaker, yes, Gordon now collects that on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly in our federal system, when there's gray areas, and we're going to be getting into this a little later in the meeting, there's division of responsibilities. Now, what we're hearing in some quarters at the federal level is that unplanned arrivals and the housing of them is actually provincial jurisdiction, and that planned arrivals are federal jurisdiction. Is that a correct assumption? Are we getting the right messages out of both the federal government and the provincial government?
So through the Speaker, and I'll ask our team if they have any other information they can add to it, but yes, there is a responsibility for the provincial government. The asylum seeker piece is a responsibility provincially that has a transfer from the federal government that is attached to it. If anybody else wants to add anything, Gord, you can.
Thanks, and through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I'd only add that the federal government has run a program called the Interim Housing Assistance Program for many years that we've used to actually reimburse our incurred costs on this file. It was just recently ended and now has reappeared to support us, but we have traditionally relied on the federal government to support us for these costs.
So is there any substance in saying we should be going, I don't know how you possibly classify unplanned arrivals versus planned arrivals. The paperwork and the tracking would be way beyond the city's capacity. This is mostly a federal ask. Should we be going after the province for these so-called unplanned arrivals?
Through the Speaker, I think by calling on the federal government to coordinate a regional approach, it's also, for them to have that conversation provincially. They do fund the provinces directly. We are not a party to that. There's no transfer that comes to the municipality except, as Gord states, under this interim housing program for any type of role in this. We believe the federal government has the lion's share of the responsibility to organize this. Yes, there is a role for the provincial government to play, but I think our call is for the federal government to step up, plan this, and have the provincial government follow their lead.
So we saw during the spring and summer informal shelters rise to the occasion, certainly faith-based groups, churches, and so forth. Yet, after the initial euphoria, there's a lot of costs involved. And while the Red Cross seems to be has a formal agreement with the City of Toronto and seems to be fully compensated for its efforts, we don't see that with the religious institutions, the churches in particular. Is there anything in place where we could get an accounting of their costs and then relay those costs to the federal or provincial government to compensate these church groups for the work that they did?
So through the Speaker, yes. I mean, the approval before you, or the request before you, is the approval to spend up to that, because I don't have that authority, and nor do any other staff. But we will absolutely have paperwork that would be able to be submitted to the federal government for potential reimbursement.
The Tabernacle, I guess the Revival Tabernacle Church in my ward said that housing the refugees cost them $200,000, and the city gave them $50,000. So, what is their recourse? Do they come after the city? Do they come after the federal government? Do they fundraise?
So through the Speaker, for 3 churches, we made an emergency investment because some were actually going to have problems feeding people in the last week or so. That was at a level that we knew was below their actual costs. We will be working, and that's the request for the $750,000, is that we'll be working with folks on what the true cost of that was, documented, and therefore we'll be able to fully ascertain what those costs were and provide a contribution towards that from the city that would be beyond the $50,000.
I guess one of the things that we've had over the years, and I'll ask very quickly, in our refugee policy is sponsorship and, of course, family reunification. When those arrangements fall apart upon arrival, people are looking for shelter. Is there any way for restitution over those who've made those commitments for sponsorship or family reunification to live up to their obligations?
That was your last question.
To sponsor newcomers here, or is that a federal enforcement issue?
So I'm going to have to turn to our team, Speaker, to see if anyone has an answer to that. If not, we'll get that answered for you offline.
The federal government's responsibility is to follow up on that and to work with the sponsors directly to help with the situation. There's no way for us to assist in that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Speaker, to the City Manager. So in your presentation today, you mentioned that it costs $200 million in 2023 to house refugees, and will cost $250 million in 2024. And so my question is, well, also two. So the federal government this year gave the City of Toronto $97 million to cover the cost of refugees here in the city. And there's a gap of $103 million that's still missing, of course. They were very clear when they gave that money that it wasn't their intention to provide any more. So my question to you is, what contingencies does the city have in place if that money doesn't materialize?
So through the Speaker, the only contingency we have at the moment is to draw from the stabilization reserve. And as you know, the pressures on all of those reserves is big on a bunch of fronts. So it's very concerning in 2023 and even more worrying as we go through to 2024.
I think it's important that you said that out loud so the public and others can hear that, because again, we are in a dire state. My next question is to the General Manager of SSHA. So in the presentation today, we house 10,244 people a night. That is quite an increase from 2021 to now. So we've been saying for over a year now that our shelters are completely full. What is the city's plan over the next year if the provincial and federal government do not provide us with any aid? And again, as you know, Mr. Tanner, I have struggled with encampments in my ward. And I am concerned that if we don't look forward to deal with this, that, more of our parks will have encampments. So, it's an important question. What plan do we have in place if the feds and the province do not come to the table?
Thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor, we are as concerned as you are with some of the comments you make. Certainly, each day staff make very difficult decisions on the scarce shelter resources that are available to determine who gains access to those spaces, whether they come from an encampment, whether from the TTC, or whether they're refugee claimants that are new to the country and seeking space. We certainly will have a plan going into this coming winter, which will expand the number of shelter options for individuals, and we'll be coming to council, committee and council with an update on that in a couple of cycles from now. But certainly we are very concerned that if we do not get additional support from the federal or provincial governments on this file, we'll continue to see additional people in our parks and on the street in dire need of shelter.
And I want to pick up, through the speaker, I want to pick up on a question that Councillor Crisanti brought forth. It's the refugees in the churches. So we know that those refugees are very quickly leaving the churches. My question is, where are they moving to? And are we as a city supporting those who are leaving the churches? Because I would hope, I really hope that these people who are leaving the churches don't end up on the streets of Toronto again.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, it's a very dynamic situation. We have assisted one of the churches, Revival Time Tabernacle, move about 82 people out of that location last week into other prioritized space in the shelter system to support them. But we still have 400 people at a couple of other community churches, and people continue to arrive. We're doing our best to support those faith-based organizations with what they need, and as additional spaces become available, we'll do our best to prioritize people at those sites to come into the shelter system or to move to another region that may have some shelter space. But it's an active situation on a daily basis that my team looks at on a 24/7 basis.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And my colleagues have done an excellent job asking a number of the questions that were on my mind, and I thank them for that. I just have a few follow-up questions. Thank you for the presentation. And my first question is, following on Council's direction in July, and the comprehensive, account of the actions that we have taken as a city to address the refugee housing crisis in our city, can you share with us one or two actions to respond to that crisis that have been the most impactful and the most meaningful that the recommendations in this motion are specifically building on?
So through the speaker, I think very meaningful was we needed to get back to having a route for people to find permanent housing. And so the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit is a great tool for that. Historically, it has been a very important tool for refugees. And that's before this crisis over the last few months. So this is a great tool, and I think that's one that's going to have impact. I get it for people that arrive today, there's a period of time, but don't forget we've got lots of people that are in the shelter and have been there for a few months. And I think the other piece is just the ongoing work that our staff team and community-based organizations are doing to expand shelter spaces. So we got 250 spaces. We found ways to make sure that the revival time closure didn't result in people coming back to the streets outside of Peter Street or somewhere else in our community. And I'll also say that our other surrounding municipalities are stepping up, and that's part of the response as well. There are hundreds of more people in areas like Peel Region and Durham and in Hamilton than there were a couple months ago. So this regional thing is happening naturally. We need it to be a bit stronger. So I think finding that extra space so that people don't end up on the street is critical, but the housing benefit has been really instrumental.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And one of the questions that has been on my mind is, since the July meeting, we have seen, and even at that meeting, saw the dramatic shift, the powerful way that Black-serving Black churches and organizations had stepped up in supporting folks who were in crisis through this situation that we're in. And can you share a little bit more about what this experience has taught the city about how, as we move forward, we strengthen those partnerships in order to respond better to what we're seeing as an issue that is going to be one that we're going to be grappling with for a while?
Well, through the speaker, I think we've learned, again, the tremendous informal and formal networks that can support responses like this. This one came upon us so quickly that we didn't do it in as planful a way as we might be able to do in the future, and I think that's one of the big learnings that we have. I think we need to build on these partnerships, probably a little less about the space, because it's really not the most appropriate space to be sheltering folks, but the support mechanisms and the help in moving people forward, but also giving good information to our staff and the community-based organizations about how best to respond to the needs is something that is invaluable. People are coming from all over the world. As I say, it's not a single point of entry that this wave we're experiencing. So I think that knowledge of the cultural norms and some of the best way to support people is helpful. The last thing I'll say is it is once again demonstrated how our staff, community organizations, and informal networks can work together. We have staff every day situated in some of these locations to help. The federal government, to their credit, has staff coming regularly to help people move forward. And our formal settlement services are also helping in the best way they can. So again, once again, it's one of those issues that sometimes you have a problem and you don't even know if you have the resources. This is a problem and a challenge where I know we have the resources. We need leadership from the proper order of government to come in, and we need the financial tools in order to make sure that all of those great supports can work in concert and deliver good results.
Sorry, and thank you very much for that response. And my final question is a return to the numbers. I know we've had a few questions about that. I just want to hear very clearly how the city, through the deployment of the $97 million for the interim housing assistance program, refugee funding, compares to the estimated $200 million funding that we need to spend this year that you've laid out in this report. Can you give us a sense of, the trajectory of that funding, how it compares to what was required in the immediate crisis response, and what we're seeing as we go forward in a way that our communities and the folks who have been very concerned about this issue are able to share an understanding with us about.
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, I know people hear about an investment of $97 million, which I'm not discounting at all. But remember, that is about half of what we're requiring for 2023. And that one-time commitment, and it was one time, is not ongoing. So in 2024, we are going to be precisely back into this situation where even with an investment of $97 million, and we don't get too many of those days where you just get $97 million committed on that quickly, the challenge is our need far outstrips that. And that's why we're continuing to just stress that this response has to take into account the reality. This is not a projection for what we would wish to open or wish to respond to. This is the reality of what we are responding to. Those costs are to use a capital analogy, sunk costs. We already have that pressure. So thanks that the tank is a little fuller than it was when we started this issue. But the reality is we're going to need much more this year and in future years to deal with it.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Through the speaker, what is the current level of coordination that's happening between levels of government to support the influx of refugees? Maybe that's something for Gord or Abby. I don't know, Gord. Are there any roundtables? What kind of coordination is happening?
So through the speaker, it's at a variety of levels. I'll start with my level, and then Gord can talk more about what's happening on the ground. So when this crisis, started to materialize a number of months ago, I reached out to the deputy minister provincially and federally responsible for immigration and said, we need a table where we can talk about potential solutions that go directly into their offices and to their ministers, and that is happening. So I do need to give credit to that those conversations mean that we have less think time and less delay time in terms of getting good information there. But what has also happened over the last number of months is a much stronger on-the-ground relationship, particularly between the federal programs and our own. So Gord or Vera, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Paul, and through the speaker to you, Councillor. Regular meetings with federal operations staff at IRCC and coordinating visits to a variety of locations of their operational staff, and then regional meetings regularly with our partners in the GTHA.
That's great to hear. And what is the current cost for a refugee in our base shelter system per night?
Through the speaker to you, it would range by the program that they're in, but it could range between $60,000 and $80,000.
So is that, I think previously it was calculated somewhere around $200 to $250 per night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the cost for community-based refugee housing per night? Has a calculation been done there when they?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, it would be considerably cheaper. The refugee houses I couldn't speak to, but some of the refugee serving organizations that provide shelter, you'd be more in the range of $100 and $150 per night.
I've actually heard $70 per night. And so how can we expand the number of faith and community-based organizations hosting refugee transitional housing? Is there a pathway or a plan to expand capacity or even develop new faith communities and community organizations to plant their own refugee transitional housing?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, certainly with the resources that we have in our budget, we're always looking to partner with, new organizations, nonprofits, and this is certainly a sector that the demand indicates there's more need. We will be coming forward to Council with a larger capital plan in the coming months, and there could be opportunities over future years as we open more shelters to support a broader base group of community organizations.
I think given the cost and the percentage that refugees are taking in our base shelter system, it would be great to have a pathway. And would that require federal funding to support the expansion of capacity and develop new programs that are community-based?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly I think, again, needs to be an all level of government response, certainly led by the federal government.
And are there any predictions about the growing influx of refugees, which will be important for us for all levels of government to consider in 2024 budgeting?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I mean, certainly we don't expect the flow of individuals to stop any time in the near future based on the city manager's comments, the number of people moving around the world, geopolitical issues, climate change. But we also would like to work with the federal government to come up with those predictions so we can do some better planning as we move forward.
So is it then correct to say that there currently is no projection for next year's refugee arrival?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we haven't received that kind of prediction or modeling from the federal government currently, no.
So we have here things that are dealing with the urgent of what is happening right now, and that is definitely a crisis. But how can we prepare our city and work with other levels of government for what we all believe will be a greater influx next year.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
So thanks for that question. Through the Speaker, in one sense, you've already charged us to do that, and we're working on it. This council agreed that we need to separate our system and have a system that's based on the partnerships you talk about in a different cost structure and a different approach for refugees, and we need to work towards that as a system that will support those seeking refuge in our city. So we're working on that plan. I think what this has highlighted is that that work needs to be done as expeditiously as possible so that we can provide you with the information about what that system looks like. Right now, there are too many people having to seek shelter within a system that's designed for another group of people experiencing homelessness. We need to separate that so we can get better cost control, but also we can provide better outcomes. And you've given us the direction to do that, and we continue to work on it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Johnston. There's 1 billion people that are migrating around the world at the moment, and I think it's been stated that more and more people are expected to come here. It appears that there's a gap between, I guess, the federal government and us as a city in terms of our requests asking for funding. We received $97 million, and we're asking for $200 million. I recently heard Mr. Fraser indicated that they had given, the federal government given Canadian government given $97 million to the city, and in fact, as far as he was concerned, that was the amount of contribution. I'm trying to rationalize the 2023 ask of $200 million. How do we expect the government to acquiesce to that number? Do we have a mechanism in place now where they agree that this is how we chart the number and the calculation so that they would agree? Because it's very confusing.
So through the Speaker, I mean, for a number of years, they've had a program that worked fairly well in terms of the interim housing assistance program. That is well documented. Our folks know how to work with it. And over time, it's paid for about 95% of our expenses. The challenge is they've stopped the program March 31st. They reinstated it. But for all of Ontario, there's $212 million. For Toronto, 97. So our continued conversation is to say, here are the real numbers. And I think, Councillor, to your point, it's the real numbers. These are not projections. These are not things we might open. These are not things we're projecting in November. These are people that are there today. We will continue to send them the real numbers, which will far exceed $97 million.
Fair enough. I guess to Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner, had the black churches not intervened in this very challenging situation of addressing the refugees, what would have happened to these individuals? And the second part of my question is, what is the mechanism that's actually in place to help to deal with refugees coming in? Because it appears that there is a differential for the treatment of black refugees versus other types of refugees. I'm wondering, is there a mechanism or is there a differential in terms of how people are being treated on our streets in the City of Toronto?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, to answer your first question, I mean, you know, we owe many thanks to Black-led organizations, nonprofit, faith-based organizations that really stepped up and supported individuals that were on the street outside Peter Street. And I could imagine that some of those individuals may still be street involved if that intervention didn't happen.
Fair enough.
You know, when we're looking at this file, many of the individuals we're seeing arrive in the city are from West and East Africa and are black individuals that are making up the population, and certainly that's something we need to pay close attention to, and working with black-led organizations to support them.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Mr. City Manager, I'll ask you these questions, and perhaps Mr. Tanner can add in. I'm just wondering the role of the business community. It appears to me that many people who are coming as refugees actually have skills and skill sets, and they need accreditation and so on. I'm just wondering, what is the mechanism that we actually have in place to help and deal with that? And I'll ask you the second part of the question because it's taken a long time for the answers. In recommendation 2B, you talk about the agreement with the churches and organizations and so on. You talk about the selection for compensation at the satisfactory, determination of the general manager. How do you make those particular decisions? What are those criteria? Because of the question that was asked by Councillor Holliday, you have a pre and post consideration because they started without a plan, without any funding in place. Now we have to now justify the funding. How do you make those particular decisions, and what are the criteria that you're utilizing, please?
Sure. To your first point through the speaker, there is a tremendous role that the business community can play, and in fact, other communities can play as they welcome people in for job opportunities and job match. The provincial government does have a strong program that encourages people to skill build. There is, between the federal government and provincial government, lots of programs around language skills and the ability to build those skills so that people can be employment ready. What we need to do is stop fighting the fires of these crises and stop dealing with people in church basements so that we can get to the actual movement of people into permanent housing, into jobs, and help them through their claim process so that we can get to the other side of that. That's what's lacking. To the second point, our support for these congregations will be based on a criteria of the provision of that shelter space and the food and those immediate needs that you might see in our shelter programs. And we will try and be as precise as we can, given the uniqueness of this situation. And I understand it would have been better to set this up in advance and deal with it. We simply couldn't. We're going to go back, but it really is for those provision of emergency services. There will have to be a demonstration of exactly how they came up with those costs. So I know some have said, our cost is X. There will be much more due diligence done on a one-on-one basis with those congregations to see how we can match that. But it will be an equal approach to looking at those emergency costs and the rehabilitation costs of their space, which has not been suitable for shelter. So there's been some damage.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Speaker.
you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Toronto is really in a crisis situation. We are also a city that are built by refugees. And around the turn of century, when we were called York, we had 30,000 people living here and 50,000 Irish refugees escaping hunger, famine, arrived to Toronto, York at the time. And the people there opened up their arms and against their own health, because some of the folks there had any number of health challenges. And they settled and they built a city. And successive wave of immigrants arrived, and I actually started my political career because of the refugees from Southeast Asia. At that time, it was called the Boat People. And again, the city of Toronto and the federal government opened up our arms. And I remember my first job, actually, was a federally funded program called the Toronto Interagency Network Partnership, creating friendship families to connect the refugees at the time and the people that are Torontonians, and there were a lot of generous ones. And recently, the federal government acted swiftly to provide the needed support when the Russian aggression against Ukraine forced millions out of their homes. They paid the Red Cross to provide a reception center. They provided funds for us in the city for hotels at the time, and we're still paying that right now. And then we know recently, we have a different waves. On May 29th, Uganda's president signed into law an Anti-Homosexuality Act, on top of many other acts that he has already signed. And I know people that left that country because their lives were in danger. And I introduced one of Christopher, that was here when I became the mayor formally on this same council chamber. On August 30th, Nigerian police raided an alleged gay wedding, arresting 67 people. And that law in that country would imprison people for up to 14 years. So we have refugees coming out of Africa, whether in other countries, leaving violence, war, famine, climate change crisis, anti-homophobic laws, and they're here. And what have we done as a city? We've tried our best. We've opened up more shelters, we book hotel rooms, we are paying churches, we are supporting them, we have staff in churches. Yes, we're very grateful for the churches that have stepped up. But what we can't do is to ask the churches, they're volunteers. They've already volunteered their labor. They need some funds to buy food. They are cooking the food, but they at least need grocery money and many other items. So in this report, there is a request to support the churches and the volunteers. If you add all of that up, it's close to $1 million already. And I'm firm belief that it is the responsibility of the federal government, whether it's paying the churches or stepping up, matching the funding for the Canada-Ontario housing benefit dollars, excuse me, and or provide, and on top of that, providing the extra $103 million this year in order for the City of Toronto to continue to house the refugees. Some of you have asked the question, why did we get $97 million? Where did that money come? Where did that figure come from? It came in spring. It was at that time $97 million. When I first came as a new mayor, that was the figure that I heard. But already immediately at around that time, we needed close to 200 because we are projecting to the end of the year. But the federal government never asked me or any council members or our city manager, who so eloquently, about an hour ago, lay out our needs. Our staff have worked day and night trying to meet the needs. The pressure is intense. They are stressed because they want to help. But as you know, in the coming items, we are $1 billion already in the budget hole. Okay? We are running a deficit. How are we going to be able to serve these refugees properly? And thank God for these churches. If not, yes, they will be on, these refugees claimants will be on the street. Will they be on the street come winter? I don't know. We cannot answer that question. Our staff cannot answer the questions. That question depends on whether the federal government would step up and do what it needs to do and not shirk its responsibility. These are refugees claimants. They never asked the City of Toronto what is their need. When they closed the border over in Quebec, refugee serving agencies already said that they predicted that there will be a flood of refugees coming elsewhere across Canada, especially in Ontario. Sure enough, and thank you for allowing me for a few more minutes to just finish what I'm saying. Yes, they are arriving. Did we get consulted about the refugees policy? No, that is not. We are just seeing people on the street. In the past, a third of the refugees in spring, a third of the people in our shelters are refugees. You know what? It's going to be half. very soon. Right now, it's close to half already, meaning 5 out of 10 people in our shelters are refugees, and paying for it by our property tax, which is it can't be done in the long term. Yes, we will step up. We'll do what we can. But I urge members of council to take this wonderful presentation, probably take that recording of the presentation, factual, clear, and give it to our new immigration minister, Mark Miller. Minister Miller needs to hear this. Your member of parliament, every one of you, have a member of parliament that belongs to the government, needs to hear what are the calls of the refugees that are sleeping on church basement. I saw a family, a pregnant mom with one son, very pregnant. I don't know whether she'll had the baby by now, hopefully so. In that church, they had to find an office, a church office that belongs to probably the minister, for her and her husband to stay in, because she can't be part of the church basement where all the mattresses are side by side, right beside each other with no gaps. And that church is 100% full with 250 refugees. And can they get moved out to a hotel right now? No, because there's no money to do so. We can't find those hotels. We found the hotels, but at the outside city of Toronto. We can't ship them there. That's not responsible. Besides, we don't have the money. So here's a plan, very clear plan, to say to the federal government, this is what we need. And then the second piece is, this is our responsibility, this is what we will do. And I just want to commend the staff, because they are working hard, and all those volunteers that have stepped up, very generous Torontonians through Donatio, through the churches that are opening up their hearts and their wallets in many cases in supporting these refugees claimants. And to answer one last question about what can the business community do, step up, push the federal government to expedite people's work permit, because they want to work. They want to work, but they can't. It's not legally possible for them to work. And when they arrive on the streets of Toronto, we need to have access center for them, so that the refugee serving agencies can refer them to the legal ways to get their permits. Thank you, Madam Speaker, to allow me to speak on this item.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. There's two motions. The first is to ask the city manager to publish regular data on shelter client origin on the city's webpage, including the numbers of refugees, those that recently arrived from places outside of Toronto, in Canada or internationally, and those that cannot be determined. And the second motion, although it looks really long on the screen, it says it amends motion number 2 from the staff that just says that we first request the federal government to provide funding to reimburse up to $750,000. And if the federal government fails to provide that, then we would act on the staff recommendation. So I just wanted to talk about motion B a little bit. I have to say, and I think it came out of my questions, I'm not comfortable with the way that this recommendation has come forward to City Council. It's an after the fact, and I think it's a habit we have to be very careful not to enter into. You know, ideally we would like people to come to council first and seek the money and then execute on that. Do I think that the churches probably found the most, or provided the most cost-effective way to put a roof over people's heads? Probably. And I have a high degree of trust in our Toronto Public Service that this recommendation has been brought to us and it's appropriate. The deeper issue I've got, though, is how it reads against the other recommendation in the report, and more importantly, in the backdrop of the other conversation we're going to have at this City Council meeting, which is about city funding, city's financial plan, and how city deals with so many services that belong to other governments. And so I think it's really important that we send that message that the shelter system and the growth of the shelter system, which is really what this is proceeding on an unsustainable path for the City of Toronto. We just cannot keep up with the influx and the demands on the system. And we're making that case. We're making that in the recommendations today and in other ones today, that we are looking to the other government to take up their responsibility. Because right now, we are bailing them out. And so I hope, members, you will support this, because I think it's really important that City Council ask them to pay the bill first before we look to property taxpayers to pay the bill. And otherwise, understand that this has been brought forward by the staff. I think I might have taken a different look at it if it had been brought forward as a political motion from a member of council. But it's been brought to us, and they've been working with these organizations, I see, for some time, and this is what they've asked for. So if there's any questions on this, I'll take them, but thank you for allowing me to speak, Madam Speaker.
Do have a question. Councillor Bravo, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I'm not used to turning my mic on. I'm wondering if you had a time frame in mind in terms of repayment by the federal government, because as you're aware, right now, Black-led churches and communities are actually shouldering the burden of the cost and are out of pocket.
No, I understand, and it is an important principle that we first request the federal government to reimburse this money. How reimbursement works, I'm not going to get into the mechanics of it, and I get the urgency, but the principle has to remain that it is the responsibility of the federal government to pay for these issues. If not, we are simply diluting the argument that we're putting before them today.
Yeah, I do understand that, and I would argue it's also a provincial responsibility, and the province has a
Perhaps.
$22 billion surplus. Well, it has been historically for inland refugee claimants. But the question I have is, what are we talking about? 5 days, 10 days? The House of Commons comes back, what, September 18th?
That's something you'd have to ask the federal government. Again, if we're not asking them to pay, then we're undermining our own argument by bringing this money forward ourselves.
So what I'm trying to
We are in
understand...
turn expanding the shelter system through this. But we have to remain principled on this to ask them to take up the responsibility.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with the principle that is the other orders of government that are responsible for providing shelter and housing to refugees. What I'm asking is, for how long, what's the deadline here? Because it's also immoral and unsustainable that in a city that has made commitments to combat anti-Black racism, we've allowing for Black-led churches, Black communities to shoulder the burden of
Councillor
giving
Bravo,
shelter
your
to
question,
refugees.
please.
Well, I don't think this motion says anything about demanding that others shoulder the burden. And I'm just concerned, you said the word commitment in there, and I didn't hear that there was a commitment made on this money. And if there is, then this is very concerning, then it's totally out of order. But
So I'm wondering if you would be able to say what's the deadline. So we asked the federal government to pony up the money.
Right.
Right, first. So is it an ask that's out there for 5 days, 6 months, forever?
I couldn't tell you how fast they can cut a check, but I'm sure they can cut one quick if they try.
So what's
and in
quick?
particular
Give us
for
an
people
idea
that
of
need
quick.
the money.
Last question, thank you. Councillor Crisanti, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion, please.
I understand what you're trying to do, Councillor, and I know that you understand that there is an urgency here, because I have that urgency in my own ward, where I have upwards of 300 refugees there now that are being looked after by very generous people in the church and landlords. So we need this money today. But notwithstanding your question to the federal government, you're still saying that, you know, you're okay with the request for the $750,000?
Well, I think City Council should be making that request so that the motion's published. We'll vote on it in a few minutes. If somebody wants to make a call to the federal government, great. Ask them if they'll pay. If the answer is no, then we know what the next step is. So, you know, I just think if we don't maintain a principled approach to considering the pressure put on our shelter system, we undermine our own arguments. Why on earth would the federal government do any of the other stuff that's in this report if we're just going to do it anyways?
Okay, so you said that we know what the next step is.
Okay, can I have quiet, please, in the council chambers?
So we know what the next step is. The next step is to ask the federal government, correct?
Right, and so we'll take a vote in a couple of minutes.
Or not to ask federal government, to approve the motion by staff.
Well, as soon as the motion passed, that's City Council asking for that money. I mean, I'd be happy for a friendly amendment if you want to have the city manager phone the minister's office or the deputy minister's office, you know, to figure out what their response is. If it's that urgent, for sure. But, you know, the principle is the principle in the motion. You either agree with it or you don't.
Okay. I would think the city manager is already speaking to the federal government about this. Anyway, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Speaker, I want to start off by saying a big thank you to staff. I mean, you can't say thank you enough. You know, I've been here for 9 months as a councillor, and I see the heavy lifting that they do each and every day. And just to serve our members, our city, our citizens here in Toronto. So the work they do is very hard, very important, and I just want to say thank you to them before I start my comments, even though that's part of my comments. Anyways, so the federal government has been quick to spend billions of dollars on humanitarian aid, you know, globally. And as a Canadian, I actually support that. I think it's important and it should continue. But we do have a humanitarian crisis here in our own country, and more specifically here in our own city. And we've seen that, you know, this past year, this past summer. And of course, it's of great concern to me. And again, we also have seen that people are used as political pawns. You know, some say, oh, it's an asylum seekers, therefore it's a provincial responsibility. It's a refugee situation, therefore it's the federal government's responsible. And of course, the City of Toronto is caught in the middle, right? And people look to us for direction, and we always come through, even though we have no money in the bank. But, so again, this is all part of the conversation we're having today, but it's important to have those conversations. And of course, we have noticed, and some of my colleagues have alluded to it as well, that the way Europeans are treated who come here as refugees is different, very different from those who come from African countries. And we see that loud and clear on the streets of Toronto this past summer. And it is very, very shameful. And, you know, as a Black person standing in this chamber, it's important that I mention that out loud. And I do hope that going forward that, you know, we can get ahead of this and that both the province and the federal government will support the City of Toronto, because we are in this together. You know, we are a country of immigrants. You know, people come here, they want to start their lives, build a life here, you know, raise their kids here, and contribute to Canada as a whole, which I think, you know, is a success story for all of us. It's my success story, right? And I could speak to it in the first person. So it's important that, you know, we do the right thing, you know, when it comes to people who come here to live here, to start their lives here. So I'm also happy to see that included in 2B here is reimbursing the churches. And again, thank you to the Black leaders in our city who who also did the things that we should have done as a city, and they housed these Black refugees into their church basements and provide them with whatever supports they needed. So I think, it is the right thing to do that we also reimburse them for the costs that they incurred over that period of time. So I'm in full support of all the recommendations brought forth by staff here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can you please shut off your mic? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've said it here in our chambers before, and I will repeat myself again. In a city like ours, we should be able to welcome people fleeing persecution and looking for a better life. We've heard it over and over again in our conversation here today, in the questioning, in the debate, and through the motions that have been put forward, and especially the one that is coming to us building on the work that has been done so far. The City of Toronto should have the resources committed by the federal government and, as was mentioned, the provincial government to do this, and it is unacceptable and continues to be unacceptable that this is not the case. Not so long ago at the July Council meeting, the Council took steps to address these concerns. However, we have seen and we have heard very clearly that so much more work is needed to ensure that everyone doesn't just have a roof over their heads, but that they have a path to imagine a future in Toronto where they can thrive. And this motion builds on the work that has been done so far in responding to this immediate crisis, the lessons that we have learned in these last few months, and the scale of the crisis that we know is going to continue to confront us as a city and as communities and neighborhoods. And let's make no mistake, we are facing a crisis, and all levels of government have a responsibility to come together and work together to solve it. The federal government must step up. We will continue to be the strongest advocates in that call. Toronto does not have the resources alone to fulfill the responsibilities of other levels of government. More shelter spaces, a desperately needed reception center, housing supports, and a structure for necessary community partnerships to meet the scale and urgency of this crisis are more crystal clear to us than ever, and we need to keep going, to keep moving in the direction of what we have begun. And we need a regional response alongside other municipalities, and I'm deeply heartened to hear that that work is making such tremendous progress with the province and the federal government at the table and on notice. While the city has taken the action that it can, and we will continue to, we need to have our partners step up and follow through on their commitment, not just to Canada's refugee population, but to all of our communities and our neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak, 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I know that the federal government's been referred to a lot, and the provincial government's been referred to a great deal in this motion, rightfully so. But I think we as councillors have a significant role to play here. And that is, we all have mirror partners in our ridings, in our wards, and they are the 25 federal MPs, 25 provincial MPPs. I know what I've done is I've confronted them face to face at public events. I've said to them, I won't change the wording a bit, but I said, you represent the same people I do. You represent the City of Toronto. Why aren't you speaking up for these incredible challenges that the City of Toronto has? Why aren't you demanding that something be done to help the refugee crisis in Toronto? Why aren't you confronting your caucus members? And I've confronted even the Minister of Finance. I confronted her on Good Friday at the St. Francis procession. I know Mayor Chow was there. And I confronted the Minister of Finance, and I said, you just announced a budget of billions of dollars, and there's nothing in it to deal with the refugee crisis and the fact you won't pay your bills. Why aren't you doing something about it? I told her right to her face. And I confronted the Minister of Housing, Ahmad Hussein, and I said to him, you should know something about housing. Why aren't you doing something about housing? I confronted Julie Dershowitz, the member from Davenport, face to face. And I said to her, Julie, wake up. You represent Toronto. We need help, especially on this refugee crisis need. That's your responsibility. Why aren't you challenging your caucus members? Why aren't you challenging your cabinet? So the point I'm trying to make is we have sent many motions, hundreds of motions to the federal government, to the provincial government saying, we as council want you to do A, B, C. I think there's maybe 800 motions we've sent in the last number of years. They don't even look at them. So that's why I'm saying we as city councillors all have MPPs, MPs in our constituency. We have to confront them face to face, not send them an email or a text, face to face, and tell them you have a responsibility to help deal with this humanitarian crisis in your city. Stand up for your city, stand up for your residents. And we also should encourage our residents, like I've said before to many of my residents, I said if 100 residents knocked on the door of their MPP or their MP, not send an email, not put something out on Twitter, go to their door and say, you have a responsibility. If 100 of our residents from each one of our 25 ridings did that, I'll tell you there'd be something done. So that's where I'm saying we have an onus ourselves to take leadership in that way rather than sending emails and resolutions and have the city manager do all the great work he's doing and city staff. We've got to take up some of the workload ourselves, and don't be afraid to go face to face with your MP and tell them to do something about this humanitarian crisis in the city of Toronto. That's their responsibility. Do something. Don't just respond with some kind of form response that means nothing. So let's all visit our MP and say, hey, do something about this responsibility for your residents, for these people that deserve to be treated in a humane way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, 5 minutes.
I'm encouraged to hear that there are working groups and regular conversations with higher levels of government. I hope that these shared conversations and journey will compel higher levels of government to take the ownership that is needed to build a solid and sustainable pathway to welcome refugees. More refugees are coming, and we must address this crisis that is happening in this moment, but also build a pathway towards the future, a pathway towards sustainable community-based solutions that are funded by multiple levels of government, but also create pathways for refugees to connect to community members for a warm and supportive welcome. I spoke with the organizers behind the People's House in my neighborhood. They run a refugee house that costs $150,000 a year for operations. They can house 12 to 14 people, and their supports help people transition into more permanent long-term housing. Imagine if faith communities and other community organizations were to adopt this model and we could multiply this out. We would need 15 to 20 of these houses per ward to host over 4,000 refugees per year. So the clock is ticking, and we need to build these pathways. We need to invite more organizations to take on this model, and we need to find a way to fund this so that refugees who come here are not just landing in shelters, because congregate shelters are not the best place to land. I have friends who are refugees, and when they came, they moved into a house with other families, and when you share the experience with other refugees, it's a much more warm and receptive welcome, as well as being able to connect to supports that are community-based. And while we talk about these supports, we should also look at the bigger picture, because right now refugees who are in the shelters get stuck because there isn't affordable housing to transition to. So we can't talk about this crisis without addressing our affordable housing crisis. So as we chart our way forward, we need to build sustainable community-based programs. We can also leverage vacant homes owned by developers that are awaiting demolition, and we need to build affordable housing. Added to this, we should stop the stall for inclusionary zoning. The new Minister of Housing must approve protected major transit station areas so that we can move forward towards building affordable housing, which can't happen fast enough. Unfortunately, even if we were to approve it today, we're still then years out from the housing being built. So affordable housing is a crisis that is also related to how we welcome refugees, and we can't treat these in isolation. We have to have a full picture of the pathway of how we hope newly arrived refugees can transition to building their lives here in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to remind members of council that we do have a number of items on the agenda if we want to finish today. Otherwise, we might have to come back tomorrow. Councillor Crescenti to speak.
Got to get used to turning this on, Speaker. So, Speaker, this squarely falls on the shoulders of the federal government. When, in my discussions with the city manager and with the mayor's office and with people in my community, it is like just devastating that we have a federal government that opens up the border. It's great that they're opening up the borders. We want to invite people into our country, but to invite someone in without a plan, to invite someone in without any support, we're facing unprecedented times. It is absolutely heartbreaking to see the magnitude of this issue the way I've witnessed it in Etobicoke North. Very fortunate that we have generous people opening up their arms and their places to these people. However, they're not in the best of conditions. I've seen hundreds of mattresses scattered all over the floor, a lack of food. They're desperate for support, and they're not getting it from the federal government. They're getting it from us, the taxpayer, to the best of our ability. We don't have the ability to fund them and house them in the way that we should. So it's just mind-boggling that the federal government is not taking ownership of this. I know, and I want to thank staff again, and I want to thank the mayor's office, because we spoke about this, Mayor Chow, and the city manager and I spoke a number of times about the serious issue up in Etobicoke North and across other places in the city as well. We don't have the resources. I would also urge you not to delay this and not support respectfully Councillor Holliday's request to delay and ask questions. I know that the city manager is doing his job. I know that the city manager is going to ask those questions. But in the meantime, we need these funds released now. But we need more than that. We need a plan for these people. We need to house them. And we need funding to support that. So we need our partners at the federal level just to come forward and do what they're responsible to do when they let somebody in to our country. Like when you let somebody into your home, maybe, when you want to help them and support them, you look after them. But if 10 people showed up the next day and then 50 people showed up the following day, and then hundreds, you can't sustain that. You're going to be overwhelmed just like we are. So I request that my colleagues to support the city manager's motion. We need more funding, and we need to get more assistance from our federal counterparts. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, 5 minutes to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be brief. I just wanted to rise and once again thank one of the churches in my ward, Revival Time Tabernacle Church, Black-led church that rose to the occasion when people who we'd welcomed into this country, who we had encouraged to come here and start new lives, were sleeping on the sidewalk on Peter Street. And I'd like to offer special thanks to Pastor Judith James. Other organizations that helped out in this process were the Bassetic Congregation, Holy Blossom Temple in B'nai B'rith, Canada, and Vahavda. All came with donations, with food, with various supplies to make sure that the refugees living in this church were treated with dignity and respect and had the food and other resources that they needed. At the same time, there is a limit, and they were not equipped for a long-term commitment to house newcomers. They are not an agency or an arm of the federal government. While Red Cross has been paid tens of millions of dollars to assist us with Ukrainian refugees, the church had to do it out of philanthropy and fundraising, and at the end of the day, word is they ran up a $200,000 debt to bail out the federal government and, to a lesser degree, the city. Now, I give credit to the mayor. We gave some of these church groups $50,000 for some of the out-of-pocket expenses. But going forward, we need a formula where these nonprofit, charitable, religious, faith-based organizations are compensated for the work they're doing and filling in. And I've said it many times before, but of course government cannot do it all. We rely on our faith groups to fill in on many things, but at the same time their resources are finite, and certainly they cannot carry the weight of all three levels of government. If we're going to invite the world to come to Canada, we have to do it right. We have to make sure we have the infrastructure in place for processing. We must give status to newcomers as quickly as possible, a federal responsibility. For years and years, our cap on newcomers and welcoming newcomers was about 250,000. And the federal infrastructure and the various supports that are needed to welcome these people were in place for 250,000. Without any planning, without any investment or thought, they raised it up to 400,000 and more. Well, there's just no way you can process that number of people if you've got an infrastructure of 250 to meet the need of 250,000, and you're letting 400,000 into the country. And as a municipality, we are just not equipped, either financially or resource-based, to fill in the gaps that the federal government have left. I have the letter from the Deputy Prime Minister, Kristen Freeland, and in paragraph 4, she states, Canada will continue to support the world's most vulnerable people who seek our protection, and yet in the last line of this paragraph, she's listed off a number of high figures that she's given to the City of Toronto, well below what is required, millions, tens of millions of dollars below the real need. I see a figure of 88.4 million in last fiscal year. I see the 97 million that was recently given. Totally inadequate. Certainly it's not zero, but it's way below what's really needed to handle the demand. She also mentions that the interim housing assistance program, where these funds are derived from, closes down on March the 31st, 2024. I meant to add that as a question for staff. What do we do then when the funds run dry? But at the end of the day, our reputation is on the line. The City of Toronto, Canada, and of course the provincial government. And going forward, if we're going to welcome the world, we have to do it right. I spoke to my MP And as per the request of the Deputy Mayor McKelvey, when we were talking to our MPs to make sure they understood the urgency of it, and just like at the bottom of this letter saying, go talk to the province, that's exactly what my MP said. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sachs, 5 minutes. Last speaker. Yeah, I know, but we have to break for lunch. Councillor Sachs. We moved a motion that we recessed for lunch earlier. Councillor Sachs.
Yes.
To speak.
Okay, so thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'm never sure about these mics. Okay, well, I'm short, that helps. We're in this financial crisis for three main reasons. Two of them are not within our control. We've had an epidemic of downloading and refusals by the federal and provincial governments to pay their bills, plus, of course, things like Bill 23, taking hundreds of millions of dollars out of the city's budget. And we are subject to global conditions like everybody else, including the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, climate change, supply chains, and other factors that increase refugee claims and drive up costs. But the third is within our control. We've had 12 years of this council knowingly and methodically starving the city of the money that we need for everything that makes a successful city. And yes, some of it is about the homeless, but there's everything else that we need for this city to fix our roads and support the TTC and open our libraries on Sunday, and we haven't been able to do any of them because we've kept our tax rates so low. So Toronto has a revenue problem, not a spending problem, and it's our job to do what we can to fix it. Yes, we have to ask the federal and provincial governments for help, but why would they help us if we don't do our own jobs? I have three motions, which I hope are going to show up at some point soon. Are they ready to the center table? Well, anyway, I've got three motions. Hopefully they're coming. Could you pause my clock while we wait for the motions?
Do you have a motion?
I have three motions.
Okay, but you need to read the motion before you speak, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, well, I'm waiting for staff to produce the motions.
No, but then you should have held it down because you can't move a motion after you've started speaking. It's very clear. You speak on your motion before you move your motion before you speak. Okay, we're going to hold. We're going to have to recess for lunch. Come back
Okay,
after
thank you.
lunch.
Okay, thank you. I'll do it after lunch.
Have a good lunch, everybody.
When we come back?
Yes, I should remember the motion.
Members of council to please come to the council chambers. Yeah, we have lots of chocolates. Members of council, please come to the council chambers. Members of council, can you please come to the council chambers? It's 2:10. Members of council, can you please come into the council chambers? Members of council, can you please take your seats? Councillor Fletcher, Councillor McKelvey, please take your seats. It's 2:10. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Can I please have some quiet in the council chambers? Councillor Malik, please take your seat. I don't have a gavel. Oh, there it is. Councillor Malik, please take your seat. And Councillor Pasternak. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize Janie Romoff, former General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation, for her contributions to the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope all of you had a good lunch. Before we get back to our main agenda, I would like to acknowledge a very dear, very well-respected, and highly accomplished member of the Toronto Public Service, Janie Romoff. Yes. General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation, whose last day was September 1st, but has kindly joined us with her brother, Jordan Romoff, and friends Paul Harris and Brian Nowitzki. Welcome to the Council Chamber. As many of you know and can appreciate, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, or PFR, as we like to call it, is one of the most complex and prominent divisions in the city, with 1,500 parks, 130 recreation centers, and 4,800 staff delivering essential services in every corner of Toronto. At PFR, we envision a better Toronto, a greener and happier place to live, especially for the kids. They have so much fun in the community centers and the pools and all of those places. For the past 13 years, Janie has been leading this march at PFR, and during this time, we have definitely seen the face of this city change for the better. Under Janie's leadership, we have seen new parks take shape. We have built a much more focused approach towards preserving and increasing Toronto's green canopy. And we've put strategy in place to nurture our city and support our many residents for many years to come. Some of the long-term strategies that Janie has led include the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, the first ever Toronto Ravine Strategy, and the Toronto Island Park Master Plan, and more recently, the High Park Movement Strategy. And that's just a small portion of her extensive list of achievements at the city. She has also been in the forefront of building cross-divisional strategy at the city, supporting the Reconciliation Action Plan, the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, Toronto Youth Equity, and newcomer strategies. You've been really busy. Janie has even lent her expertise towards city planning. For me, I think what stands out the most about Janie is her passion for Toronto, which we have seen many times during council meetings right here as she advocated for projects that works for everyone. She also took great pride in what her staff do every day to take care of Toronto, its parks, its people, the seniors and the children, and even its pets. On behalf of City Council, I would like to congratulate you, Janie, for a job done exceptionally well and for leaving a legacy that will never be forgotten. Thank you and wish you the very best for the future. Janie, come forward and receive this commemorative scroll and say a few words for us. Thank you. We have to stand.
I'm not sure whose water this is, but I'm just going to have a quick sip. Yeah, thank you. Just want to continue the tradition. Madam Mayor, councillors, colleagues, family and friends, this is actually the first council meeting I've attended as a guest. So thank you. I can't say I'll be staying for the afternoon, but good luck with your deliberations. I don't have briefing notes or notices of motion or anything to look at today, and it's been a bit of a transition that way. It's hard to think that 13 years has flown by so quickly. It's been the job of a lifetime, quite honestly. One that I aspired to for many years. I only say that every once in a while, but it actually was a job I wanted for so long and was so thrilled when it was actually an opportunity for me to pursue. But I should say that City Hall and everything that happens here has always been a constant in my life, and this is one of those opportunities where you actually get to thank the people that contributed to your life, and I want to do that just a little bit. My staff are likely going to roll their eyes. I can see them all sitting there when I tell the story because I've told it many times, but my first experience here in council chambers was actually when I was 8. My mother, Reva Novick, and my stepfather, Marvin Novick, were actively involved in a group called Boswell Block Parents. And they rallied and advocated relentlessly and successfully at this city council for our tiny street it was a street that was one block long, to be blocked off as a dead end. I think Greg can attest to this, but I think it's the only such approval of such a thing that happened. It was it was the result of a number of kids being injured by cars who were speeding on the street over a period of time. I think it was our version of Vision Zero, and maybe we started all of that. I came to watch the debate in these chambers at the age of 8, and as you all know, these debates often take some time. And I stood in that archway right there, and I had an opportunity to meet Mayor Crombie of the day, and he was having a cigarette with my stepfather Marvin right there. I'm not sure if Dr. Davila is here, but it's a memory that I have forever, and when I walk in here, I can still think of that happening all the time. A little bit, my parents were first-generation Canadians after their parents immigrated, really as a result of religious prosecution in Russia and Poland and all of those countries that were had various boundaries back then. They were known community activists, Marvin taking on a senior role at the Social Planning Council and then TMU. And my mother, Reva, is the founder and executive director of a very cherished child parent development center in Toronto called the Children's Storefront. They instilled a sense of community and civic obligation in me that never really left. And in a twist of irony, they met as youth workers at the Montreal Y, all coming to full circle. It's a very demanding role, and you can only succeed with a very big team holding you up. First, my friends and family, who you never have an opportunity to thank publicly. But I'm so lucky to be part of this Romoff-Novick clan that has been together for decades and decades. We're a very tight group, and from youngest to oldest. My sister Jillian, who I'm Howie, I'm giving her your personal phone number and asking her to start phoning you with all her great ideas about what's to come. As you know, she has children who are younger, and she has a lot of, and Mayor Chow, my nephew, was at Christie Pitts swimming yesterday after the first day of school with a big group of kids. So thank you for that. That's never been an opportunity for kids before. Jillian would be here today, but she is in a job that is probably more courageous than mine. She's a junior kindergarten teacher at Howard Park Public School. She said for her to attend, she would have to bring her 34-year-olds with her, which may have been a fun kind of activity for everyone, but it is the second day of school, so we'll respect that. My little brother Joff lives in Singapore, where it's many, many hours ahead, and he didn't even offer to come in for this celebration, so I'll just say that. And my big brother Jordan Romoff, who is here over there, and his daughter and my niece Claire Romoff, who are a constant in my life here in Toronto and have just been such a great support over the years. Also here, just as a testament to this sector, one of my oldest friends, Paul Harris. Paul, you can wave. And his husband, Brian Novisky. Hi, Brian. Paul and I met in the summer of 1987 working as summer camp directors for the city of Vaughan. Paul was the director of Arts Camp. I was the director of Fun in the Sun, which is a group of 64 to 6-year-olds, believe it or not. We were both in university, and I can honestly say that we haven't left each other's side since, so a huge thank you to Paul and others that couldn't be here today that I know are listening. Next, onto my work family. This is the hardest part, and I was watching Josie this morning, and she kept it together, and I think I may be able to keep it together as well. And it's really a farewell, not a goodbye. The unbelievable staff in PFNR, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, all of my directors, everybody's here today. The city is so lucky to have you all. I've never worked with a more skilled, empathetic, and committed group. It's not always a walk in the park, as we say, but it's also a group that has been able to accomplish great things, turn challenges into opportunities, champion access and equity. I know I'm leaving PFNR in really good hands, and especially good luck to Howie as he takes on this role for a period of time. My administrative assistants, Marinelle has been the rock in my life for the 9 years that I've been in this role, and Arlie is here too. They were a great dynamic duo, and Jerome is here as well, who recently joined our team, and nobody in a role like this can be successful without that kind of support behind them, and I really, really extend my great thanks to all of you. And the thousands of PFNR staff who work in literally every corner of the city, planning and delivering essential services for the good people of Toronto. You work so hard, and you do such great work, and you support each other, which is the most important thing. I take with me an incredible pride of being part of this team. I could talk for hours about this group, but I'm sure I'd get the hook before you would let me do that. But a huge thank you to all of you. To SLT, CLT, SMT, I know I'm speaking in acronyms, and you probably know what they all mean. You taught me, I say this honestly, never to stand alone, and always to rely on colleagues for support and advice. The skill and dedication of this group to the City of Toronto is really second to none. And last but certainly not least, to all of you, Madam Mayor, members of council, committee chairs, I think I may have spent thousands of hours in this room, I'm not sure, and all the committee meetings and the incredible professionalism that everybody puts into that work. You are all truly city builders with vision and determination, with the constant goal of enriching the lives of all Torontonians, and I see it around me all the time. And we couldn't do this work without working together in the way that we do. I would be remiss just for a few words of, we might not agree on everything, and that's all good. But what's more important is that we navigate our differences constructively. And let's not ever forget that respect and kindness are the foundation of that collaboration. And I know that we all work together almost all of the time in that spirit, I say with respect. In closing, I'm honestly going to miss this place. I'm going to miss all of you. I'm going to miss all of my staff, who it's hard to think of a day without talking to them every day. But leave with an intense pride of all of our accomplishments together and with anticipation of all the great things to come. So thank you very much. And and Francis is sending me chocolates.
Point of order. Point of order.
Councillor Cole, what's your point of order?
I'd like to make a special presentation to Janie Romoff. It's the Mensch Award for the incredible work she and her staff did at the commemorative 90th anniversary game of the Christie Pitts riots. So if all the players, Councillor McKelvey, Ainsley, Sachs, Jamal Myers, Alejandro Bravo, all come up, we'll take a picture with the Mensch Award.
I would just note before I do the Mensch Award.
I know we're doing this, I would have sent my son at a school.
Welcome. So members of council, we do have chocolate on my desk here. Compliments of Josie. Help yourself because I can't eat that whole bag. Okay, members, before the members, before the recess, we were on the mayor's first key matter, item CC 10.10. 10.2, we'll return to that item. But before we do that, Councillor Sachs, understand that on your item.
Yes, my member's motion about the patio.
MM 10.4.
Yes, the clerk has advised that I have to withdraw the motion and resubmit it because I wanted it referred to TEYCC. So we will resubmit it, but I'll withdraw it now and resubmit it immediately to go to TEYCC. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is moving that she...
Yes, that's what I was trying to do.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, if you can take your mic off, please. Councillor Sachs is moving to withdraw her member's motion MM 10.4. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Now, members, we'll go back to the speakers list, and I want to remind members of council that we do still have two very critical items that we need to address today. And so if we don't want to come back tomorrow, please, if we can move the agenda along. So let's put this, the last speaker is Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. Just hold my time.
Put it on the screen. There it is.
Thank you. This motion aims to amend Councillor Holliday's motion stipulating a timeline. Yes, make the request to the federal government for reimbursement, but don't leave the Black-led churches and these communities out of pocket for having done essentially the leadership and making the effort of filling a gap that was really left by the state. And I want to be clear, I think that the state, when we're talking about here, is the federal and the provincial government. I want to say that when I arrived in this country in June of 1974, I was a refugee. And there was a reception center, there was a federal reception center at the airport where the federal government received refugees, but then there were welcome centers that were organized by the provincial government. I fled my country because of a military coup. My dad had been arrested. There were reports of disappearances, tortures, not just reports, that was the reality. And Canadians, civil society, unions, churches opened their arms to us. And I think that in that situation, it was also from the bottom up that response came. And in this situation, we're talking about the leadership of Black faith leaders, of the Black community, and I think that we need to, through the effort of staff here, we've arrived at a place where we can acknowledge, thank, and make whole communities that have done what we collectively as a society should have done. I want to especially recognize Pastor Eddie Jumba of Dominion Church, Pastor Judith James of Revival Time Tabernacle, leaders at Pilgrim Feast Tabernacle and Apostles Continuation International, the other Black faith leaders institutions across the Greater Toronto Area who have and continue to open their doors to refugee claimants, leadership of the Black Community Housing Advisory Table, which has supported this work, and the African refugee advocate groups and leaders. I've had the privilege of twice meeting with a broad group of refugee serving organizations, including FCJ Refugee Center, which is in my ward, and Black community and faith leaders. And I think what we know, what we see in them, is that the massive amount of expertise in this country in the refugee serving sector to respond to the surge in need and to help people settle, to help people find the way through the system so that they can actually regularize their status and move from refugee claimant to refugee and then a permanent resident, a contributing member of society, as many people are ready and willing and prepared to do. I also think that what we've learned in this relationship with the Black community leadership, we've learned once again, because we've had these experiences with successive waves of refugees, is that there needs to be culturally responsive approaches. What we do regularly in the shelter system is not the same thing that is needed by refugee seekers, refuge seekers, asylum seekers. And so we need to take that lesson very, very clearly and close to heart. I think that it's important to highlight here in the end that it is the provincial and federal governments that are the only ones that can coordinate the response, that have the political and the policy responsibility and the tools to make sure that refuge is actually a reality in this country. And the only way that we can do this is to continue to push from the City of Toronto. The leadership of the City of Toronto, of the public service, of the mayor, of councillors who got behind her, to connect with municipalities all over Southern Ontario and beyond, I'm sure now, delivered that money, that federal money, delivered that pressure because it actually galvanized the population. We spoke to our MPs, we signed petitions, and now we have to continue because this advocacy cannot end. So I am so happy today to see that there is a pathway out of the churches into a system that is well thought out and robust, that the churches can continue to serve the Black community, the breakfast programs, after school, all kinds of things that are absolutely needed. And I want to congratulate the public service, and I have absolute faith that we're going to continue to pursue this, and we are going to be able to get more and make this thing fair again.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, the first motion is motion 2 by Councillor Bravo, amending Councillor Holliday's motion. It's on the screen. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Actually, I don't remember what it is now, to be honest. What's that? Oh, no, this one, yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Otherwise, then it's fine. 'Cause
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Peruzzi, your votes, please.
Councillor Mantis, can we have your vote, please? Councillor Crisanti,
If we can have your vote when you have a seat, please.
In favor?
Asma, Jay's like in the backyard with the sun hat on. What's that? Yeah, she's also in the sun.
Councillor Robinson, can we get your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Maybe not. Yeah, when you see her hair, when she moves her hair, when she moves it to the front.
And Councillor Crisanti, can we get your vote, please? Thank you.
The motion carries, Speaker, unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Next motion. Councillor Holiday's motion as amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote. Oh, there's another motion. Sorry, Councillor Holiday. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. On the item, there's been a request for a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
We already do that in a way, not the country of origin. The point of entry. I think so. It doesn't matter, it's vague enough that it doesn't. Yeah. Recorded vote. The whole thing. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor McKelvey, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Perruzza, would you please enter your vote?
Councillor Robinson, can we get your vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you.
The item is amended, carries. Speaker, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is EX 7.2, urgently building more affordable homes. If you have questions to staff, can you please put your name on the list? And do we have staff here? Okay, we have all the staff here? There's no Councillor Fletcher, questions? Turn your mic on.
I'm so used to you controlling my life here.
I know, thank you.
I just, I know we have our IZ that we've passed our inclusionary zoning. And can you just remind everybody what year that was, whoever's doing these questions? Oh, there's Mr. Lintern there.
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, you asked what year the IZ was approved, the policy?
Yes.
2021.
2021, and we are still waiting for, we've approved it, but we're waiting for the provincial government.
Through the chair, yes, that's right. The policy framework, both the official plan and zoning, would become operative only in protected major transit station areas, PMTSAs. We have shipped a number of those, probably over 100 PMTSAs to the province. They have been with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs for going back now, some of them more than a couple of years, but more recently, about 12 months or so. quite a number of them have been with, and we cannot operationalize IZ without
Yes,
that.
but originally, our IZ would be just in general. Like, we would like, when we're building something, we would like to see affordable housing, but we have no mechanism to enforce that. And without the IZ being agreed to by the provincial government, we really have no ability to enforce that.
That's
right?
generally correct, yes.
But we do have in the city's lands, any large site, there's a requirement for the 20%. Is it over 5 acres? What's the acres for the 20%?
Through the chair, 5 hectares,
5, so in acres, that's what, about 12?
yes.
Thank you. So a 12-acre site, there'd be a requirement automatically, but only for city sites, or is that for private sites as well?
Through the chair, that's for all sites, both city sites and any private site.
For all sites and private sites. And we always able to achieve the 20% or not?
Sometimes, certainly, if a matter has been appealed, we'd have to get into negotiation, but certainly that's been our objective.
Right. So we have an objective to build affordable housing. I see that now I'm getting on my applications listing no affordable housing included. That's a new feature, correct, from the planning department?
That manifests itself, that has manifested itself because we no longer use Section 37 the same way that we did a year or so ago. We would normally have used Section 37 to leverage affordable housing on smaller projects, and that opportunity is now gone.
But there's no, there's nothing that would stop us from saying in the planning meetings that we would like to achieve affordable housing on each site. Even though it might not be achievable, it's not because the city doesn't want it, it's because the province hasn't approved that, or the developer might not agree to it. Would I be correct to put that like that?
Yes, I think it's an official plan goal. It's council's goal, staff's ambition to get affordable housing when and if we can through legislative means and other means, and we do try.
But simply for the moral means, understanding that we have such a terrible crisis in housing for, let's say when I have a community consultation meeting and there's 100 people there, being clear that the city would like to see this target of affordable housing. Is there anything wrong with that? We know we can't achieve it, but at least it's on the table. It's our ask. And a developer might say yes, or they might say no.
Again, through the chair, that's correct. We don't have a legislative policy basis to be requiring it. That's the challenge that we have.
No, I understand that's the challenge that we have, but there's nothing wrong with asking.
We can ask, yes.
And there's nothing wrong for the city to expect that, particularly on larger sites or taller sites, where density in general, there's a fair amount of density that's being given out with no affordable housing at the moment, such as the Cosburn that went through here for 20-some stories, request for affordable housing denied, even though that was quite a good density bonus that developer got.
Again, there's no leverage the city has in its toolkit to leverage that increase in density with an automatic requirement.
Outside of our moral and desire.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coe, question?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on what Councillor Fletcher was on. I think it's very important because what I want to ask is, how can we better communicate to our residents? The fact is that the City of Toronto had tried to get a policy in place of inclusionary zoning of up to 20%, and then that the province has basically said to us, the city, developers can't afford to include affordable housing. They haven't given us this permission legislatively. How can we better communicate that to our residents?
Through the speaker, we certainly have communicated in development application meetings through our planning studies that we do. We wrote a report to Planning and Housing Committee last year outlining the toolkit that we have and the limitations of that toolkit. All that has been in the public domain. We haven't run a campaign, if that's what you're suggesting, but we've certainly been communicating and in communications with the province, every opportunity we've got, that we need these approvals in order to operationalize the toolkit that the legislation permits us to use.
Yes, and like Councillor Fletcher, every public meeting I go to, the community consultation meeting, the applications are coming in for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 70 stories of new builds, and the public asks, why isn't there any affordable housing included? Every meeting they ask that.
Yeah, again, a couple of things have changed in the last few years. One is through Bill, there's been so many bills, Bill 97, I believe, the removal of Section 37. I may have my bill reference wrong there, but in any event, Section 37 operates differently now, and we take a 4% charge at building permit, and that is allocated through the budget process, and it may indeed help our affordable housing program. But where we used to get 10 to 15% site-specifically, we're now getting 4%. So there's a big diminution in the amount of revenue that we have that we could allocate to affordable housing. The other big change is inclusionary zoning and not having that kind of replacement tool that we saw as more of a blanket approach to apply right across the city in various market areas, a standard contribution, if you will, to our affordable housing initiatives. And that hasn't, as I explained to Councillor Fletcher, that hasn't manifested itself through provincial approvals. So we're kind of stuck at a moment where we're a bit stuck in a place with decreased revenues and not the legislative tools to lever.
In fact, I like using the term inclusionary affordable zoning, because nobody knows what inclusionary zoning means. That's been my experience. But I just want to digress for a second. As you know, one of the things I've been fighting for, and successfully, we are finally there, is that I'm asking for stickers to be put up on the planning application signs for new developments, which say, this development application has been appealed to your friendly Ontario Land Tribunal. So we're putting those stickers up on all these signs now. That's what I've been told by David Sitt and people in my district. Can we now think of putting up a sign on the applications for new developments? And I've got 115 of them in my ward alone, maybe 50,000 units they want to put up, whatever. How about a sticker on the sign that says, no affordable housing will be included because your provincial government says developers cannot afford to build affordable housing?
Through the chair, I mean, we may run out of room on the on the sign, but we can certainly take that back. I know that we are rolling out the stickers for the appeal, so that is, you'll be seeing that very shortly, if not already.
Can I put them up myself, by the way?
I think we need to.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Okay.
Anyways, but please consider that additional sticker. That would be very interesting. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move along. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to stay on this issue of the position of our chief planner in the planning department.
Councillor Cole, can you please shut off your mic?
Is it your position that your staff are not even to suggest to applicants or builders that they include within their proposal affordable units?
Through the Speaker, no, not at all. In fact, we would review in a pre-application meeting, and certainly as an application is submitted, the full gambit of city policy, and especially given the prominence that's been placed on affordable housing by this council and the housing crisis that we're in. It's certainly featured in all of our meetings. In terms of our advocacy, and as I pointed out, our legislative toolkit is wanting in order to force the issue. That's the challenge.
Right, well, right, you can't force the issue, but if you don't ask, you don't get. Now, I've had applications where we reviewed what was before us, and I asked the planner on the file, well, did the idea of affordable come up as a good to have? And they said, well, we don't ask that anymore. we can't. We have the community benefits charge, and that's it. Now, is that your position, that under the new legislation, we can't even ask?
No, I think we can certainly ask, and it manifests itself through the community benefits charge. That is the way, and certainly we've had conversations with individual councillors about whether or not there could be an in-kind contribution where the affordable actually gets built on the site. But again, you've got to understand the position that the staff are in. They don't have the same legislative framework that they used to have. And of course, our friends in City Legal would say we should not be advancing matters that we don't have a leg to stand on if this gets appealed at the OLT. So that's certainly in everybody's mind.
All right, well, let's talk about, and I don't know whether it's to you or to the Housing Secretariat, open doors. If an applicant has agreed to put units, do we still have the financial capability to defer DCs, to defer property taxes, to have those incentives in place should a developer agree to have 10% affordable or 20% affordable? Is it funded or is it run dry?
Through the speaker, we do currently still have a program of Open Door which enables us to waive DCs and also property taxes. We will be bringing back an update to that later in the year. Our ability to use that program has been significantly constrained by recent changes from the provincial legislation. It has somewhat undermined our leverage even with that incentive program because it's an automatic, the DCs are now an automatic waiver for a number of different projects. However, in combination with planning staff, we are still able to bring something to the table, and we'll continue to do that where we can to get, in addition, more units over and above anything we're able to get using the community benefits charge.
So we still have funds in reserve to offer the deferment of property taxes, or as you say, we don't charge DCs on affordable units anymore. That was provincial statute. Is that?
Through the speaker, yeah, there have been changes. I would say, though, that we're fiscally constrained now because of the reduction, the loss of the housing services charge as part of the DCs has reduced our housing revenue by $1.2 billion over the 10-year program. So that is something, as council is aware, we're going through a provincial audit right now, and the outcome of that audit will be kind of pending. We're going to need to be made whole for that money in order to continue to do what we have been doing, which is supporting, over and above legislative requirements, supporting the creation of affordable housing by using our incentives.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I note that there is an increase in the target for affordable homes. And I'm just wondering, what is the governance framework that the civil service will undertake to ensure that there is proper coordination between the different departments? Because from my own experience of what I've been dealing with when trying to get affordable housing projects done is a priority for one department might not be a priority for another department. And I'm talking water, engineering, trees, housing, and it can be quite cumbersome trying to go through each stage, dealing with each different department. So if we increase this target, I'm just wondering, what is this, has the civil servants decided on a plan as to what governance framework will be working to make sure that everybody's rowing in the same direction, to make sure that they understand that this is a priority?
Okay, the Deputy City Manager will comment.
Through the Speaker, thank you, Councillor Myers, for the question. I believe that's the intent of the Development Review Team. That would be under Development and Growth Services and the new structure that's in place. It is not in place at this point in time, but there is effective coordination happening in the background amongst the teams, where they're not only discussing that future structure, but working collaboratively in order to advance that. So I do believe it's part of the Development and Growth Services mandate and would be part of how we continue to unfold that new group.
Thank you. And as part of that new structure, are you also going to be doing an organizational review of the culture of some of the departments? some civil servants are great to work with, they're fantastic, they're enthusiastic. A lot of them have no sense of urgency. Things can wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, and they just drag along. And it's really something that's very frustrating to deal with when it's one or two individuals that are dragging an entire department or an entire project along because they are not acting with a sense of urgency on any of these projects.
Through the Speaker, and thank you, Councillor Myers. What I can say very clearly is that the cornerstone of what we would be focused on is being expeditious in the reviews and making sure that we are doing so in a timely manner. I think from a customer service perspective, it's very not only important to me, but for all of the key leadership, the key leaders that I've spent time with thus far, it's very important to them as well. I believe those will be consistent topics that we will ensure are embedded in our future state processes.
So is there going to be a commitment to review the culture of these departments and to make sure that they understand that these are critical projects, that if you go on vacation, for instance, that it's your job to find someone to replace you rather than having a project wait for 2 weeks because you're away?
I can commit to that being the case. It's important to me and it's important to my team.
Thank you.
And thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you. I was wondering if has the city looked at properties that are owned by federal and provincial government for possible development of affordable housing?
Through the Speaker, we have made several requests repeatedly for, an inventory of federal or provincial lands that might be available. And your specific question, I think, was about buildings. I don't know that we're aware of any specific buildings, but we're certainly open to partnership if those opportunities present themselves.
So I think it'd be great if my colleagues and I all did a sweep of our respective wards and looked for opportunities to present to higher levels of government for that kind of partnership. For an average, and there is no average now in Toronto, but 30 to 40-story buildings, what is the 4% community benefit? What is the amount?
Through the Speaker, that would range probably considerably depending on the area of the city that you're in and the land value. For North York Centre, obviously, it would be higher. We actually have not had a 4% payment yet. Right. It's still that new.
So I've been given a ballpark for one of my developments at around $4 million. And so if I wanted affordable housing in that project instead of the $4 million, how much affordable housing could I get in that building?
We are now, through you, Madam Speaker, the cost of affordable housing is about in the order of magnitude of about $500,000 a unit to construct. And so that would get you about 8 units in that building.
And would the developer not request that the opportunity lost be calculated into that cost? So if the cost to build is $500,000, but they are losing perhaps a $1 million opportunity, is that calculated in?
Through the Speaker, the way the community benefits charge works is to take that into consideration. So it should be kind of 4% of the total value, as that is their contribution to city building in lieu of getting the density that they are asking for. So there's no additional offset. The only other offset that we may offer is where we're looking at further incentives to get beyond that 4%.
Because the developers don't seem very keen to give up all that opportunity to give so many units at such a low cost. And I'm wondering what happens, let's say we found a very generous and kind developer that really wanted to go above and beyond, and they want to build more than the 4%. Is that allowed?
Through the Speaker, I don't think the city would stand in the way. I think what you have to realize is that the charge is at the building permit stage. So it's the building permit value established at that point after all is said and done. It is no longer a density bonus. It is a charge. It's no longer this. The regime has changed. We're we're not negotiating an increase in height and density for a benefit anymore. It's a charge. So the conversation is completely different than it was.
So I've been told that actually they're not allowed to contribute more than the 4%. So I've been hearing, I think, different messages.
Through the Speaker, you'll appreciate, Council, this is new for all of us, and I think as the staff team, we're finding our feet about how best to have these conversations with developers. As I indicated, we'll be bringing a report back which updates our approach to incentives. And once we have kind of an updated financial approach, that will inform a much stronger, I think, negotiating position that we'll be able to take and try to encourage where possible, because there are developers who are interested in doing rental and who may take advantage both of the provincial incentives and then stack hours on top of those, and then maybe also go and get federal access to cheap financing and really stack up to create more affordable housing on site. It's just a different table that has been set for us to sit at right now.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, with this motion, which, it's great we're highlighting this crisis, what is this timeline for passing this motion to actually having, let's say, 25,000 units of affordable housing? So we pass the motion today. Does this happen a year from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now?
Okay, last question. That was your last question.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, the motion has given staff a window to report back on exactly answering those type of questions. So I think we have to report back by the end of the year and lay out a roadmap to get to that new target, including timelines, delivery, implementation approach, etc. So that will be coming back to Council as part of that report back.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, question.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm actually not sure who to direct it to, but we'll start with Mr. Lintern because he answered Councillor Cole's question. Councillor Cole asked about a sticker on the sign to talk about affordable housing. I did the quick calculation just now, and 25,000 affordable housing units at 500,000 per is 12.5 billion. So could we have a sticker that says these affordable housing units were paid for by, and maybe help me here, fill in the blank, is it taxpayers, is it other residents, is it the profit line of the developer, the community? And maybe it's a complicated macroeconomic question, but at the end of the day, there's costs associated with these. So I'm just trying to figure out how that's messaged to the public.
Through the Speaker, I mean, the development charge that's paid at a building permit is a charge not unlike a development charge or a parks levy, any other charge that the applicant would have to pay to the city. So it's coming from the applicant. Whether or not they choose to pass that on to the purchaser, sometimes they do. But to be definitively communicating whose money that is, I don't know that. I think that's, you'd need a bit of forensic on each and every file to find that out.
And I do appreciate it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but I did get the calculation right that the 25,000 units is a significant cost, and it will be paid somehow. But if it's $500,000 a unit, that this is a really big deal, what's in front of us.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, I would also highlight that this is certainly a new and ambitious target for us, but I would highlight that our current housing plan already includes a significant target of 40,000, and every year we bring through the budget an updated cost of what we think the entire housing TO plan will cost to deliver, and that in 2023 that was at around $33 billion, and we were very clear that although that is a significant amount of investment, it is not on the city to deliver all of that, and there are expectations that staff and council have that both the provincial and federal government will pay their fair share of those costs.
That housing plan was council's plan.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. Okay. Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Chow? Okay. Speakers, Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no question about it. Every one of us here knows that we have a housing crisis. Every one of us are committed in building housing. We've committed to using our staff, our financial means, and all our resources, because our constituents have been saying that some of them are 1 or 2 paychecks away from being evicted. They're anxious, they're worried. I've seen seniors that are worried, sick, being renovated, demo-evicted. They've come down here telling us heartbreaking stories. I know of a group of them that is in Councillor Morley's ward, for example, seniors on Promenade, and my gosh, the story they tell you, they've been there for 30, 40 years. And all of a sudden, they're going to be yanked out of the neighborhood, and where do they go? They don't have affordable housing or good rental housing for them anymore. So there's a real sense of urgency for this, and what we're doing today is we are setting the targets, and we are being a bit more ambitious. I'm adding 25,000 more units of housing, and housing that is hopefully a good percentage of them are affordable. And we are asking that we consolidate all the departments, agencies, boards, commission. If they have land, whether it's on parking lots, TPA has quite a few parking lots, right? Or any kind of other agencies, board, and commissions that work together. And there are different people that are, different agencies that are doing the building. Toronto Community Housing, Regent Park. It's a great neighborhood now, and they're building some more. You have Create TO that have experience. We have the Housing Secretariat, which is down here at the city. We have the Planning Department, et cetera, et cetera. Let's consolidate everything, put it into one place under one of our very competent deputy city manager, and then we will also find out, and I believe Councillor Bradford is going to move that motion, how much it would be, how much money are we going to get from the provincial, here he is, just mentioned him. And speaking about, and how much would we be getting from the provincial and the federal government, let's look at the financing costs of all of it. And Councillor Bradford has a team that are going to fast track all the developments so that the complaints that we're hearing to say that, oh my God, it's taking so long, it's forever getting any approval done, that would be something of the past, hopefully. And so we're talking about higher density around Transit Hub, faster and speedy application approval process. We're involving the nonprofit sector. We're pushing for inclusive zoning, and we are giving people hope. And guess what? All levels of government now agreed. And every day you hear, whether it's the Premier or the Prime Minister saying, top priority, building housing. Well, because this council chamber and all of you have the expertise and the years and years of dealing with the housing crisis, you know how to build. So let's take a leadership role and go and build those thousands of units of housing that are desperately needed out in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you. I just want to say that there are ways of building affordable housing, and we've done it. And I can say right now with the new deputy manager, Jag Sharma here, he was part of it. You can do it, but you got to know what you're doing as a councillor. You got to have cooperative landowners, and you got to have many people at the table. And I'm talking about something I know the media will never talk about, but it's the building of 110 affordable units for people with developmental disabilities on Elmridge Drive in my ward. Again, 110, where even our planning staff at one point said, oh, we just want 10 stories. We can't build more. I said, no, the application by the RENA Foundation was for 19. I said, go for 19. And I got support from our housing planning people. They said, yeah, let's go for 19. So we got 19 approved. They're building right now. Within 2 years, we're building 19 stories on a piece of property owned by the RENA Foundation. James Pasternak knows that well. 19 stories right near the subway with the cooperation of Toronto Community Housing, Abby Bond, Greg Lintern and his staff, the people in the planning department in North York District. We got it approved. Done, built, it's being built. You can do it. But you got to have land that's possibly city-owned or government-owned. In this case, the land was owned by the RENA Foundation. You had the neighbor next door, the Toronto Community Housing, was very cooperative. And you had people like our staff that we have in our planning department and housing, the housing secretary. So it can be done. But it takes that combination. Oh, by the way, there was a very philanthropic partner, the Frankfurt family. They're developers, big bad developers. They contributed $7 million. They said, yeah, we're in for $7 million. So it took that kind of partnership to build these units. Again, you'll never hear about this in the media because it's good news. So it can be done. But again, that's on one project. We've got so many more to do. I just want to, there was just a reference to what can we do to make our staff approve things faster. And I get frustrated with staff, too, on a regular basis. Because I think I'm dealing with 115 major condo projects in my ward alone. So you can imagine how much time I deal with staff. But we've got to remember, and I keep reminding myself, our staff, planning staff, housing staff, is dealing with thousands of applications, thousands. And to get something approved, you've got to go through engineering, Toronto Hydro, fire, police, Lou DiGeronimo at water, parks, school boards, and everybody, they all have to get their reports in. And God forbid the engineering is then signed off on properly. So it's not easy just getting approvals and say, well, staff is not there or they're on holidays. We all get frustrated, but on the other hand, just remember, staff is also dealing with legislation that changes every day. I can't keep up with Bill 108, 109, 39, 23, 37. Have you seen Bill 23? And we're asking staff to interpret Bill 23 quickly and get us the results. You try and decipher Bill 23 and the implications of Bill 23. That's what our staff is faced with on a daily basis. The rules change every day. Every day at Queen's Park for the last 3 years, there's been new legislation that's usually hammered Toronto, whacked Toronto, taken money away from affordable housing and let developers off the hook when some developers want to contribute. So that's what our staff deals with. So yeah, we can be frustrated with staff, but just remember, you try to deal with things like Bill 23
5
and
seconds.
get things approval.
5
so
seconds.
let's be considerate of staff, but there are ways of doing it. But as Mayor Chow has said, we got to bring everybody together, and we've got good leadership.
Thank you.
And we got to start building.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to thank Mayor Chow for her leadership in this area and, of course, to share my thanks with staff for the ongoing important work that's happening to help us get some more housing online. I think what we've seen loud and clearly through our experiences in the last number of months and years is the key component here is the affordability piece. Life in Toronto continues to get less and less affordable for residents, and certainly for newcomers and folks who are already challenged. Finding a place to live that they can actually afford is outside of the reach for too many people in our city. And so I just wanted to also rise and highlight and shout out my community in Etobicoke Lakeshore for their incredible advocacy and work. We have already begun doing some of the work that is the spirit of this motion, bringing together our friends and colleagues in the Housing Secretariat's office, Create TO, TPA, to evaluate what some of the surplus lots and or city-owned opportunities exist in Etobicoke Lakeshore, so that we might be ahead of the curve as it relates to, again, bringing some of this affordable housing online in our ward. Mayor Chow, and in our city, frankly. Mayor Chow also mentioned a really devastating situation that happened and continues to happen citywide, but certainly we have been working with a couple of residents who've been in stable rental housing for over 30 years, senior citizens who are now out on the street. We have not had the ability to really create opportunities for these folks, and since I was a staffer in this space over 10 years ago, housing was then one of the largest challenges we had in supporting our residents, and it continues to be today. We've got over 90,000 people waiting over 10 years for affordable housing, and as we've talked about all morning, there's 10,000 unhoused people in our city, and more continue to come every day. I hope, and I'm encouraged to see the province and the provincial government starting to turn their eye to this issue of affordability, as it has not seemed to be on their radar in the last number of years, and it's going to take all of us working together to bring the kind of housing online that folks like Kelly and her sister, who are now unhoused seniors who cannot find a place that they can afford to live in Toronto, have options again and hope for themselves and for their communities. So thank you to Mayor Chow, thank you to staff for all the work you do already, and in advance for all of the great work that I'm sure will come as a result of this motion. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.
Councilor Siaka, can you please put it ready that I want to remove the t-shirt, please?
Yeah.
If you want to evict me because I wear this t-shirt, please put it in writing.
No.
Okay? They're telling me that I have to leave City Hall because I'm wearing this t-shirt. Where is the democracy?
Yes.
Where is my freedom of expression?
Could I ask security to please remove him, please?
Where's my freedom of expression? Councilor Siaka? Put it in writing. Put it in writing. It's my freedom of expression. If you put it in writing, I will comply.
Yeah.
Put it in writing, Siaka. No. Put it in writing.
In the council chambers, we do not come in with t-shirts advertising.
Put it in writing. Don't be a coward.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Housing, housing, housing. It's in almost every social media and journal almost every day. It's That's all we hear over and over again. Yes, absolutely, on the tips of so many people's tongues. And in this report, it is talking about housing, but it's a little bit nuanced. It's about subsidy for housing. I think most members of council can agree there's a huge demand out there for subsidy to pay for housing. The lists are so long that we had to approve a lottery system to fill the slots. But the concern I have is that we're about to have a debate on the next item about how the city has absolutely no money. And we talked a little bit in the questions and answers about some of the costs, you know, the crude number of $12.5 billion or $500,000 a unit. That money has to come from somewhere. It's all part of an income transfer process. That's what it is before us. And so there's lots of places, I guess, that can come from taxpayers. It can come from deferred items such as the sale of lands that would have otherwise reduced tax costs. It could come from other purchasers. It could come from the developers in so many places, and it's probably a combination of a whole bunch of them. But if we're talking about affordability generally in this city for everybody, this doesn't necessarily address that. Addresses it for some, if you win the lottery, I guess, to get one of the units. But it adds costs to the system in many, many ways, cash or intangible. So the concern I have, though, is that the next debate that we're going to have talks about how we cannot pay for these multi-million-dollar commitments, billion-dollar commitments, actually. And then we wag our finger at the federal and provincial governments and say, you know, it's your responsibility for housing. I agree with that, actually. I do. Because that government is better positioned to deal with income inequities. That's essentially what this is. Is it income taxes? But then we turn around in the city of Toronto and we say, no, the service level has to be this. And we've prescribed a service level here. Put numbers. And then we will turn around and say, but the federal and provincial government have to pay for it. And thus the cycle will continue. So I understand the need for subsidized housing in its various forms. Deeply subsidized, affordable housing, which is somewhat subsidized. But I have a real big concern about how this reads against the conversation we are about to have in how we manage our relationship with the other orders of government and how we divide the work, and how we live within the tools that we've got to pay for the services that we're required to deliver. I want to remind Council that the last question that I asked staff was, I think, maybe the most important, which was Council itself sets these plans. Not a legislation. It's not a certain requirement, some regulation somewhere. We choose these goals. But we also have to understand that we then have to live up to them and not write a check that we can't cash. Madam Speaker, I can't support this item before us. Really, because not because it's not important and not because other order of government don't need to be paying attention to it, but it's because how it reacts with the other discussion we're about to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Speaker Nunziata.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say a few words briefly. I won't speak for 5 minutes, but as Councillor Myers mentioned, some of the frustration that we do have in our wards with development application, I did ask those questions at executive, is yes, we need to build more affordable housing, but at the same time, and I'm not, you know, I'm not blaming staff, but I think with the new deputy city manager on board, that we do understand that we have to work together, as the mayor said. We need to work with the applicants that are submitting in their development applications for affordable housing to help them through the process, because all the delays that they have is costing money, and a lot of them take months and months and months to reach to the point where you're at the approval state. We need to get all the departments together, transportation, urban design, parks, all the departments in one room with the applicant and discuss what the issues are, what's needed, what other studies need to be done, and this way we can move the development process along. Because there's so many delays, and as Councillor Myers mentioned, sometimes we have to wait for reports to come back from transportation. There was an applicant in my ward, we waited almost a year for comments from transportation for an application. A few weeks ago, I had to have a meeting with the deputy city manager and all the staff and the applicant in a room on issues that were outstanding. They all got resolved. The application is moving along. But we shouldn't have to do that. And I think that we need to get everyone together, working together. And staff have to understand, well, they need to understand the importance of building affordable housing to speed it up. And that's the only way we're going to reach our target, is if we all work together and get that done. And I know I spoke to the Deputy City, Jag, and Jag, you're actually coming to a meeting tomorrow night with me on an application in my ward for affordable housing, where they've been working so hard to get it through. And you know, like, we need to work together on this. I mean, it's costing money. And a lot of them would just back off on their application because they don't get the funding. If they've applied for federal funding and provincial funding, if they don't get the application approved, then they lose the funding. So we need to work together, and so thank you very much for the report. I will be supporting the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Speaker. Just wanted to rise and say I do support this motion. I'm happy to see that there's 25,000 new housing spaces that is proposed here to be built. You know, I had a meeting with the TMU president in my office yesterday, and one of the things we talked about was student housing. And not only for students, you know, who attend the university, but after they graduate. You know, we have all these professionals graduating, but because they have nowhere to live in the city, affordable space in the city, they move on elsewhere, out of city, out of province, and move on. So we're losing a lot of great talent every year because of the housing crisis that we're in. And I'm sure, you know, when I do speak to the president of George Brown eventually, I'm sure the same conversation will be had as well. And so we need to have housing, affordable housing, not only for young people, but also for seniors and everyone in between. And as most of you may have heard, the Bank of Canada kept its interest rates at 5%, you know, held it for now. And, you know, there's a lot of people calling my office who actually own homes in Toronto Centre, but, you know, they live from paycheck to paycheck. And they're afraid of losing their homes, you know, because they can't afford to live in the homes that they're in. They're house poor. Some of these people are going to food banks, you know, every week just to, you know, feed their families. And, you know, and this is one of the wealthiest cities in the world. But yet, you know, these things happen on a day-to-day basis. So even though we're talking about affordable housing here today, I just think it's important not to forget the missing middle, because there are many people who are on the brink every day. And so we have to also be mindful of their needs and their families' needs as well, because eventually, if they do lose their homes, then, you know, their issue becomes our issue, and we have to deal with it then. So I'm not saying that I don't have any solutions to this problem, but I think it's important to just lay it on the table and just think about it and have it percolate for perhaps future conversations. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I have a motion, please. Pardon? can't, it's on the screen. I'm looking up there. It's not on my screen yet. Can you stop that time, please? It's not up. It's on your screen. It's not on that screen or mine. Not on the Jumbotron. There it is. Thank you. This is a motion I just simply want to have at my community consultation meetings. I would like through this new approach to have the deputy city manager working with the housing secretariat and the planners to basically lay out what the city would like to see on this site for affordable housing. It might not be achievable, but at least we've set our goal and our target for these sites. Because I've always believed very strongly that when someone is building something, we should always be asking for them to put affordable housing. When somebody is building 30, 40 stories, as Councillor Cole has said, how does this happen, that you can just get that much density and there's nothing back? So I understand that there's no requirement, but I think it's important to place for the community, for everybody in the industry, to understand we're serious about affordable housing. We want folks to make commitments to affordable housing. Whether they make them or not is not our choice. But our choice is to say this is what we want and we need in the City of Toronto. Let me give you a couple of examples and why I think this is very important. Because at East Harbour, which is an MZO from the province, which was employment, which has been converted against the wishes of the city for 40,000 units. The number of affordable units is infinitesimal. Doesn't meet our IZ, doesn't meet anything we would want, including for conversions. So I believe very strongly that when we go to that meeting, I want the city to say, and I want to back that up, here's what we think should be on this site. Cadillac Fairview, whether you do it, that's not my problem, but this is what we want. And to say to the provincial government, they have an MZO. You've put an MZO here with no affordable housing. Why would you put an MZO there without affordable housing? We're begging you for MZOs for different rapid housing. And yet you can give somebody an MZO for 30 acres and not require one unit of affordable housing. So we need to stake out our ground in a hard way. And this is a pilot. This is for my ward. If it works, we will move this around the city. I also want to just reflect on the Gerard Carr Law, transit-oriented community, which is being done by Infrastructure Ontario and by Choice REIT because they own that property. Of two 30 stories and one 40-story building, how many affordable units have they proposed? Zero. Zero. And I've been at many consultations. It's not an official application, but we haven't weighed in to say, here's the number that we think you should put in there, because I think my community and I think all of your communities would be willing to stand up and say, we want you to be serious about affordable housing. We want affordable housing. That goes for anywhere on the Ontario line. That goes for Pape and Danforth. It is unconscionable that this many MZOs, this much development for transit-oriented development for unaffordable units. I'm sorry, I can't do that anymore. We need to take a stand. This council needs to say, here's our approach. You might ignore us, but this is what we're saying. And that's what that is. And lastly, I'll just speak about Toronto Community Housing. I'm very proud to have the very first multi-mixed Toronto Community Housing development in Don Somerville, which the Auditor General said to Toronto Community Housing a number of years ago, you have large sites. You're supposed to meet the 20% target. They've never met the 20% target. So in Lawrence Heights, 100 acres, 2 affordable units so far. We have to up our number of affordable units we're planning for across all of our Toronto community sites. So at Don Somerville, when I took that over from the previous councillor, there were 120 RGI and 600 and some condos. There's now replacement RGI, 100 affordable, including 40 co-ops, 100 rental, and 500 and some condos. We need to have a very big approach in how we do things. We need to change our channel, and that's what my motion does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of order, I had a
Counselor-
question of the speaker. Did you have a question of the speaker?
No.
Oh, I
That's
had
why
one
I'm
too.
standing up, because I'm first in line.
Pardon?
I have a
me?
question of the mover.
Oh, question of the mover, oh.
Oh, okay, because I didn't see your name there, sorry.
Oh, it was there a minute ago.
It's not on my screen.
Can you put my
Okay.
name up there too?
Pardon?
Well, that's odd. It
We're
was
having
there.
screen problems.
The question of the mover
Did I do something
disappeared.
to your screen when I was up there? I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't,
She's getting it fixed.
Yeah. Fix it for me too, please.
Good.
Carol,
thanks,
question.
Madam Speaker. So you're just asking that we take a look at this. A year, 2 years, just model in one ward. What if we get on the record and document what, according to our policy, should be the goal in each application?
Yes.
And so you haven't put a time on it, but
No.
I would assume you get a rapidly growing ward because of the transit going through there. We would, in a year or 2 years, most, we'd get a real indication of the impact of putting it on the record with the community.
Yes, and on the record with the development industry. That's correct.
Thank you for this motion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I've got the same question. I think this is,
Sorry, it's hard for me to hear. Sorry.
this is a fantastic motion.
Oh, thank you.
And I would just wonder, I don't want to be left out of this because like Councillor Carroll said, they're going to be building all these things over the next 2 years. So by the time we do your pilot project, they'll all be done. So can I get into this by making an amendment that you look at a pilot project for your ward and my ward, Ward 8?
I have deliberately, I'm happy to entertain anything. I've deliberately kept it manageable to start. And if we came back in 6 months, let's just say, and said, here's what we would have done, if we asked for that report back time, then everybody can say.
But just one other ward's not going to kill
Okay, Councillor Cole, maybe you can bring that motion through at Planning and Housing.
it. No,
Okay.
no, this is they're building like crazy.
No, I
Affordables
understand, I
in there.
understand. And I put a motion through at the last council meeting on that as well. So put it through at the next Planning and
No,
Housing.
I can move a motion now to amend yours.
No, you've already
spoken
spoken.
already.
Councillor Cole, you've already spoken.
God, all this red tape.
Okay, yes. Councillor Bradford, are you around? Councillor Bradford to speak. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Turn that on? Beauty. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, friendly amendment, as indicated by the mayor. If we can get that on the screen here. Or I can just read it. Basically, this is to provide some additional analysis. To Councillor Holliday's point, we are looking to have the lens of all the additional costs associated with the updated housing targets, as well as an update on the financial contributions required from both the federal and the provincial governments to enable successful implementation of the housing plan. It's no secret that over the past number of years here around this council chamber, we've set a lot of targets, but we haven't actually built a lot of housing. And there's a variety of reasons for that. There's a lot of challenges, and frankly, we're facing some historic headwinds in that effort. And so when we come forward with an ambitious agenda, as the mayor has, to add an additional 25,000 units of rent-controlled construction, new housing units, 7,500 affordable, 2,500 RGI, we need to understand the financial impact to this chamber, to our level of government, but also what the cost would be respectfully with contributions from the province and the federal government as well. Because that's how we move the needle on housing. All three levels of government putting a shovel in the ground, rowing in the same direction, and making the financial contributions to make housing work. I got asked a lot of questions this week about this motion from the mayor, and again, I applaud her ambition. And I think that this is good and something that we should be moving forward with. But of course, the devil will be in the details, and JAG will be coming back in a number of months with a plan to deliver on this. And I think, you know, we will have many of those questions. who's doing the building, what is the level of affordability, what is the financing, what are the sites that we're unlocking with respect to Toronto community housing, all of that sort of stuff. Those are vital questions that we need answers to understand what the impacts and our opportunities for successful implementation on this program are going to be. There's a lot of different ways that you can deliver housing, and admittedly, I think we can all acknowledge that we haven't necessarily found the sweet spot here in the City of Toronto. So maybe we are going to try something new. Maybe our new Deputy City Manager is going to unlock something that we haven't seen before. Maybe there are new ideas that we can pursue. Maybe we are going to find new money to unlock those levels of affordability that all of us are so desperate to see realized here in the city. But, you know, before we can kind of move forward on that, we have to have the answers to those questions. So this is a bit of a stage gating exercise. I appreciate the Mayor's support in this amendment for the financial analysis that's going to come with those units. And we'll see what we get back end of the year. We'll see what we get back in the future, and we'll be looking forward to having that conversation at that point. So thanks, Mayor Chow, for working with me on this, and happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As many of you have said, this is a very important moment for us, and it's a moment that's been brought to us by Mayor Chow, saying we have to do not just different but better, and putting something on her very first executive committee saying, this is where I plant my flag, this is the kind of city that we have to have, one where people who want to live here can find affordable rents. And we've recognized that the planning regime put in place by the province of Ontario ain't going to get us there. It might make a few people into billionaires, but it's certainly not going to create rental housing. Where we've recognized that the current federal funding program isn't going to get us there, and the private market by itself is not going to get us there. And instead, what we have decided to do is to say the Toronto Public Service and the broader community and this council is not going to wait. We are going to get in front of this, and we are going to get out there, and we are going to start to build. And that's incredibly exciting. I haven't seen a government committed this way to actually making it possible for people in every walk of life to live in decent circumstances in the City of Toronto since the 1970s. It has been that long since any order of government had the courage and the honesty to say, just sitting back and hoping that someone's going to build you a detached home that you can afford inside the City of Toronto is not going to work. It's just not going to work, that we need actual leadership. And on that point, I want to say something a little bit different from what some of my colleagues have said. A key to this is recognizing that as of today, we have the talent, the dedication, and the skills within the Toronto Public Service to make this move. Some people have made the claim today that, you know, members of the public service aren't delivering fast enough, or you know, you can't always get a phone call return. And from time to time, that may be true. But I want to tell you just one little experience I had. A while ago, I had a community center and a library that were both due to get some renovations made at the same time. And I talked to a senior member of the public service, he's not here anymore, Chris Brillinger, and I said, could we put these things together? Is there a way to sort of build these two projects together and do something a little special? And the Toronto Public Service took that on, and they said, you know what? There's a library there too, Councillor. We'll bring them in. There's a Toronto Parking Authority lot near there. We'll bring them in. Just a little bit south of that site, there's a Toronto Community Housing building. We'll bring them in. In fact, Councillor, there's a piece of private property owned by Dollarama in the middle of where all this is happening, and we are going to go out and buy it. And as a result, the Toronto Public Service, without federal funding, without provincial leadership, but on their own, are creating the first instance that I can remember since 1977 of assembling a variety of publicly owned lands and some private lands into a hub that includes direct service to people who needs them and new housing, a mix of affordable and market housing. And that's what we're capable of already at the City of Toronto. What Mayor Chow has done is said, we know how to do this. Let's make it a priority. Let's send a clear message to the public service. We know you're ready to go. We know you're eager to do this. We, as a council, are taking off the brakes. Get going. Look at the resources you have. Look at the great talents you have. Look at the different divisions and agencies and the way that you guys have worked. The reins are off. Build us some rental housing. And I honestly, I'm more excited than I have been on any day since I was first elected to this chamber in December of 2006. This is a great moment for us. Mayor Chow, members of the Toronto Public Service, let's go.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Chair. So I would also like to stand in support of this motion. And, just to expand on some of the comments I made before, I can only go by my experience. And I had a recent experience with a long-term care home. And literally at every single stage of that application, I had to get directly involved in that application, or it would not have moved forward. Every single stage. This was a long-term care home that had a specific deadline that if they did not get these applications approved, they would have lost their provincial funding. So this is part of the culture that we have to change if the organization is going to meet its goals. There's a reason that we have not met any of the goals that we've set. Part of it is the culture of the department. So I know it's not we're not saying that, public service are not dedicated, they're not hardworking. No, not that. But we have to acknowledge that there is a problem, and that when there is this problem, this perception, right or wrong, people are very reluctant to engage with the City of Toronto on these public housing projects. I've talked to developers. Many of them don't want to do Housing Now projects because they've heard in the initial sites that they were so difficult to do. And if we're not willing to face these very uncomfortable questions and ask these tough, difficult questions, we're not going to reach any of these goals. And that's just the matter of the fact. So again, I'm very supportive of this project, very supportive of the mayor's leadership on continuing to make sure that Toronto is a great place to live by creating these affordable homes. But I think we have to have a very uncomfortable conversation about some of the cultural problems in the department that has kept us from succeeding at these goals for decades now. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put the motions on the screen. Okay, first motion by Councillor Fletcher. Recorded vote.
Councillor Prutz, are you able to register your vote, please?
Councillor Robinson, can we get your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you.
Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, next motion. All right, Councillor Bradford, did you want a recorded vote? Yes? Okay. Well, the mayor asked for record. You don't want? Okay, okay. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay? Next motion. Now this is the whole item. Item is amended, recorded vote, right, Mayor Chow? Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Malik, would you register your vote, please?
Councillor Robinson, can we get your vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you.
The item is amended, carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is EX 7.1, updated long-term financial plan. Councillor Thompson, you did make a request earlier. Okay, so Councillor Thompson is asking for a presentation on this item. Pardon? Because we had to request it. On favor? Yeah. On favor? Carry. Carry. Okay. Presentation. We'll have to give it a couple minutes for the staff to get it prepared.
For a recess.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mayor and members of Council. Steve and I will walk through a presentation that was presented to Executive. The slides have been circulated as part of that report, and they'll be on the screen for you today. The city's long-term financial plan started more than a year ago in February of 2022 with a request during that budget process for us to report back for that. You've received the long-term financial plan information in two parts. The first was in March of this year when we presented what we called Phase 1, which identified the challenges for the City of Toronto over the next 10 years. And it's important to note that while the long-term financial plan and our annual budget processes are obviously linked together, the exercise of the long-term financial plan was to look over the next decade as to how we build a stronger sustainability plan. And so there are many elements within the long-term financial plan and the contemplated actions and activities that are not immediate in their nature, but will over the 10 years help our situation out. Today, before you, after a move through Executive, is the second phase of that report. Some of the immediate opportunities that are there. And I say the word some because, as you'll know, the companion to the staff report, which was the independent report done by Ernst & Young, identified other possible actions that we may take, and there will be more discussions on actions and activities over this next decade that we can take as a city as well. The framing of the conversation for why a long-term financial plan and why now is really about understanding the context of Toronto in Canada's larger economy and, of course, as a subset of that, Ontario's larger economy, and the reality for us to be a strong city and continue to play the role that we play in our provincial and our national economy. We need to think about the relationship financially with other orders of government and our own ability to move forward on priorities differently. Simply put, we are an engine of the province's economy and the Canadian economy. And you can see that there in the percentages. From a share of the provincial and federal resources, their investments, of course, are broad in terms of some of the things that they support, but as an overall share, rather small considering the impact that we have on the overall economy. And when you think about some of the things that go on in the City of Toronto, you can understand why some new arrangement is required. And a theme throughout this report is a conversation about a new economic and fiscal arrangement that will benefit the City of Toronto, and in doing so will benefit the province of Ontario and Canada as a whole. Just think about our 10-year capital program, the largest in Toronto's history, of $50 billion in planned capital investments. Yes, that is critical to the infrastructure that we need moving forward, but think about it from an economic driver perspective, the jobs, the materials, and the ways that we will be supporting business through that investment, which will keep Toronto moving. We do operate the largest transit system, which is also part of how we keep Torontonians working and learning in this community. We are host to national and international headquarters and some of the most iconic events in this country. The visitor spend alone on an annual basis is about $5 billion. The economic impact of visitors is about $8 billion, and it drives 56,000 jobs in this community. At every turn, the things that go on in the City of Toronto have a broader economic impact, and that's why we're talking about this long-term financial plan in the way we are today. And as you have heard in the slice of discussion we had this morning looking at refugees, when we think about immigration in the broader capacity, we are a gateway for a large share of immigration in this community, and as such, we need to have that relationship that not only will provide the investments so that we can make that experience a seamless and supportive one, but encourage it for the future of our economic activity. So we contribute broadly to others, as is the headline of this slide, and that is categorized in two areas. One is we contribute a fair bit from the property tax base in extensions of what we would call federal and provincial responsibilities. And you can see the big drivers of that listed on this screen for you. You know about the way that housing and affordable housing and what we often term as social housing is delivered in this province. And it requires an investment by municipalities, and Toronto is no different, having the largest housing authority. It's no different that we have to put significant resources in. But when you add on our social services and our health services and the conversation that we had earlier today, you can understand that a large portion of our tax base is invested in these extensions of programs. Many of the services that we provide and the supports we provide are with regional benefit. Just look at our transit system, where 13% of our transit trips start or end outside of city boundaries, and that is equivalent to about $150 million in subsidy provided to by the city. And then again, the conversation we were having this morning is how large will our municipal shelter system be? Well, like it or not, we are a regional spot for shelter. If you look at the per capita levels of our shelter support, we are far beyond any other city in this country, and certainly well beyond any other city that surrounds us. In some ways, the long-term financial plan is not particularly new. City managers before me have presented you with the facts and the challenges that we face. The reality is that we rely very heavily on property-based tools. Municipalities all do that, and Toronto is no different. And in fact, we have a few extra tools as the City of Toronto, but they are primarily property-based. It means that whether it's commercial or residential properties, we have few new ways that we can go about looking at revenue. We don't have the tools to capture economic growth, and as you know within our long-term financial plan, and you've seen as we've released the details of it, that much of this conversation is about how we will be alongside the other major cities in North America and around the world with a broad approach to revenue generation that captures not only the very important investments by property owners in this community, but also the economic activity that cities like Toronto have. We are the 4th largest city in North America, the 3rd largest in the US and Canada. And if you look at those comparator municipalities, they have a broad array of revenue sources, including those that grow with the economy. We've talked about the complex scope and scale of some of our services, and while some of what we provide is simply a greater volume than other municipalities of a smaller size, there are specific things that happen in Toronto which are different than in other jurisdictions. And of course, the challenge that we face alongside other municipalities is a growing backlog of state of good repair for our critical infrastructure and just the infrastructure requirements in general. We know, though, that the financial situation and the financial environment in which we work has changed and in many ways has worsened. And that's why this creates a very important time for us to have this conversation that, as I say, is not particularly new. We have an interesting confluence of things occurring. Sustained pandemic impacts. You've heard us talk repeatedly about the lasting impact on things like our transit system and our shelter system that are no longer in the crisis of the pandemic, yes, but are feeling very much the impact of what that pandemic did to our community. We have rising inflation. You can see our 12 months trailing average here, and yes, inflation is lower than it was at its peak, but it continues to be a very high percentage that is a new experience when you look at our recent times. Interest rates. This is the interesting 2 bullet points here. 2021, the lowest interest rates ever, and today, although today stand pat by the government, by the Bank of Canada, I understand, we are still at some of the highest interest rates that we've seen in quite some time. And then you have the other challenges of the global supply chain disruptions, job and labor shortages that have been exacerbated again by the pandemic, and we have other legislative and intergovernmental impacts. The reality is that we have a worsened financial situation combined with our current fiscal challenges that have been around for a while in terms of our fiscal framework. So we do have limited and outdated revenue tools, and you'll see that repeatedly mentioned in the report. And generally speaking, we differ from our comparator municipalities in that we have no access to revenue tools that grow with the economy. And when you think about the amount that we put in terms of, as a city, the billions that are invested in growth-related taxes that we do not see the benefit of, it's time for us to have that conversation. We also believe it's time to have the conversation about how we fund some of the critical services in a different way. And believe you me, this is not about having an academic long exercise of who does what. It is about looking at some specific service areas and finding ways to better drive the services that Torontonians need, the services that the economic driver of Toronto needs to deliver for the province and the rest of the country. So as you heard in March, the unprecedented financial crisis over the next 10 years is at its total $46.5 billion, split into 3 major categories: an operating pressure over that decade of $7.5 billion, increasing debt load of $9.5, and then the largest single category is obviously our unfunded capital at nearly $30 billion. You'll hear us continue to talk about 2 key numbers. One is that nearly $30 billion in unfunded capital. Those are real needs that will begin over time to cripple our community's ability to provide the level of service that we need for Torontonians. And the other is the acute challenge of 2024 and the $1.5 billion in opening operating budget pressures that we're experiencing. 3 major contributing factors to this opening pressure. Obviously, the inflationary and growth-related pressures are there. The challenges in this post-pandemic world, and one of the ones that I've used in these presentations, and I draw your attention to 2 of them, one is around transit. While many of our transit ridership numbers are looking good as they rebound from the pandemic, including some of our what I'll call recreational use of transit that's actually higher than its pre-pandemic levels, one very important category lags significantly behind, and that is the frequent weekday riders who we would otherwise call commuters. It is at 56% of the pre-pandemic level, about half, and that is the change in work environment that we see in all areas of work. The other that we've talked about already, so I won't reiterate too much, is that our shelter system in just 2 years has grown exponentially. The other thing that's also impacting us at the moment is the full year impacts of some prior decisions. We have new transit coming on board, to which we had an agreement and a framework that worked pre the pandemic. But it's adding an operating cost to transit, which is hard for us to absorb given our current financial situation, and as a mechanism for how we move forward with our other necessary investments in transit is one that we need to figure out how we can do differently. When we turn to the $29.5 billion in unfunded capital needs, they fall into some major categories which are on the screen, but by far the biggest pressure, 57% of our total pressure, is in transit. Nearly $17 billion of unfunded capital needs. How will we move Torontonians around? How will we ensure that business sees this as a great place to invest in and do business in, because people can move around, both their customers and their employees, if we do not have the strong capital investment that we need? We've talked about some of these other areas today, as we've honored a departing General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation. We have continued backlogs in that area of our work. Housing is a critical priority for this council, is again behind in the capital investments we need to make, and it goes on and on and on. So I'm going to turn things over to Steve briefly to talk a little bit about the way that the long-term financial plan looks at how we're going to take action, both locally in terms of the things we can do collectively here in the City of Toronto, and the work that we'll need to do with other orders of government.
Thanks, Paul. As reflected in the report, and with the magnitude of the financial pressures the city faces over the next decade, there really is no one single solution that can address the city's financial challenges. Staff are recommending a series of options that collectively can mitigate and reduce the fiscal pressure. We're also fortunate to benefit to some degree from past actions. About 10% of our financial pressures can actually be addressed through actions that are already underway. The most significant and by far of these being the City Building Fund, and specifically Council's endorsement of extending the annual increase to this dedicated levy until the year 2035, which is expected to generate $5.3 billion in revenue over the next 10 years and will support priority investments in housing and transit investments initiatives. We have also completed further actions that have prevented the problem from being much worse. In 2023, we had the most significant property tax increase since amalgamation. We've increased the municipal accommodation tax. We've also introduced the vacant home tax to promote housing supply. We've been a leader in Canada in issuing green and social bonds, which have helped mitigate against the impacts of the rising cost of borrowing. We've also implemented a municipal land transfer tax strategy. You might recall in previous budget discussions the challenges associated with volatile revenue sources. We've implemented a strategy whereby we collect a significant portion of that revenue to capital or capital reserves that give us much more flexibility in the way that we're able to manage that annual volatility. And then lastly, really from the onset of the pandemic, even prior to the first lockdown, we brought forward strategies to be able to manage and address and track on a weekly basis the impacts of the pandemic on the city's financial positions, and bring forward strategies that have enabled us to continue to deliver services that were critical throughout the pandemic. Next slide. Building on past actions, the long-term financial plan includes recommendations to further reduce the city's fiscal pressure, many of which focus on opportunities that are within the city's control to implement. In total, we've broken out these opportunities into 5 categories. The first is reviewing existing revenue and policy tools that the city has in place today. So looking to develop a multi-year approach to property tax rates. This provides a level of certainty as we model a strategy to address our financial challenges over the next 3 years. And it's nothing new or novel. It's actually what we do today as we plan and budget for our rate programs, as well as how we plan and build our capital budget through the expected growth in the City Building Fund. We're also looking at introducing a graduated municipal land transfer tax rate. Rates are currently capped at 2.5% for homes valued above $2 million. This strategy, this option would bring forward a change to that effective January 1st that would look at increasing the rate for properties above $3 million, starting at 3.5% and ultimately going to 7.5% for properties that are valued above $20 million. Unlike the other revenue tools or revenue options that are provided in this report, this would be effective immediately, and this is one revenue option where we are seeking council's approval today. We also have recommendations on removing on-street parking rate caps. So on-street parking rates currently range from $1 an hour to a maximum of $5 an hour, with the highest rates charged in high-demand areas within the city's core. We are recommending to remove the $5 an hour cap. The Toronto Parking Authority is also in the process of conducting a comprehensive review of their on-street parking rates with a plan to report back with recommendations as part of the 2024 budget process. This will represent the first detailed review of on-street parking rates since 2017, with delays experienced due to the impacts of the pandemic. Rates are lower than other comparable cities in North America, and this would look at bringing those rates consistent with other jurisdictions. The other item that we're looking at is considering an increase to the vacant home tax from 1% to 3% of the assessed property value. So this is a policy tool in support of the city's objective of increasing housing supply. Staff are developing a report for this fall on the vacant home tax implementation. So we are seeking approval for this change to come back as part of that planned report this fall. This will set the rates that would be in place for 2024. With any added revenue collected as part of the 2025 budget. Next slide. Within the second category of opportunities, we've brought forward new revenue and new policy tools that the city is able to introduce within our existing authorities. For all of these items, ultimate approval is not being recommended today. Staff will report back with implementation plans predominantly through the 2024 budget process that will include details on proposed rates, collection and enforcement design, estimated revenues, and implementation timelines. The first of these items is a foreign buyer land transfer tax. This would be an additional tax applied to non-resident purchases of residential property. It would look and be consistent with the province of Ontario, who currently has their own non-resident speculation tax. We would look at potential implementation in the latter half of 2024, subject to council approval. However, immediate revenue may be limited as we are currently reviewing the implications of the existing federal prohibition on the purchase of residential property by non-Canadians, which is in place through 2023 and 2024. The next item is a commercial parking levy. So staff will also report back as part of the 2024 budget process with an implementation plan for council's consideration on a commercial parking levy. Further work will need to be done to refine the scope and applicability of a commercial parking levy that will include not just the rates and how and where the levy is applied, but also geographical and regional considerations and any exemptions from certain parking spaces or facilities. There is a precedent for this. Vancouver and Montreal have both introduced the form of a parking levy or a parking sales tax. And provided we receive council approval, revenue would not be expected until 2025, as there is a 12 to 18-month implementation period, with the greatest need being around developing a parking inventory. The third item is a dedicated 911 next generation levy. The federal government has mandated a transition to the next generation 911 services. This includes improvements like the ability to connect to 911 services via text, videos, and photos. Ontario is one of only 2 provinces without a dedicated 911 levy to offset both the capital and operating costs associated with these next generation upgrades. Most likely, this would be a smaller charge that is applied against a phone bill, and again, staff would come back with a report through the budget process on the implementation. Staff are also looking at an emissions performance charge for buildings, so this would be a policy tool to advance our climate goals. The building sector is our primary source of GHG emissions in Toronto. Introducing an emissions performance charge would establish the city as a leader in its commitment to reducing building emissions. The city's aim to introduce a gradual performance requirement, really first starting at commercial buildings, industrial institution, and ultimately rolling out into residential buildings as well. Any expected revenues to be generated from this would be reinvested to support the city's climate goals. Next slide. The third area of opportunity is in the category of expenditures and foregone revenues. Specifically, staff have identified two opportunities. The first is a review of the Imagination, Manufacturing, Innovation, and Technology Financial Incentive Program, or the program that we call IMIT. A review of this program that was originally introduced in 2008 is already underway. The program provides grants equivalent to the incremental taxes paid over a 10 to 12-year period for eligible developments. We budget about $50 million for the IMIT grants in our current budget, and the total cumulative estimated value of IMIT grants approved to date is approximately $726 million. The report back plan for 2024's budget process will review the program against city objectives and consider options to restructure or dissolve the program. Staff are also recommending a removal of the non-residential, non-ground floor area development charge exemption. Currently, the city only applies development charges for these non-residential buildings on the ground floor, meaning anything above the ground floor or below the ground floor is exempt. We have looked at 2022 data, which really identifies about $190 million in foregone revenue based on that exemption. The removal of this exemption would mean that the city receives significantly more revenue than we do today, but it would also mean that we're comparable with other GTA municipalities that don't have this exemption in place as we speak. So staff will bring forward an updated development charge background study and amendments, an amended bylaw for council's consideration in 2024. Next slide. Our fourth category speaks to the review of surplus and underutilized assets. So staff will review and identify surplus and underutilized assets and bring forward a strategy for potential disposition or change in use that ensures the greatest value to the city. Staff will also consider where there may be opportunities for enhanced revenue generation. Staff will also report back as part of the 2024 budget process with these specific assets and areas of opportunity. So there are also further actions that will help the city's financial pressure from worsening. This includes an acknowledgement by council of the city's $46.5 billion financial challenges with a commitment to exploring a wide range of solutions. As part of this commitment, there's an opportunity to enhance the city's political, treasury, and governance function. Essentially, this means that all financial details associated with a proposal are considered by council in advance of policy and program decisions and resulting expectations being set. As well, while there are no recommendations in the report specific to the following actions, staff are committed to continued procurement strategies with a focus towards enhancing regional procurement opportunities. We'll leverage a GTHA procurement table that we are part of to identify opportunities for both savings and cost avoidance. And lastly, we'll look to enhance the citywide capital prioritization framework to be in place for the 2025 budget process. We'll build upon our current framework that prioritizes investments in health and safety, legislative, and state of good repair projects. And we will add enhanced elements to ensure all capital projects, not just those within an individual program or agency, are prioritized and reviewed consistently across the city. Next slide. The LTFP makes every effort to address the city's financial challenges on its own. The challenge is that applying the full suite of these options will not be enough to address the city's $46.5 billion pressure. Ultimately, subject to council approvals, we estimate that the city alone can only address about 40% of the challenge. On top of that, and what's become very evident through this exercise, is that the options that the city has the full authority to implement are generally limited to property ownership. That holds true for property taxes, various land transfer taxes, vacant home taxes, and even parking levies that are ultimately attributed to property ownership. To address the remaining 60% of our financial pressures, the city needs a new fiscal framework with the federal and provincial government. We need the provincial and federal governments to enable access to revenue tools that capture economic growth. This alone will account for about 1/3 of our remaining pressure. We have noted that this may be a municipal sales tax, but could be any material revenue tool that grows with the economy. It could represent a share of the existing sales tax, authority to introduce our own sales tax, or even a portion of income tax. There is precedent for this. A couple of examples include Quebec, who grants a portion of its sales tax to municipalities, or even New York, that applies a municipal sales tax of 4.5% for all purchases over $110. To address the remaining pressure, we also need fair contributions to critical services we provide to the benefit of the region, the province, and nation, with focus on transit and housing and shelter services. This should reflect full and fair funding for services we provide that are extensions of provincial and federal responsibilities. From a transit perspective, Toronto urgently needs a new funding agreement, one that acknowledges the regional benefit Toronto's transit system provides. As Paul noted early, 13% of our transit trips start or end outside of the City of Toronto. This is equivalent to a $155 million subsidy the City of Toronto taxpayers are providing to our regional riders. We also need a new funding arrangement for the operations and maintenance of transit expansion projects, including one for the immediate costs associated with Lines 5 and Line 6. And lastly, a fiscal framework that provides funding for critical capital investments to ensure our system remains safe, reliable, and connected, and can continue to provide these valuable regional and economic benefits. As noted, $16.9 billion, or more than half of our unfunded capital needs, are transit-related, with urgent needs for funding of e-buses, subway cars, vehicle overhaul programs, and critical state-of-good repair. To address our financial challenges, actions must occur in many ways and must be supported by all levels of government. Thank you, and I'll turn it back to our City Manager.
Just a couple of slides. So, as you know, the report that's before you today does have a couple of recommendations that we'd be looking for immediate action to take place. Much our report backs through our budget process, but all is about getting going in a way that has a bit of pace to it. The reason that some of them would need to come back with the budget process is we need to understand if there are things that you wish us to explore as we bring some of this back, so that we bring back the package for implementation that best meets your needs in terms of the things you wish us to look at as we explore some of these opportunities. So with those report backs, it would be about reporting back so we can implement. Some of that implementation could be fully or partially in 2024. Some of it will be in future years. As I say, this long-term financial plan, while linked to our annual budget process, is looking at the 10-year horizon for our plan. So if we go to the final slide of the presentation, it is time, while we look at our own internal roles that we can play, how we prioritize the services we deliver, how we ensure continuous improvement as part of each and every day of our activity as the public service, and how we continue to talk about, together with you, the key priority services that we need to continue to provide here at the City of Toronto. We need to engage in a different conversation, not only about the revenue tools, and I know that's the headliner, talking about a sales tax, talking about access to income taxes. That is the headliner in the report, and it's certainly been a big part of the conversation. But it is that opening part of the conversation to see how other orders of government can work with us and find the most appropriate ways for us to do one of two things: have access to those revenue streams that will not require us year after year after year to ask for the very things that we need to be sustainable, but find a way to build in that sustainably naturally, or in combination with a review of some of those core services that Toronto provides that have regional benefit for sure, and are things that we provide at a level that is simply there because of the very nature of what we do to encourage the economic activity of this province and of this country. So we are asking that these actions are not just Toronto's alone, although we will play our part, that it's a joint exercise across other orders of government and wherever we can possibly partner to make that happen, and that we start on that journey today and see where that journey takes us. So we're happy to answer some of the questions that you may have, and I know that there'll be plenty of discussion on this item moving forward. Thanks so much, Speaker.
Thank you. So we are going to go to questions. Quorum call.
Members, stand by while we activate the voting panel, and then we'll ask you to press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber. So just stand by, please. Members, the voting panel is now open. Would you please press either of the two buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber, please? Or your presence online as well, pardon me. Councillor Robinson, we see you and we'll record you as present. Councillor Sachs, are you able to press one of the buttons, please? Deputy Mayor McKelvey, just press yes or no. Thank you.
What's the tax whizz's guy's name? The city, huh? No, the other guy in the far end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaker, the quorum is present. There are 23 members in the chamber with a 24th just going to a seat.
Thank you. Okay, members, if I can please have everyone stay in their seats and we can try to get the item completed. Okay. Councillor Cole, questions?
Oh, yeah, hi. Thank you. I have a question for staff. Does this projected debt shortfall of $45 billion include that $1.2 billion that we will lose as a result of the province basically offloading development charges once paid by developers onto the City of Toronto taxpayers?
Through the Speaker, the $46.5 billion does not factor in any potential consequences from Bill 23, as we're still waiting for the results of the audit and any reimbursement announcements from the province.
So we basically could be in the hole for another $1.2 billion.
Through the Speaker, so what's potentially at risk as a result of Bill 23 would be $2.3 billion.
$2.3
over the next 10 years. And there's work underway with the province determining, or underway as it relates to the audit and validating the financial impacts and waiting for the results.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, with the obvious impact of the TTC, that's one of our biggest debt loads that we have every year, cost because of the lack of ridership. Have you looked at possibly doing something or providing some incentive whereby people would return to work in downtown Toronto? Because I think we have one of the lowest return to work rates in all of North America here, therefore impacting the TTC. Have you looked at maybe dealing with that reality of getting people to come back to work downtown?
So through the Speaker, I know that as we came out of the crisis portion of the pandemic, there were conversations with economic tables and working groups around that. I mean, yes, I think everybody wants to encourage workers and others to come back to work. The reality is the nature of work has changed fundamentally, and the war for talent, as it's called, is really precluding businesses of all kinds from driving towards that. So we can't control it. We certainly are having those conversations. I know everybody agrees it would be better to see more of that volume in the downtown. Exactly when that comes back is anybody's guess.
Okay. Is there any other major city in the world that spends this much money on public housing or public transit, on basically funded by property taxation by itself, is there another city that pays for their transit service like we do, pays for Toronto community housing like we do? Is there any other city anywhere in the world that does that from a property tax base?
So through the Speaker, no major city that does it, particularly on the housing side. Ontario is a very unique situation in how the funding of social housing is delivered. And on the transit side, most other major cities that deliver transit have different funding models that are not as reliant on the subsidy from the property tax base.
Yes, so in other words, most people in Toronto don't know that we are basically one of the few cities in the world that does this on the property tax.
Through the Speaker, yes, I think people feel that we receive the support for these services from either other orders of government or somehow they pay for themselves. They do not. And the social housing pressure on all Ontario municipalities have been heavy, but when you're the biggest, it's worse. And right now, our subsidy, if you include in the COVID impacts for the TTC, is about $1.3 billion.
Now, the one part of your presentation I thought was excellent was talking about what part of the GDP are we responsible for federally? What percent?
It's about 1/5, 21%.
Provincially?
Just over 50%, 53%.
Then, in terms of what part are we of the federal budget? How much money do we get in each federal budget? What percent? 0.03% or something?
Okay.
0.3.
That was your
through the
last
Speaker.
question.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing to highlight with people.
Okay, thank you.
We pay, but we don't get anything back.
Okay, members, we have to try to speed this up, members of council. Otherwise, we're going to have to come back tomorrow. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In your recommendations, you do talk about additional revenue tools, and you specifically mention municipal sales tax, but the wording beforehand kind of says have a discussion about it and then including to. So is that including to but not limited to? So like this is about a bigger conversation about, a whole suite of potential revenue tools.
Through the Speaker, yes. What we're looking for is a revenue tool that grows with the economy.
Okay. So if I were to just amend that to say, and specifically you're liking the sales tax because of its administrative ease, like why that compared to an income tax?
So through the Speaker, when we looked at options around growth-related revenue tools, sales tax had frameworks that existed. Our goal here is not to have a protracted year-over-year conversation in the ethereal. We need to get to action. Sales tax has a framework for how that could be delivered, but we're open to whatever that growth-related tax looks like.
Okay, so if I said, or an existing portion of the HST, like that's the same thing, because really, I think the province, this is my comment, not yours, but I think the province is kind of making bank right now with inflation. So, if there is that revenue coming in on HST, like it could also flow to us, and it's the same outcome, which is additional finances to us that grow with the economy.
Through the Speaker, correct. Whether it's a portion, whether it's new, whether it's looking at income versus sales tax, as long as it's a growth-related tax source, we'd be good.
Okay, do we know how much the City of Toronto's population grows every day? I know I asked you that before, and I still don't know we have the number, but I heard it around transit, approximately 13% of trips start outside the GTA, but do we know how many people drive into Toronto to work and spend money and visit on what do we swell to?
Through the Speaker, I'm not sure I have that to hand, and I don't
But
see
is
anybody
part of
rushing
the
to.
advantage of a sales tax that you're capturing revenue off all the people that come in and use our infrastructure? Is that a benefit of a sales tax compared to an income tax?
Yes, so through the Speaker, about up to 10% of that would be captured from outside the City of Toronto, so it's a way of capturing those that do visit or come in for work as well.
So those are people that come into our city, use our parks, leave their garbage, flush the toilet, use our transit, drive on our roads, contribute to our potholes. So we're looking at the advantage of a sales tax is kind of capturing that full suite of who's using our infrastructure.
Through the Speaker, exactly, and that's why cities of our size around the world do a balanced approach to how you raise revenue, because it's recognized that we have the benefit of having all of these opportunities for people to come and visit, come and work in this city, which is great. The reality is, though, we want some tools that capture some of that as well.
On the parking levy, in February, we had a motion that asked you to report back on a whole bunch of different things. Are you still considering all of those in the report back on the parking levy? Are you comfortable if I just remove that, just so it's crystal clear to the public? You're still doing that?
Through the Speaker, yes, that direction remains, and we'll report back on all of that as well.
Okay, and then additional engagement. We had some business leaders that came to executive. I think there was kind of an informal recognition that some engagement went in. So will that continue? Are you comfortable if we ask you to continue those conversations with the business community? Because it seems like some of them could be our biggest champions for a fiscal framework.
So through the Speaker, absolutely. We want to do that. We'll do it. Would welcome further encouragement to do that with key stakeholders as well as Torontonians at large.
What is the key message on our reserves and what they're for?
So through the Speaker, the key message is our reserves are there for commitments we have, mainly around critical infrastructure. Everybody says combined reserves and deferred revenue sits at over $11 billion. The reality is that's against a commitment of $38 billion. So I don't look at it as having lots of money available. I actually look at it as being in a deficit position. Now, generally accepted accounting principles might differ with me, but the reality is that's not money that's available to do what we need. It's against commitments that we've already made.
So does that, for example, include the funds that we accumulate for water infrastructure, solid waste infrastructure? They're designated things that people have paid with an expectation of where they will be used.
Yeah, through the Speaker, there's some concrete examples where of the amount of funds that we have in reserves, 1.2 billion of that is in our water and wastewater reserves. But we have 14.2 billion in commitments against those funds over the next 10 years, meaning not only do we have to continue to generate revenue, we actually have to continue to do it at increased rates. We also have about 500 million in our city building fund reserve, but we have 6.1 billion in capital that is going to be supported from that. And the other piece is we have our COVID backstop, which we all have talked about earlier, is likely to be completely depleted by the first quarter of next year.
Okay, so really dipping into those reserves are like going into your RRSP to pay for your groceries. It's not sustainable.
It's absolutely not sustainable.
That was your last question. That was your last
great, thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to Councillor McKelvey, because I was going to ask the same question about reserves, which I asked at executive. But what I didn't get to ask at executive was about some of the capital investments that we need more broadly in terms of how we build a growing city. And I'm just going to zero in on childcare. In my ward, this is such a massive need. It's not just the shortage of subsidies. It's a lack of spaces and even places to run not-for-profit childcare. Is it accurate to say that the city waiting list for childcare spaces is about 60,000 spaces, which I've seen in other reports?
Through the Speaker, I don't have that number in front of me, Councillor Bravo, but if you've read that in the previous report, absolutely.
Great. Well, in one out of the three transit-oriented hubs in my ward alone, there are 7,800 units of housing proposed. There will be apartments with 2 and 3 bedrooms, but we don't have any childcare as it is. We don't have any place to put a childcare center. And I think that in the public mind, when they heard the announcement in June that there would be $625 million in capital funds, I'll note that the province is MIA on this, for childcare spaces, some people thought that we'd solve the childcare problem. Can you confirm that this won't actually fix Toronto's childcare shortage? And what would it take to actually meet that demand?
So through the Speaker, to meet the total demand, I don't know. I can absolutely, confirm to you that the capital funds that are available for childcare are nowhere near significant. So while we have a very robust national program to lower the cost operating-wise for childcare, the capital that needs to flow in order to create those spaces for Torontonians and all Canadians simply doesn't exist.
Thank you. I think we often forget that when our population grows, it includes children, and that adults have children, and that we need that. The staff report on city building objectives for the sale or transfer of city-owned real estate that came to general government really clarified for us what city building principles were. It says there that contributing to affordable housing and making the city financially sustainable, both very important goals that we've been talking about today. It also talks about partnerships that benefit the local community, partnerships for delivering the things that we actually need. Would that include, for example, childcare as a city building priority? Would you consider that a city building priority?
So through the Speaker, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I think this is to Mr. Conforti, but anyone else can join in. In the report is this acronym CAGR, Compound Annual Growth Rate. Could you just explain to Council what that is? I saw it, I think, back in 2014, and I saw it again in that report earlier this year. I think I saw it again in here.
I'm not sure this is going to simplify, but it's the compounded annual growth assumption.
So would another way to put it be, it's the rate at which government is growing faster than we can raise money to pay for our costs. In other words, our expansion rate.
Yes, in the context used in the report, it speaks to the growth in our expenditures.
So what is the compound annual growth rate right now? Roughly.
Just give us a moment to pull it from the report. I believe it's roughly 2% or so.
Okay, so I'll ask, but another way to describe it is if, you know, our spending was digging a hole and our revenue was filling the hole, another worker behind us. If the person spending is digging really fast, the hole's getting bigger. So that's a positive compound annual growth rate.
Yeah, through the Speaker, and one of the challenges that we face is our expenditures are growing at a faster rate than traditionally our
We can
revenues
take in
have
money.
grown.
Unless we want to put like a 50% tax increase, which would not be reasonable. But making reasonable assumptions, we can only raise so much more money every year. But we spend more than that with our commitments. So a compound annual growth rate of 0 doesn't mean a 0 tax increase. It assumes that we're going to continue to bring in revenue.
Through the Speaker, yeah, that would be correct, that the revenue coming in would match that of our expenditure.
So why don't we talk about it more? Why don't we talk about how deep we're getting into the hole? It just pops up in these reports now and then, but I don't know, in my simple view, every council motion could have like an up arrow that says we're making government bigger, and or it could have a down arrow that says we're getting smaller. But if we are expanding like the universe faster than we can control it, what's the prognosis?
So through the Speaker, I think in a way, this report is trying to say that some of that is our own work that we're doing to expand, which we need to think about. And so some of the pieces that are in our report are about different governance approaches to how we look at our expenditures. Perhaps using something, I'll use the term Treasury Board because we know that from other orders of government, that we have some of that rigor injected in. The other part of our report, though, suggests that and says that we are being required to do activities that again cause that to grow. So the combination of both is a recipe for where we are today, for sure. And I just would stress it is both sides of that. Yes, we have some things we could do internally, but even if we did all of that ourselves and kept that growth rate to 0, we are being challenged by external forces to grow at a rate that we can't control.
So back on that governance piece, I don't see those recommendations today. But I'm really intrigued about this because I talked about it earlier, right? You know, I lamented in the previous debate that we were introducing more housing. We were growing government bigger. Lots of reasons for that. But we have to have a commensurate revenue stream. So is there a vision on how council will control and discipline itself? Because many of these choices are ones that are made on the floor. And maybe we're not doing it paying attention to a number like that.
So through the Speaker, the reason it's not there as a specific recommendation is that is work we can undertake without specific direction to bring back, and we're doing that. If you wish to stress that and add to that direction, fine, but that's the way we looked at it. So it is in the report in a way. It's not highlighted as a recommendation because we could continue to work on it without that.
Okay, and so I just get a little different question here. There's a couple of standout recommendations. They don't really point to any money or relief or change in compound annual growth rate. Maybe they do. There's part of it that talks about creating a new energy reporting regime. I view that as growing government bigger, right? We're going to have to start collecting information about buildings and then passing a bylaw about performance. Where's that all going? Why is it in a financial plan report?
So through the Speaker, the details of it will come back, but in theory, we are going to have costs associated with meeting some of our climate initiatives. This would be a way to mitigate those costs from coming. So to your point about growing, this is the way to mitigate it through bylaw and policy that would both help us achieve our goals, which is the ultimate policy tool, but also in the short term, raise that revenue. Otherwise, we may have to find those revenue sources in other parts.
Money.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Sachs, question.
Yes, thank you. Question for Mr. Conforti. In your recommendations, you recommended a parking levy to commence in 2025. Given the intense revenue needs that you've described, could you phase in a parking levy for the very largest parking lots across the city, like over 1,000 spots, and to do that in 2024 so we'd have some income then?
Through the Speaker, so the recommendation is so we will be coming back with the report on the implementation and the structure of a parking levy. That would come through the 2024 budget process. We have noted there's about a 12 to 18-month period of time just to build the inventory of parking spaces, and that would mean any revenue at earliest would be 2025. There is an opportunity for us to review the feasibility of phasing that, and that's something we could come back and review and see if there's a possibility of bringing revenues in earlier or in a phased approach, but we would have to review the feasibility and address any challenges in meeting a target of 2024.
Right, but at least it's worth looking at.
Happy to take direction to look at the feasibility.
Thank you.
Councillor Cheng, questions?
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just looking at this motion with regard to 5F. What would potential impact be for removing development charge exemption on non-residential, non-ground floor properties when developers are already trying to avoid non-residential to maximize profit by maximizing residential units? This is my current situation where I have a great deal of difficulty getting commercial, and so if we start to de-incentivize this, will we then build more sleeper communities?
Through the Speaker, the report reflects a review of 2022 data and the implications of if we were at full implementation of removing that exemption based on the 2022 results that we have seen. And that would have equated to about $190 million in what was otherwise foregone revenue that would have been received as development charge revenue to support growth-related initiatives.
But then we could potentially increase a lot of housing and decrease walkable communities where there's amenities because you need commercial spaces to house doctors and dentists, and they're not always on the ground floor.
Through the Speaker, so the incentive itself was brought in to spur commercial development, but there are other tools that the city has available that we would continue to review in terms of being able to meet those commercial objectives.
Okay.
And I would add, we are the only municipality within the GTHA that currently has that exemption in place, and we are the outlier among surrounding municipalities as it relates to those developments.
Okay, for part 13, on lobbying other levels of government, mentions the need to reduce essential services and cancel capital projects, including those that contribute to intergovernmental priorities. Will there be a firm number and listed services and projects that are on the chopping block without intervention of other levels of government in these dialogues?
So through the Speaker, not yet, but we will get to a point at some stage where those will have to be discussed. We've already signaled what some of that looks like, and that is, of course, not proceeding with expansion, for instance, in long-term care. it may impact some of the ways that we deliver transit in the future. You've already seen the impacts of some of that in the fact that some of our capital from current has had to be used in order to balance off 2022. So you've seen windows into what it would be. Our hope is that we don't have to go further, but it's very real what would need to take place if we're not able to achieve a better financial sustainability.
Okay, for part 15, when safety and hybrid work are key reasons that people have reduced TTC ridership, how can the arts and culture initiatives address these two main sources of impact for reduced ridership? So I'm just wondering about that motion, that part of the motion.
Through the speaker, so that was a motion that was added by our executive committee, and I believe the request is of the Toronto Transit Commission to come back and look at creative and imaginative ways to bring ridership back to the TTC by engaging arts and culture. So this wasn't part of the original staff report, but staff will come back with that information.
So is there then a reasoning that arts and culture can help change the reality that people are working hybrid and people have safety concerns? Is that the proposal?
Again, through the speaker, this was a motion moved at executive committee. It appears that the intent was to look at ways of increasing ridership and leveraging economic development and arts and culture to do so, but staff would have to report back on any implication.
And my last question, if the city is over-functioning and paying for things that other levels of government are truly responsible for, what is the pathway for transitioning these costs back to their rightful owners, in particular because many of these things impact the most vulnerable in our community? So it's not so easy as to just stop and drop these things, but there has to be a pathway, and I'm afraid that with us saying we can't do it, but then we always step in, that other levels of government will continue to take a hands-off approach with regard to these gaps.
That was your last question?
Thank you.
Through the speaker, you know, the short answer is this is the crux of the intergovernmental work that we need to do. There is no real structural fix to this without an intergovernmental approach. Some of what we deliver on behalf of other orders of government are legislated, but they are having a different type of impact. Some of the agreements we have in place worked 3-4 years ago are no longer working because of the changing environment. So we have to have those conversations. I think you are also seeing, and this morning's conversation about what's happening with refugees in our community is an example of this. We have hit the ability for us to continue to expand. And therefore, our answer is we're happy to show you possible solutions, but that will have to be done by other orders of government in order to make movement on that. We'll have to have those same conversations on other important services here, because you are quite right. The ability for us to simply go back to paying at the level that we're funded is really, in many cases, not an option because of the impact that would have on Torontonians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. There were some questions asked earlier about the so-called down arrow, the cutting costs in order to try to get our way out of this. And I have a few questions about this. First of all, every year, the Toronto Public Service, together with City Council, does a review of our expenditures. And at the beginning of the process, we're told there's a pressure of X hundred millions, and by the end, we've got it down to balance. How much money in each budget year are we closing in order of magnitude terms?
Through the speaker, generally pre-pandemic, we had always had about a 500 to 600 million opening pressure that we would have to manage and bring forward both revenue and expenditure review options to balance. It's obviously gotten much worse as a result of the pandemic, where this year the opening pressure is now 1.5 billion. But traditionally, it's been around 500 to 600 million.
So every single year, the Toronto Public Service and Toronto City Council figures out how to do stuff more efficiently, look at maybe changing user fees, but we close $500 million. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes.
Okay. A few years ago, a mayor of Toronto decided that that wasn't good enough, and we brought in a consulting firm, KPMG, to look at everything we did. And there were a number of other consultants brought in, and we asked the Auditor General, after all of those reviews were done, to see whether we got value for money, and she reported in 2015. My memory is that the Auditor General found we spent $3.5 million and only found $16 million in savings. Is that your memory too?
Through the speaker, so I am aware of the Auditor General's report from 2015, and it looked at the savings that were identified and identified that of the savings, about 16.1 were reoccurring and directly attributed to the study.
And further in that report, they identified we spent $3.5 million on consultants to find that $16 million.
I'd have to dig through the report,
Okay.
but I appreciate it.
You can take my word for it. So we have two ways that we have looked at whether or not we can save money. One is to use the Toronto Public Service and a public review, including deputations from members of the community, and we find $500 million a year. On another occasion, we said, well, that's not good enough. We'll go out and spend $3.5 million on consultants, and they found what? 0.3 or 3% as much money as you find every year. Is that sort of roughly right?
So through the speaker, yes, roughly. On a year-by-year basis, we're identifying lots of ways that we can deliver service in different ways and stronger ways.
Okay. Further to this, is it the case that a central part of our problem right now isn't that we are inefficient in things that we are supposed to do, but rather that we're being asked to take on costs that properly belong with other orders of government?
So through the speaker, yes, and that's existed for some time. What's compounding the issue is that in certain cases in some of those services, most acutely in the issue of shelters and homelessness services and in transit, we've hit another block where now we have a huge either increased demand in the case of shelters or a decrease in ridership, which is causing a challenge in transit. But the structural deficit of some of those programs has been there for quite some time.
And there is no consultant in the world who can come in and tell you how you can cut costs that are imposed on us by other orders of government. You actually need the other orders of government to take that back.
So through the speaker, take it back or find a different way of funding it for sure. Let's use social housing as an example. There's no way to efficiency your way out of the reality that we simply don't have enough revenue to keep up with the operating needs that are there for a very important resource for Torontonians.
Thank you very much. You've been most helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Speaker Nuziata.
Yeah, thank you. It's all about uploading, right? Yep. We were downloaded, now we have to upload. So I have a few questions. First of all, what is the status of the audit that the province has asked us to do?
So through the speaker, the audit was awarded to a firm in late July, early August. We've had an initial meeting with that audit firm. Their work is due to be completed, we understand, sometime around November.
Okay, so then once that audit is completed, what is the process? We send it back to the province and then ask, then we can ask for the funding from the province once he sees the results from the audit? Is that how it's going to work?
So through the speaker, this is the province's audit, so they will own it. It's not for us to send back.
So if there's no,
but the goal is
then we can ask for the money, right? Once the audit is complete, if it's.
The goal is that this audit would answer the question of how to make the municipality whole.
Okay, all right. So I have a few questions. So the on-street parking rate that you mentioned, and you said that it's $1 to $5, and actually we're the lowest. The lowest from where? From who?
Sorry, in comparison to other municipalities and jurisdictions?
Is it comparison to
Yeah,
other
so the report
municipalities?
itself does some comparisons to what our on-street parking rates are. I believe we compare to Vancouver, New York City, Chicago, San Francisco, and comparing to those other municipalities, we tend to be on the lower end of our highest amount.
Okay, so, but would that be implemented like in certain parts of the city? I mean, because there are certain parts of the city where we have small retail that I don't think that they can afford to pay more than $5 for parking. So will we, the councillors, have an opportunity to give input? Because, I mean, maybe downtown it's different, but in our areas where we have these small businesses trying to survive and people can't park because they can't afford to pay more than $5 to park to buy anything.
Yes, so through the speaker, there is a comprehensive review that is currently being undertaken by the TPA. As part of that comprehensive review, it's the first, I believe, since 2017. It would look at all of those factors. It would ensure that there's proper stakeholder consultation, including the BIAs, including the local councillor, and recommendations on any changes would come forward to the board, I believe, later this year, and then ultimately make their way through the budget process as well.
Okay, and as far as the sales tax, so are we not concerned that residents will just travel across the street and go to Woodbridge or Mississauga and Brampton to shop rather than in Toronto? I mean, is that not a concern?
So through the speaker, it is one of the levels of concern and one of the areas that would need to be explored. That's why perhaps a share, that's why perhaps a regional approach to sales tax reform in the GTHA would be a way to avoid that. So yeah, there are concerns. There is no easy path. Otherwise, we would have found it already and we would have implemented it because you give great direction and we come up with some pretty good ideas here and there. But I do think we have to look at those options and figure out a way that we can limit the downside as much as possible and maximize the upside.
So, and that's why the province, when we moved to have a road toll, they said no to that because they were concerned. People coming from the 905, coming to Toronto, I mean, that was the whole issue, right? So we need provincial approval on that regardless, correct?
Through the speaker, correct.
Yeah. Now, the commercial parking levy, I know that last year when we discussed it, we did move recommendations on looking and I think Councillor McKelvey asked that question about exempting certain businesses. I know the BIA Tavia was very involved in that because they were very concerned on some of these small businesses with strip malls and that they would have to pay that additional levy, which they're struggling now. So are you going to come back with a report on looking, because then we have churches, we have community centers. We're just not talking about big malls. We're talking, have an impact on all the retail that we have in the city. So what is the report coming?
Yeah, through the speaker. So the report will be coming back with an implementation plan that would be brought forward for council's consideration. There'd be various items in there for consideration that would include how and where the levies apply, geographic considerations, if it's applied to paid or unpaid spots, applied to parking spaces or parking areas.
So you'll come back with a report and then we make the decision. Because I know Tabia was very concerned. My last question, I know.
Last question,
I know,
Speaker.
last question, sorry. I never ask questions.
I know.
So dedicated 911 levy. So can you explain how that's going to work? I was at executive and you mentioned something that goes on your phone bill, but how does that revenue come back to the city? If it's on your phone bill, does Val or Roger, do they reimburse the city for that levy? So if you can just explain, I was a little confused on that at executive. I didn't get a chance to ask that question.
Through the speaker.
Yeah.
So the charge would actually be imposed on the telecommunication provider who would likely then pass it on to each of the phone bills for phone users, but we would be recovering it from those telecommunication companies.
So you would be reimbursed from the
charge would be to the telecommunication companies.
And that we get reimbursed from them. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Carroll. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pasternak. Yes, question.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I referenced it earlier, the public letter of the Honourable Chrystia Freeland, and in her last sentence, she says, in order to address the City of Toronto's budgetary requirements, I must reiterate a message that I conveyed to then Mayor Tory and Deputy Mayor McKelvey. The province of Ontario has both the constitutional responsibility and fiscal capacity to support Toronto. But that's not what we're reading in the mammoth documents before us. What we're reading in the documents before us is that it's a federal mess, that cities have grown over the decades, and we're trying to fit it into a federal system and a constitution that's old. So why don't we just throw all this to the courts and say, look, make the argument that these are clearly in our Constitution, federal responsibility, and get a court to order the other levels of government to take on what we deem to be federal responsibility and what we deem to be provincial. And of course, going to the courts comes with its risks. I'm wondering whether that remains an option for us if all else fails.
Through you, Madam Speaker, while that is something we could consider, in my view, this is primarily an intergovernmental and political issue that is best addressed through discussions. The City of Toronto can back away from providing services that are in the category of federal responsibility. However, it's difficult to, as a municipality, to force the federal government to take on more than it's already taking on. How much of a service to provide is generally speaking, viewed as a policy decision. That being said, I haven't considered this in any depth, so I'm not ruling it out. That's my initial reaction.
Is it true that we could turn to the courts for their opinion on jurisdictional issues? Just as looking as a matter of opinion, not winners and losers.
It would be unusual to do so with respect to provision of services and division of powers on this sort of an issue. That would be very unusual.
Okay. So in the Ernst & Young report, it's suggesting we not open the Crosstown LRT and the Finch West LRT, and we're going to save a little over $100 million. Now, is that a bargaining chip? I mean, based on that logic, you could shut down the entire TTC and save $1 billion. I mean, isn't that a road we really don't want to travel?
So through the Speaker, that was more strongly positioned by the consultant. You'll notice in our staff recommendations, because we have agreements in place for things like the Eglinton Crosstown, we're asking for a conversation to talk about how best to meet our operational needs with that, but not go to that extreme. Where we do get a little firmer is with some of the projects that are still many, many years away. We're saying we need to stop working on the same agreement principles and look at a different operating agreement because we have that opportunity. We've not yet signed an operating agreement for some of those newer lines. So we're a little stronger on those. When it comes to the Eglinton Crosstown, really what we're asking the provincial government is to consider looking at ways that they can help us with our operational challenges. So not following the full extent of the EY recommendation, but asking for some consideration of a discussion around it.
Certainly, there's nothing wrong with hard bargaining. Now, when it comes to the sales tax, we all know the HST is blended between federal and provincial. Isn't this going to get pretty mucky by asking for our own sales tax? Is it rolled into the HST? Is it a standalone tax? Is it a separate line item? Does each level of government kind of take a little bit of a hit and then revert it back to us? Isn't it pretty messy?
So through the speaker, there are, looking at other jurisdictions, there are ways that it doesn't have to be that messy. It could get messy very easily if we were to set, for instance, a very different regime or very different set of circumstances for that type of a revenue tool. In that case, because it is centrally collected, we could be quite rightly asked to contribute many, many, many dollars in terms of the administration of it. However, if it is a fairly straightforward match of what the approach to that revenue tool is today, simply increasing it is a simpler path and not quite as messy.
And on that issue, isn't it just cleaner to ask for a percentage of the sales tax back from the levels of government the way we do the gas tax? Isn't that a simpler, cleaner approach to this where we get a revenue cashback?
So through the speaker, certainly a cleaner, to use your terminology, approach to that. I think our concern was that does that cap at a much lower level the revenue ability, because will governments want to give up their portion of their share to the size that we really need? We need this to be a significant revenue tool, not a small $50 to $100 million slice of the pie per se. This needs to be a significant revenue tool for the City of Toronto. So if there is a way that it could be done like the gas tax model was, fantastic. I think our sense is that it might have to be a discussion that expands beyond just a portion of the existing tax, but we're open to all of those conversations.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to the city manager. There is not one single revenue tool that is on the table for the city to benefit from either levels of government. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, there's not a tool that does what?
One specific revenue tool. There's a variety of things that you're looking at, we're considering.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So in terms of areas that we can affect, I'm wondering on page 10 of the report, it talks about the DCs and the ground floor non-residential area. And it seems to suggest that we have been foregoing about $190 million annually. I'm just wondering, what was the rationale for that exemption?
Through the speaker, the exemption would have been in place to entice commercial development.
Right, and so we have seen a tremendous uptake and benefit to the city in terms of commercial development, have we not?
There has been significant growth, especially in office towers in the downtown core, that have benefited from that exemption.
Right, so I would gather that it is time perhaps to make that decision to move on. Would you agree?
Yes, the recommendation in the report is to come back with a change in the DC background study.
Can I then ask you, with respect to the sales tax, I know it's been mentioned and we talked a little bit about more a regional approach. Has those discussions taken place with other mayors, AMO and others, for example?
Through the speaker, yes, this is a topic of conversation amongst both senior staff at municipalities as well as elected officials. And in fact, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, is looking at doing some work to bring forward what new fiscal frameworks would look like, including some of these revenue tools.
Okay, thank you. How much revenues do we generate now from Woodbine, for example, in terms of gambling that takes place there?
Through the speaker, I'll double check the recent data. Off memory, I think it's about 20 to 30 million a year.
So we generate about 20 to 30 from gambling now in general?
Yes, that'd be correct.
Okay. How many vacant homes exist in the City of Toronto currently that we're able to apply the tax to?
We're currently tracking to about 1%, which is consistent with our initial estimate as we were rolling out the vacant home
I'm
tax
sorry,
program.
what's that number?
About 1%.
Okay.
About 8,000 actual units.
So we've been down this road many, many times over the years with respect to wanting to ask the federal government and the provincial government for more resources. Heard through the questioning from Councillor Perks about $500 million. Now that number has extended. It's about $1.5 billion. Part of those, numbers reflects COVID and so on. What has been, from our experience, the major hurdle or challenge as to why both the federal and provincial government have not seemed to understand the challenge that's facing the City of Toronto, who I would basically characterize as the goose that lays the golden egg?
So through the Speaker, a tough question to answer fully, but I would say that some of the realities are we've been able to manage through, sometimes with one-time funding or programs that exist for 2 or 3 years. So we've been able to manage it collectively, and it's, nowhere in this does it suggest that the province and the federal government haven't invested, but a structural change that we can count on year after year has just not occurred because we've been able to manage through it in previous years.
Right, and that's our objective now, to change that model, that formulation, and come up with a new formula, a new model that would be sustainable and workable for the future success for the City of Toronto.
Through the Speaker, precisely.
Thank you. Oh, just one final question. Lotteries. What's our views on lotteries? Sorry, what? Are we legally allowed to ask to put a lottery in place, for example? Could we explore that as a
So through the
possibility?
Speaker, our understanding is we would need to seek authorities to do so. So yeah, that would be not something we could fully undertake on our own.
Okay, I'm going to move that motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Well, we don't have a choice sometimes. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Just a few quick questions. I'm just want to know about some of the costs, transit costs that we're currently incurring. So for the smart track stations, do you have that off the top of your head, what we're paying citywide from the city?
I do have the information, if you just give me one moment.
Okay. And maybe you, while you're looking that up, how much?
So-
Yep, go ahead.
Yep, I've got it. So we do have an approved city budget of $1.463 billion. There's an additional provincial contribution of $226 million. But again, the city's portion is 1.463, and that includes a federal contribution of $585 million.
So that's the Fed, so if we take that off.
878 is
So
the
it's
city's share.
878 of our dollars. And then I know that we put a fair amount of money into the Scarborough subway in order to initiate that years ago, when we changed, 10 years ago, when we voted to move to the subway. Do you recall how much the city's putting in?
So the original Scarborough subway budget, I'd have to go back, I believe was probably around $3 billion or so. Most of that went, was part of the provincial upload from, by the province, who is now assuming those costs. There were some initial costs that the city had incurred. The city continues to seek full reimbursement on any of the costs that we have received and
Okay.
are expecting to recover those funds.
But we did set a fund up. We set a transit fund up then in order to fund that.
We do have a dedicated Scarborough subway levy that is collecting funds. I believe it's about the equivalent of a 1.6% property tax on an annual basis. We have council direction on the use of those funds to be contributed towards our share of Eglinton East Extension.
And what is that amount?
Our share, I believe,
No, the amount
including-
in the reserve,
Oh, I'd have to pull up that number. I should
Okay.
have that.
Then the Green Pea dividend annually, do you have an idea of what that is by any chance?
So pre-pandemic, we had usually been around 50 to 60 million a year. We have taken an impact from the pandemic. I believe our latest number was probably around 40 to 45 million, but we can confirm the total.
Do you find that a bit, I find it a little odd that for such a great amount of revenue, there's so little parking tickets for Green Pea. you gave me that information. It was 54,000 parking tickets, only $2 million a year for the lots and $4 million for the streets, so $6 million in total. Do you find that odd, considering that the amount brought in for street permit parking per year in tickets is $28 million a year?
Yeah, through the speaker, it'd be challenging for me to speak to the discrepancy. I think there may be different policies, different opportunities to pay that we would have to further explore.
So just for the revenues that would be, we'd be able to make, including ticket revenues, which are so high for on-street permit parking, were you able to look and see the amount if we had the city roads, anybody parking there overnight was paying?
Through the speaker, so there was a request at executive committee and staff provided a supplementary report that noted that there is a review that's currently ongoing that is looking at areas in the city, and I believe there's about 15,000 spaces off memory where they currently don't have an overnight permit, but they could potentially have that, and I believe there's a review coming back as part of a transportation services on-street parking or parking permit review that would come back with what those opportunities might look like.
So you don't have an idea of what that revenue?
Not available today.
But we understand that the revenue from the two areas that do have permit parking is $7 million a year, and the ticket revenue is $28 million a year, so that's $35 million. It's almost the same as the green paint, practically.
It's a little bit less than the current
Yes, it's less,
green, yes.
And you're aware that, okay, so you are looking at that, because I hope people agree with me, that's a lot of revenue in fines for a certain part of the city.
Yeah, through the speaker, the expectation is that in the first quarter of next year, the transportation review will be brought forward to council.
And my last question is on the IMIT. What's the total amount that we're currently on the hook for?
So the current annual budget is around 50 million. That number is expected 50 on an annual basis. But there are existing agreements in place that would have to run the course of their agreement, which would be 10 to 12 years. Going back to the very onset of the program, I believe the total commitment we've made since 2008 until the end of the current agreements would be about 726 million.
So what savings could we make there by ending that program?
So savings would not be immediate. The savings would be on any future agreements on a go-forward basis.
Who's expecting IMIT?
Yeah, the existing agreements would have to run through the course of their term, but on a go-forward basis, you could see about 40 million in annual savings.
Who's expecting
That was
to get
your
an
last
IMIT?
question.
Sorry?
Sorry, my question was who's expecting an IMIT? East Harbor's expecting an IMIT?
I'd have to go through the review of who may be expecting it. Right now, we're only looking at the current agreements that are in place, not any further expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to get at this growth piece, because much has been made of it, not only in this room, but in the media, even in the last couple of days. And often what is quoted is this number of, in a short number of years, going from 11 billion to 16 billion. That's a gross number, is it not? That's our gross operating budget.
Through the speaker, yeah. The city's gross operating budget for 2023 is $16.16 billion.
And if I'm reading it right, that's the all-in gross budget. So we're talking about solid waste budget, and any revenues coming to us from extended producer responsibility are now baked in there. Toronto Water, any rate increase there, and any federal money coming to help us open up the mouth of the Don, any sort of contribution, and on top of that, the growth in the rolls themselves. As we open condos, we have rolls that grow that number, and then we're required to deliver services to those new residents. That's all baked into that gross number, isn't it?
Yeah, through the speaker. So our of the $16 billion, just under $5 billion is actually supported from the property tax base. The other 11
just
billion,
under how much is
just
supported?
under $5 billion.
$5 billion.
The other,
and what's our ability to grow that number?
So, and this is one of the challenges that we've expressed in the past, is there is a structural deficit between even a 1 or 2% growth on expenditures compared to a 1 or 2% growth on our property tax base. If you're in a situation where our second largest revenue source is actually provincial funding towards our cost-shared programs, If they're not growing at that same rate as our expenditures,
Right.
you create an element where you've created a structural deficit and our costs are growing greater than that of our revenues.
So, and I'm not bragging about this, but the number is stuck in my brain because I was surprised at the time. I've been here 20 years now, and that $5 billion number, that was over $3 billion then. I think it was something like $3.1 billion when I walked in the door. So the global number of what we can get from the assessed value of houses, we can't jump that up. That comes from the province deciding on what divisor number they're going to use.
Yes, that's correct. Through the Speaker, as noted last year through the budget process, every 1% increase in our property tax rates equates to about $39 million as compared to a 1% increase that we might see on $16 billion in expenditures.
And they have no plans to. They made this clear at AMO a couple of weeks ago, but they could do an assessment tomorrow and say, we're going to assess the value of all your houses. Would that give us an ability to grow? Or is it still up to them to decide the global number by which we're going to divide all these assessments?
Yeah, through the Speaker. So an assessment change doesn't impact the revenue the city collects. What the change would affect would be a shift between properties geographically based across the city or between property classes in proportion to their change in value in relation to each other.
And if they don't give us the legislative authority to do this, but say, just for giggles, they were actually to allow us to have graduated property tax, like we're going to have a graduated land transfer tax, because that's our revenue tool. If we were to try and do that to the property tax base for, condos and mansions over $5 million, they would still have control of that global number by which we can divide things. That still wouldn't net us a bigger pie, would it, other than a property tax increase. Am I reading that right?
So we would need to look into how we may structure a graduated property tax base in terms of the current tax rates. The current amount we could collect without a graduated portion would not change from a reassessment. If we were permitted, which we aren't currently today, to look at a change in rates depending on the value, there would be an opportunity to increase revenue, but that authority does not exist.
So am I right, if I wanted to encapsulate this all, there are various intergovernmental advocacies that might bring programs to us that actually grow that gross number and get us to the 16 billion, but we're delivering services for all the orders of government at that point. The only way to really grow the pot is if we were to somehow get the province to say, we will grow that pie. The next time we do an assessment, we'll say you can collect to a greater number. The whole pie could be bigger, so that it doesn't all have to be property tax increases. That's not likely to happen. And if we have another revenue tool, we still need their permission to do it. But the problem here is if we don't have one of those, we're still stuck going back to them because they have control of our main source of revenue.
That was your last question.
So something's got to give in that equation. We've reached that point, have we not?
So through the Speaker, we absolutely have. There is no pathway to sustainability that will allow us to continue to deliver service at the level that we experience today and make the necessary incremental investments to deal with the growth that's going to continue to come to this city.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, question.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to our CFO and City Manager. When was the last time the city undertook a core services review?
Through the Speaker, the core service review was last completed in 2011.
Okay. I have a QP report here done in 2013 that speaks to and identifies that core service review from 2011, and they pegged the cost at $350,000. Is that accurate?
I don't have the cost of the study in front of me. We would need to pull that information.
I can share this with you. Were there any potential savings identified in that core service review?
So the initial findings of the core service review, I believe, were that 90% of our services were core. I believe there were operating opportunities identified from a range of 100 to 300 million annually.
So what did you say there? Opportunities, operating opportunities, is that how they classified it?
I'd have to look at the actual language of
Okay.
the report, but I believe that would have been
And the
same.
range was, of those opportunities, of which council did not adopt, but there was opportunities identified in the range of 100 million to 300 million.
Over, yeah, that would be possible over a 2-year period.
Okay, and this was done more than 10 years ago, but we haven't done that exercise specifically since.
In terms of a second core service review, no, the last core service review was completed in 2011.
Okay. That's helpful. So savings were identified, orders of magnitude of hundreds of millions of dollars at the time, of which council decided not to take. I understand that, but they were identified, they classified it as opportunities.
Well, selling all the theaters, that was one thing.
So there was a follow-up report that came the year after. It had identified, I believe, 116 million or so of options that were exercised. There was, after that, an AG report that Councillor Perks had asked me about previously that had looked at that 100 million or so, and had noted that of that amount, about 16 million was directly attributed to the study and reoccurring.
So it's interesting because in the long-term financial plan, there's a lot of conversation about extension and delivery of both federal and provincial responsibilities. In a core service review, would there also be an opportunity to perhaps find some additional information about what is core to our municipality, what is core to the City of Toronto in terms of the services that we deliver and the value that we get for that delivery?
So through the speaker, yes. Those types of reviews do offer an opportunity to do exactly as you say, and those are things we should do regularly. I'll say from experience, I'm a little less enamored with the large-scale look at everything and bring back the entire piece. Let's be strategic in some of the areas and also some of the areas that have changed for us.
So you said regularly. Would it be healthy to look at that once a decade?
Through the speaker, I would say that would be an outside piece for sure. I think this is the rhythm that you might get into in a term of council, that type of piece. Regularly looking at how we deliver the services.
Very good. And then I guess my last question on that is, as a follow-up, that could, in fact, having that information for this council, that could be helpful in our advocacy efforts as we go to the provincial and the federal government and try and push back and say, hey, we're really delivering on extensions of your jurisdiction and responsibility. A core service review could be helpful in that advocacy. Wouldn't be the only thing, but it could be helpful.
But through the speaker, yes. I think whenever you can take a really strong review and bring forward good evidence, you're in a better position to say this is what's changed. Programs are never static.
Right.
And that's the reality of why you do these regular reviews, to say it may be that we just need to look at how we go about delivery. In other cases, it may be about we actually have to look at who delivers. But those only come when you look at the context of how things are operating.
I'd love to have that information. First-time home buyers questions. How many Torontonians qualified for the first-time home buyers rebate in 2022?
In 2022, there was about 16,000 first-time home buyers that qualified for the rebate.
Of those individuals in 2022, how many were homes purchased below the $400,000 threshold?
Through the speaker, give us a moment. We'll see if we have the data on the amount below the 400,000 threshold.
Probably not a whole lot unless you're buying a parking space. Based on those who qualified...
Sorry, through the speaker, 1,300s.
1,300. Based on those who qualified for the first-time home buyers rebate, what was the average price for those homes that qualified in Toronto?
Through the speaker, 877,000 was the average price.
So not 400?
No.
Great. All my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. We'll go to speakers. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to be very critical in a moment, but I'm going to present some motions because I can't come empty-handed. And there's quite a few of them. If I can ask my friends here just to be some quiet. The first motion speaks to amending Recommendation 5D and prioritizing the retirement of city debt. The second motion talks about our compound annual growth rate. The third motion speaks about earmarking redistributive programs in the city's budget process.
in thinking about how we match that to income sources. The next one talks about how we qualify people for city programs. That's taken out of our old friend, the VBOR, the Value-Based Outcomes Review. The next motion talks about the city manager's delegation on workforce human resources and introduces the idea for a new voluntary separation program. The next motion talks about asking the Auditor General to look at our automated enforcement processes. The next motion talks about City Council asking for a report on areas that are outsourced for solid waste collection to generate cost savings. And the final motion talks about reviewing the fair wage policy. And as I said, I'm going to be critical of many of the recommendations forward, but I would be remiss if I came empty-handed without some ideas on how we might be able to find cost savings and to increase governance in this council chamber. I think it's abominable that we would be considering a municipal sales tax. I don't mean that to criticize staff. They brought forward a report because we asked for one. But we have been talking over and over about a downtown core that struggles to recover from a pandemic. It still does. About attracting people into the city to run businesses, to employ people, people coming into the city to spend money on entertainment. And what are we doing here? We're doing the exact opposite of what we heard over and over again. Yes, you hear housing, housing, housing. But I think deeper than that is a surrogate for the complaint about the cost of living in this city. And what are we doing? We are raising the prices everywhere. Whether it's parking, whether it's a sales tax, whether there's going to be some kind of environmental charge coming along because you live in an old building. Opportunity after opportunity to squeeze more money out of people. Why are we doing this? Well, the answer is, there's two things. The staff told us, sometimes we get these unfunded mandates, things that the other governments do, and then we get stuck paying the bill. And there's some great information and advice in here about how to address the other governments about those. But I say we still need to look in the mirror. We need to look in the mirror as a council because of the choices that we made over time. And those I will zoom right in on income transfer programs. We all know what the politics are about those. But there was one just before council today that was talking about creating more affordable and RGI housing units. And I don't see a financial plan to pay for that. But yet we're setting a service level because council made a political decision on that. No one told us to do it. Council made a political decision on that. So we are constantly writing checks that we can't cash. And that's demonstrated by the compound annual growth rate. So as you go through these, there's some of the motions, especially at the top, was a request of the mayor to develop a budget that has a 0 compound annual growth rate. That is, stabilize us. Don't dig the hole deeper. And that doesn't mean we don't do anything or that we're static or that we aren't going to go back and increase property taxes by a percentage. Just stabilize the hole that we're deeply falling into. And my gosh, if we could reverse it even slightly. But those are all council choices. I'll just say one final thing about, there's a discussion about a core services review. It's exactly what I'm talking about. It's exactly council asking ourselves what it is we're here for. What do we do as a government? Why do we do it? Are we replicating other services that ought to be done by other levels of government? And are we disciplined in managing the service levels that we set with respect to those particular operations that the city do? If that's not voted through in this council because it's a healthy question, then it's ideology. That's the only answer I can say. And don't expect consultants to evaluate political decisions made by council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have motions. They've been advance circulated. The first two are amendments to the existing recommendations, the first part of which amends the report back on the parking levy to be consistent with what we asked in February, and it summarizes all of those things. The second amends the request for a municipal sales tax to also say and/or a portion of the harmonized sales tax. And then the next set of motions talk about our advocacy efforts with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Ontario Big City Mayors. And the last of that asks for, sorry, and I don't have them up, which is why I'm going off my memory here. The last one asks for engagement with the business community. So the numbers are really astonishing when you dig down into it. So the Federation of Canadian Municipalities had a report, and it said that for every $1 of taxes collected in Canada, 10 cents flows to municipalities. 10 cents. And yet we are responsible for more than 60% of the infrastructure. It's just not sustainable to fund cities using only property taxes. They weren't intended to fund transit, to fund shelters. When we set up this fiscal framework over 100 years ago, we never imagined a city of 3 million people with complex needs. But the other numbers that are stark and worth looking at are the ones around the wealth we generate for our province and our federal government. So Toronto contributes 20% of the Canadian GDP. So we probably generate 20% of the taxes out of our economic engine here in Canada. And we get back from the federal government 0.3% of their budget back into Toronto. And if you look at the province, we provide the province, we account for 53% of Ontario's GDP. And if you look at what flows back into the City of Toronto, it's 1.3%. So it's clear that Toronto needs a new fiscal framework with the provincial and the federal governments. But we're not the only ones, and that's what my motion is pointing out. There is advocacy from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for this. Municipalities across the country are saying that they need new revenue tools, that they need a better deal. And also the Ontario Big City Mayors. They're coming together, they're meeting, and they're advocating for this as well. All municipalities in our province are facing unprecedented budgetary pressures. We're not alone. We are facing increased costs as a result of supply chain issues, as a result of inflation, as a result of decreased fare box revenues on transit, and because of increasing demand on our shelter systems. We're not alone. And it's clear that municipalities need a new fiscal framework, and that could involve a whole combination of things. It could involve new revenue tools that grow with the economy. We have motions around asking for that today. It could also include the province paying for the areas of their responsibility. We're paying for childcare, long-term care. We're paying for many, many things that are actually their responsibility. The federal government, we're paying for refugees. That's their responsibility. So we need a better realignment of service responsibilities, and we need to have an important conversation. And right now, at this point in time, it's important that we keep all these options available to us as we enter into these very important negotiations with the province and the federal government. It's clear that municipalities can't tax their way out of the structural deficits that we are presented with using the revenue tools that are currently available for us. And it's not sustainable for us to continue to use property taxes to fund their responsibilities. And we can't draw on our reserves. That's like taking out our RSPs to pay for our groceries. That's not sustainable either. So we must all continue to advocate together for a new fiscal framework for municipalities. And that includes Toronto, that includes municipalities in Ontario, and includes municipalities across Canada. And I will just end by thanking city staff for their incredible amount of work on this. This report itself with the recommendations, which are thoughtful, but also their advocacy that they're having with other municipalities across country and those conversations that they're continuing to have on a regular basis with the province and the federal government. And I'm hopeful we'll all come together today to send a resounding message to the province, to the federal government that Toronto deserves better and we need this new fiscal framework. Thank you.
Okay. Cue Councillor Cole to speak.
I have a motion, if you would put it up on the screen, please.
Oh, thank you.
City Council requests the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, and Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to report back to City Council on the feasibility of developing and implementing a fee or charge on residential development applicants who receive planning approval but who do not commence construction within a defined reasonable timeline and include a report. Basically, use it or lose it. We've got tens of thousands of residential units that have been approved by the planning department, by council, that are sitting in some developer's office. They've already got complete approvals. In fact, this is according to 2017 to 2021 numbers. There was a total of 414 residential properties, 63%, representing over 64,000 units, that received final planning approval between 2017 and 2021, but have not yet been built. So our planning departments, our committees went through all this work, which costs money. We approved these units, and they've done nothing with it. They just keep them in their desks. And they're continuing to do that now. I don't even have the up-to-date figures past 21. So let's say, build the darn homes, we need them, or else pay a fee, because in Bill 109, they're doing the reverse. You know, the 90-day thing. They're saying, you know, if you don't have a meeting, approve this in 90 days, we're going to fine you. So this is what they're doing. Meanwhile, they're sitting, you know, all the supply side people are saying, oh, build, 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 supply. It'll come. Well, they got all the supply. They won't build. They won't build. And they got all kinds of excuses why they won't build. Now they're saying it's the financial situation. It is real. But why didn't they build between 2017 and 2021? They left thousands of units not built. So let's get some money from them and charge them as they're charging us if we don't respond. Anyways, I just want to continue on beyond that tirade about use it or lose it to what Councillor Deputy Mayor McKelvey was saying. And if I could put that on the board there, the best thing that Paul Johnson and his team put up was this shot that Councillor McKelvey, Deputy Mayor McKelvey put up in his report. Here's what we should be telling. Forget about FCM, forget about AMO. They're, you know, if you ever been to those things, they beat up on Toronto all the time and blah, blah, blah. We got to talk to our people, our residents, explain to them we contribute all this, they contribute all this wealth and money to Canada and Ontario. What do they get back? 1.3% in a provincial budget. That's what you got to tell your residents. Don't talk to them about FCM. Talk to them about the share of the federal. 0.3% they get back in a federal budget that's worth, federal budget must be, I don't know, $200 billion, whoever, I don't know how many billion it is. That's all our residents get back. So that's the kind of language we got to use, and we've got to do a job with the mayor because it's critical, and I've been through this I don't know how many times, Mayor Lastman, everybody. What we really have, the most powerful weapon we have is the mayor. She's the mayor of 3 million people. She's got a bully pulpit, and she's got a megaphone. If we support our mayor, get behind her and get the people to support the mayor, that's what they're afraid of. They're not afraid of FCM and AMO. They're afraid of a mayor that stands up and speaks for the people of Toronto. So whatever we can do to reinforce what the mayor is doing, scare the bejeebers out of our 25 missing in action MPs and MPPs, then you'll see some action. That's the strategy. Forget this other pie in the sky, resolutions, get the whole of Canada behind us. Whole of Canada going to say, oh, Toronto's, you know, this and that. We got to get the people of Toronto on our side. Speak to them, have meetings in your constituency. Tell people to come out to fight for their own city and their own causes and the things that they value in Toronto. That's the way to do it. Give the mayor that megaphone, give her the bully pulpit, and let her fight Ford, fight Trudeau, fight them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I think you need to take a deep breath. A glass of water.
Point of order. Madam Speaker, may I move a motion?
Okay, Councillor Cole, yes.
Yes.
Please.
It's almost 6 o'clock, and I'll move a dinner break for traditionally is half an hour, I believe. And then we'll come back and finish this item, because I believe North York Community Council is meeting tomorrow. So I'll move that we finish this item, but take a break, say at 6 o'clock. Folks needs to find food quickly, and we'll come back in half an hour? Or does that give people enough time to eat, find food and eat?
Mayor?
Yes.
To finish the agenda.
To finish the agenda.
Okay, because we still have another item other than this item that Councillor
Yes, thank you. My apologies.
Prutz is holding down,
Yes,
which I hope he'd be here because planning staff has been sitting here all day waiting for the item. Yeah.
Councillor
It would
Perruzza
help
again,
if he
okay.
came in here and released the item. Okay.
Well, okay, but in the meantime, I have a motion to finish all the council items and take a break at 6.
In favor. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll just take one more speaker and then we'll break. Councillor Mantis. Councillor Mantis?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe there's a motion that clerks already has that they can distribute or put on the screen.
The motion on the screen. There it is.
The City Council requests the City Manager to investigate the feasibility for a potential tax levy per passenger from Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport payable to the City of Toronto and report back to the Executive Committee during the budget consultation process. Madam Speaker, 7 million passengers come through the Center Island Airport, from which there is no revenue from the flight levy that is generated for the City of Toronto. So we're just asking the City Manager and his team to investigate the feasibility of a potential tax levy at the City Airport. That is the motion.
Okay. Do you want to shut off your mic, Councillor Mantis? Oh, Councillor Cole, can you please keep it down?
It's good. My thing will be.
Can you release that? Why don't you do it now? Councillor Prutza, can you release your items so the staff can leave? They've been sitting here all day waiting for you.
I just have a few comments I'd like to make, if that's reasonable. Yeah.
Give them a few comments, release it, we're done.
Okay, hurry up.
Do you need a motion for me to change
Okay,
the agenda?
this is on item.
Which item, Anthony? Your DM?
Yeah.
Press the button.
Am I on speaker or?
Yeah, you're on.
It's great, Anthony. No, it's good. Yeah, don't
Yeah.
have your...
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, go ahead. It's on DM 10.1.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Yeah.
Do you have, Councillor Perruzza, do you have a motion?
Speaker, I do not have a motion, and the clerks, I believe, do have a motion, and maybe they can give it to somebody else, or I can move the motion. Sure, I can move the motion, put it before the council. However, I will not be voting for the.
Okay, that's fine. You can vote against it. We'll have a recorded vote. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Speaker, you're lightning fast. I appreciate that.
Well.
So, Speaker, and I'll tell you the reason why. So, this settlement proposal was before us at the last council meeting, as you recall, and I'd asked for a deferral because, and I'm not going to go through the nuances of the application, but I do have to tell you that since that time, Speaker, there have been a considerable number of changes, no question about it, and I believe that the proposal that staff is putting before you today is a much better proposal than the settlement offer that we had at the last council meeting, and you can go through the details of that. They're self-explanatory, both in the confidential attachment and some of the supplementary reports. And while it is a much better settlement offer, Speaker, I still to some degree have some difficulty with respect to how planning is being conducted in the city. In this area here, we went through a very extensive planning exercise. It was called the Keel-Finch Plus study initially, and that study evolved into a secondary plan for the area. The subway station, the new subway at Keel and Finch, also with the LRT station now, and Speaker, hundreds and hundreds of hours were spent doing this planning study with the involvement of hundreds of people, planners, consultants, paid consultants, community members. We all had a great deal of input, and at the end of the day, I believe that a very substantial secondary plan amendment was cobbled together, and one that people in the neighborhood and the community could get behind. It generated a great deal of density in and around the subway station, with new streets and all kinds of new amenities for the entire neighborhood. And then, Speaker, what happens is this, and this is where I get lost in the weeds of all of this, is your first applications come through or come in, and they just basically, you know what they do to the secondary plan amendments that, so many people come around and so many people do so much work in putting together? That's what they do, Speaker. They basically, blow holes in them. And it's like, it's one-off applications, and it's whoever gets in here first, and things go through the roof, and they, everybody, especially the first applications, they want all the, essentially the sewer density, they want all the transportation density, they want it all. And basically what it does to those plans, Speaker, as you well know, because you've been here for some time, is it just, throws everybody back to square one. Councillor Coley talks about this often, for example, at Yonge and Eglinton, with what's going on at Yonge and Eglinton, with the one-off applications and what it's doing to the plan that was cobbled together there. And that exercise is repeated all over the city, and it would be my hope, Speaker, that one day when our planning division and our planners,
5 seconds,
do a secondary plan, that when applications come in, those applications are consistent with those secondary plans.
Thank you. Recorded vote.
I'm voting again.
Councillor Morley, can we have your vote, please?
Speaker, the amendment carries, so it is 14-6.
We'll break for dinner.